Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing? Let's go ahead and take a look here. Let me go ahead and add you to the stream.
Hey everyone.
Hello. How are you, Dallas?
Good, how are you, Eric?
Doing awesome. End of the week. We're getting into Father's Day weekend. So, obviously, one of the things that we're going to do is talk about fathers
Yep.
and horror. So
Yep.
excited about that. So how you been? Everything's going okay?
Yeah, everything's good. Everything's going well. Hope everything's going well for you and the boys.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you sometimes the end of the week you're a little tired, But
Yeah.
um, hello, how are you? How are you? How's it going? Welcome. We are
Hello, welcome.
so now I'm going to go ahead and add Robert to the stream. How are you, Robert? You're muted. There,
Hey guys, how are you? Sorry about that. I didn't even notice that.
no worries, no worries.
It's good to see
Good.
you.
Yes, how are you?
Doing well. Well, again, sorry for last week. I was doing the virtual graduation for our school, so it was got a little crazy.
Yeah, no worries.
Well, we do have in the chat. I don't want to mess up your name. However, we do have Tori and Useful Unboxing.
Hey Tori.
Um, We have I'm gonna the last name as well. I don't know how to pronounce that properly, but I'm gonna say how would you're Robert. You're the
Yeah, it's like
but
the
welcome. We appreciate you being here. Um,
so cute.
Tori,
Well,
yeah, I think Kukia well. So
Yeah, we'll
I
go
don't
with
want to
that.
but we appreciate you being here.
Yes.
We also have just to kind of let you guys know. Um, Robert, I just wanted to kind of touch bases. It's Father's Day weekend. So Father's Day weekend, leads into a lot of things. And we are dealing with horror. So I'm sure there's a lot of fathers in horror that stand out um, from a film stance, whether it's good fathers, bad fathers, ugly fathers. So the first one that stands to mind for you is
for me, well, definitely is Jack Torrance in The Shining. So that probably is the most iconic of the Fars, in my opinion. And then I would say after that would be let's see, the other one that I would say is probably The Father in the Omen. I'm trying to remember what I remember what the name of the guy is. Oh my God,
uh,
what is his name?
was it
Father. The
Robert
Robert.
Peck?
Yes, it's Gregory Peck's character.
Gregory Peck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit,
Um,
bothering me.
well, that's something
And
we can kind of
also
research.
Thomas Crawley from Hatchet.
Gotcha. Yes. Hey, Dead Zone. How are
Hey
you?
Dead Zone.
So just kind of let you guys know with the chat, the theme for this week is fathers in horror. It's obviously going to be Father's Day weekend. Dead Zone, happy Father's Day weekend to you. We basically are looking at the good, the bad, and the ugly in horror films with fathers, and maybe how that affected some of the children in that movie. Touch a little bit bases on that. We're going to play a little bit of trivia and just kind of go from there. So one of the things that we want to kind of do is just kind of talk to the chat a little bit before we started to get going. Dead Zone, is there a horror movie that might stand out to you, father based, like something that you may have seen as the father being either good, bad, or ugly, that you could remember or that you enjoy? Tori, anybody in the chat that you guys want to throw that out there, feel free to do that. Um, so, what's going on with you, Robert? Like, how are things?
So far, I mean, they're good. We just finished the school year, so we are. We just finished this past was it? Finished last Friday. So the kids finished, and then grades were due this Friday. So we had a week to work on getting anything that we needed to get, in on. But it was an interesting conclusion to the school year. That is for
Yeah,
sure. And having to, make sure that we got everything in right, giving the kids a chance to turn things in. So, but all is well. Thank God we managed to survive that. And then I think I told you that in about 2 weeks I'll be taking over as the assistant principal of the school.
All right.
So
Well, congratulations.
thank you. So but
Congratulations.
I have to get all my pop figures out of my classroom because I no longer will have my classroom. So I
Not,
brought them all here. So
well,
now
let's go ahead. We have more people that have come to the chat. So you have Zombies Garage,
hey
so
zombies.
Jeff. You have Totally Mitch and Collectibles. Hey, Mitch.
Hey
Pop
Mitch.
Scott. So we wanted to say Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there. We are basing our stream this week on fathers in horror. We have the good, the bad, and the ugly. So we have a lot of films out there that dive into the good fathers, the bad fathers, and the ugly fathers. So that's kind of what we're talking about. We're going to play some games uh, that like we normally do, and just kind of dive into the topic of conversation. Hello, silver-haired wolf. How are you? So one of the things that we're going to do this first portion right now, we are going to basically what I like to call it is just kind of hanging out with the chat. Like diving in, hanging out with the chat, um, or beckon the chat. So we are going to talk to you guys because you come to hang out and say hi, and we really appreciate that. So definitely, when you look at fathers, okay, and you look at horror, is there anything in the chat that stands out to you as one of the movies, that the father was the bad one, or the father came through and became the hero? It, feel free, Zombie, Dead Zone, Mitch, anybody, Silverhaired Wolf, anybody want to throw anything out there? This is our segment where we are just kind of reaching out to you guys. Pop Scott. So the definition of horror is God blessing me with 3 daughters. Yeah. Well, just hope that the good thing is that you don't want them to get married at the same time, right? You're paying for those big weddings. That's definitely a horror in your wallet right there. So Dallas is
Yes.
you're looking. So Zombies Garage says The Shining. Well, that kind of leads into what I was going to ask you, Dallas. You got a little shining up there. You got a haircut.
Yep. Shaved my hair off.
So
Shaved my hair down.
so what what kind of brought that about? Is it getting hot, or is it just you just wanted to change?
I kind of do it every year. Every year during the summer, I shave it down, and then I'll let it grow back once winter starts, or I might just keep it shaved down for good. I usually keep it this short. I don't go any shorter. I don't do completely skin bald at all.
Okay.
So yeah. Hey
Hey,
there, Ross.
hey, Ross, Brandy, how are you guys? So this is our segment right now. Before we get into anything, we just wanted to kind of beckon the chat. So we're just kind of talking to you guys. You guys come to see the shows. Otherwise, we would just be talking to ourselves. So we appreciate you guys being here. It's really important. That's kind of what drives things. Our topic that we are going to be doing is fathers in horror. So you have the good, the bad, the ugly. There's a lot of fathers out there that were good, a lot of fathers that were bad and ugly. How's it going, Quick? How's it going
Hey,
there,
quick.
buddy? So, like Dead Zone said, Jaws. So obviously, Jaws was kind of like the father of those trilogies. It got everything kicked off a little bit. So if there's like a scary movie out there that you can remember, with the father being the antagonist, the good guy, however you want to look at that. We also will touch a little bit on the psychology side of things. Robert, we'll be able to get into, what maybe drives, someone like Jack Torrance, in The Shining, what got him to that point. So we kind of go from there. But yeah, the chat, we appreciate you guys being here. So, Pop Scott, Quick Draw, Zombies Garage, Tammy White, appreciate it. Um, we have Ross, Brandy, Silver Haired Wolf. So definitely, like I said, talk amongst yourselves as well. Get that chat going. We have horror, and that's what we're talking about. But it is Father's Day weekend. So, like myself, I am a father. So I'm looking forward to this weekend and hanging out with my boys a little bit. Um, but it's also I get kind of the double whammy because Sunday is also my birthday.
Oh,
So
nice.
not they got to go and put Father's Day on my birthday. I'm like, are you serious? So like the kids can be like, oh here Dad, here's the gift for Father's Day birthday. I'm slash. And I'm like, no no. I don't want that. Um, so Ross says Lawnmower Man. You remember that movie, Dallas, at all? Lawnmower Man?
Yeah, yeah, I remember Lawnmower Man. Wasn't exactly the best movie out there, but
Well,
it's an okay movie.
you have a lot of movies out there that basically you have that B level, that A level, you whether it's gore, psychological thriller, so you do have those suspenseful type movies with the dad, but then a lot of them too are just the gore factors. So
Mhm.
um, but yeah, that's kind of what we're looking at right now, chat. We just wanted to kind of talk with you guys a little bit and kind of dive into a little bit about that horror, with the fathers, because what is more like in a movie, is it the father that goes nuts and crazy that drives that movie more, or is it the mom? You know what I mean? Like, is it more expected for the father to just be like, I'm gonna lose it, and just like, go out, have something happen.
Mhm.
So what's your thoughts on that, Robert?
So I would say that I've noticed that it's the absence of fathers, or in certain for certain characters, or the idea of the psychology of the father of influencing the particular series of events that happen in a particular horror film. So you have the whole, trauma that happened in Friday the 13th, where you don't necessarily see a father, but there's allusions to him, from what Pamela's, references. You have the not knowing who the father could be of Freddy Krueger. With the whole, his mom being raped by multiple, inmates at an asylum or something like that. You
Right.
have the cannibalistic father in Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and then of course you get the idea of the trauma and abuse of what it's the relationship between a child and his father that affects characters in movies like The Shining or in
Or
Hatchet.
a child and their father, like even Chucky became a father to Glenn, and that was a whole different ball of wax right there. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
you look at, you also have there's a movie out there, it's called Frailty, and the sons kind of followed along with the father. You had a little bit of conflict between the two sons, but the dad was, the killer. The sons kind of were following along suit with him, and then you would have a little bit of controversy. So that was always an interesting movie when you get that triangle. You have the one son who's a little bit, I don't know if I want this, and you have the other son that's like, hey, I want dad to recognize me as the top son. Um, One Love Murphy, how are you?
I one love
Um,
Murphy.
so I mean, when you look at the background of horror, and today, it's a Father's Day weekend, and one of the movies that we are going to dive in on is The Shining. But before we get to the bad side of it, let's also look at the good side of it. Like one of the movies recently, they were supposed to have the second one this year, but they put it on hold. Is A Quiet Place.
Hey,
You
hey,
know,
Robert, do you have your TV on?
Is, yeah, is that playing loud and back?
Yeah, yeah, awesome.
okay, thank you.
Go ahead, Eric.
Much better. So, definitely, when you look at like The Quiet Place, okay. Um, Now, one of the things you can look at is the mother. You know, the mother became the one
Mhm.
that saved, the kid. The father did his part throughout the movie, but there was a lot of that moments in there where the father was a central piece in that movie. So we kind of label him a good father.
Right.
What stands out in some movies that you can think of, where the father did come through as the hero? Anything that you can throw out there, Dallas?
I mean, kind of, sort of poltergeist, but at the same time, it was more of the mom and it was more of the psychic that were the heroes. Dad didn't really do jack crap. I mean, it's the dad's fault they're living in the house in the first place. And the same with like Amityville Horror. I saw someone said in the chat. I mean, the dad is kind of a hero, kind of not a hero. It's more like the mom. So I mean, it just depends on what you believe. If the dad's the hero, if the dad's the villain of the movie.
So once again, we are going to beckon the chat. So chat, would you say that in those movies, A Quiet Place, Poltergeist, would it be centered more? Would you look at the father as being the hero, or would it be more towards the mom? What parts, do the fathers play in these movies? You have obviously Amityville. That's kind of what we're looking at, is how you get the good, the bad, and the ugly. So right now we're on the good. So what should that psychological process, from as a father having to protect his family in the midst of horror? Robert?
So I think one of the most important things that you see in like a movie like A Quiet Place is the fact that you understand that the father is the patriarch of the family that has to make sure that they are they're the face of making sure that they have to protect the vulnerability of the kids, of all of that. And so when you follow that particular when that movie, um, and I'm just giving away spoilers and how it ends, that idea of sacrifice to do everything you can for your kids to make sure that they have a life, that they're going to be safe, that they become better people, is you see it in that movie. So in terms of trying to be that perfect role model for your kids, of you see at the beginning that in the moment he let his guard down, he loses one, and now it's everything he can to make sure that later on that this does not happen again. So
Right.
the sins of the father and trying to make up for it is a recurring theme, I think, in movies of horror like that. So it's just
Yeah.
they don't want to see that happen again, letting their guard down.
Right.
Well, I mean, they at all costs, they're going to protect their kids, their family. They're gonna. It's that fight, good versus evil. They're going to go at it. That little struggle. And sometimes, like I said, the good doesn't come out. But most of the time, you are going to see the good prevail. You will have some twists, that you have in movies. Um, but like I said, right now, one of the things that we're doing in this segment is we are just kind of like beckoning the chat. We're just talking to everybody out here in the chat. So just wanted to welcome everybody again. We got Mama Jay's in the house. You have the Zombies Garage. He's talking about the Conjuring mom and dad. Um, so we have Tammy White. We also, I saw earlier from the comic book side, One Love Murphy. So I just want to say hi to you guys. Happy Friday. For some of you guys that are fathers out there, happy Father's Day. We hope you have an amazing Father's Day weekend. Like myself, I'm going to have a kind of a mixed weekend because it is my birthday on Sunday. And so the boys get that double whammy. so, um, just before we kind of dive into the other aspect, because when you get into the bad, there is a lot to talk about, especially when we dive into something like The Shining. So, what I wanted to do for the chat is I wanted to go ahead and get our first trivia game going. So, Dallas, what were the ones that we were looking at? What do we have as an option on the table?
We have a Shining trivia quiz. We have a general horror movie trivia quiz, and then we have Fathers of Hollywood trivia quiz.
So let's first go with the general horror trivia, just kind of get that going. Once we talk about Shining, we can bring that in there if we need to, and then we have the other one as well. So we are going to go ahead and chat. Like I said, we're going to go ahead and pull this game up for you. This is the part of the night where we'd love for everybody to participate. And hey, even if you don't know, that much about it, guess, have some fun because that's what it is. We're all hanging out, just kind of spending a little bit of time. So some of you guys are getting off work. Some of you guys are coming from other chats. Brandy had a great chat tonight. Just basically, we want you guys to realize, hey, we're here tonight and we want to have some fun. So we want to make sure we acknowledge the chat because it's really important, just to let you guys know that you guys are here for us. And, because you're here for us, we want to be here for you. So,
Yes.
and okay, so
So here's the site. You're going to go to joinmyquiz.com and you're going to type in this game code here. And this is a general horror movie quiz, guys. And again, thank you guys all for joining us tonight on this Friday night. It is Father's Day. Yes, the link in the chat. Ross, give me 1 second. I can put it in there again for you guys.
and
That way you guys can all just click the link.
joinmyquiz.com.
Yep. There's the link in the chat, y'all. Matthew Kelly says, wait for me.
No problem, Matthew. No problem.
Again, thank you guys all for joining us tonight. It is Friday night. Robert, Eric, you guys are more than welcome to join this one. I won't be joining because I'm the one that made the quiz. So,
All right. So we'll go ahead and joinmyquiz.com. Now, just so you guys know, with the quizzes that we do, whoever ends up winning the quizzes, we go ahead and put your name on a wheel. And at the end of the month, which is coming up soon, we will go ahead and spin that wheel on our show. And the winner will be receiving a prize in regards. And we will go ahead and let you know what that's going to be before we spin the wheel, or maybe a little bit sooner. So we're kind of talking about that. We would like to kind of give away for you. So each week we've been able to add people to the wheel. So this week there's three trivia quizzes. So have an opportunity for 3 more people to get on the wheel. And from there, hey, you guys have an opportunity to win something. So we appreciate you guys hanging out. And it's just our way of just saying, hey, thank you very much. Because when you come over and hang out with us, it's family. And so we appreciate you guys being here. So joinmyquizzes.com. And the code once again is 638002. And like I said, hey, you may not know a lot about horror. That's fine. That's why you get four question or 4 answers to choose from. Do the best you can. And the best thing about this is you can go back and redeem one of your answers. So if something gets wrong, you can go back and try to re-guess.
yes. I'll wait for Let's see here. We got Brandy. We got Daniel Voorhees. We got Lavasaurus Rex. We got 638002. We got Gaudier is bad. We got One Love. We got Silverhaired Wolf. We got the Fox Crown. We got
Hey,
Josh.
Tats.
We got Fox's Road Killer. We got Quickie Voorhees. We got Tammy. We got Blood Brothers. Tats, if you want to join, I can post the link again. You're just gonna click on that link. Oh, Tats is in there. All right, awesome, awesome. I suck at quizzes anyways. Quick is saying, Quick, you do pretty good on quizzes.
Yeah, quick. He sneaks in there. I mean, next thing you know, like he's kind of like hidden back there, and all of a sudden, as you get towards the end, the finish line, there's Quick coming
He
through.
pops out of he pops out of the bushes like, "Ha! It's me. I'm the killer."
We didn't expect it, and there he is. So yeah, so like I said, guys, it is Father's Day weekend. We are getting into the fathers of horror, the good, the bad, the ugly.
Hey, Ross, you're the one that typed it, so I just read what you typed.
So
We'll give you guys another 2 minutes to join this quiz, and then we will get it started.
Eric, happy early birthday, by the way.
thank
Yeah,
you.
you didn't even tell me it was your birthday this weekend. My own co-host doesn't even tell me things.
Well, I tend to keep things a little secret sometimes.
Now I gotta go birthday shopping for you.
So, better give Ross. Oh, Ross has the rent. Okay, got to make sure Ross has his rent.
Yep. Gotta make sure Ross has the wrench.
So we have a lot of people in there now. So we have enough in there. We did give it a few more seconds. So it's 7:58. So we're gonna give it 2 more minutes, guys. 2 more minutes. At 8 o'clock, we'll go ahead and hit that start, and we'll go from there. So I appreciate it, Tats. Thank you so much. The same to all the fathers out there. I hope you have an amazing, amazing weekend. I still feel we don't need to pick one day to say Happy Father's Day. They should say it every day, just like the mothers. And there are some mothers out there that play that role of the father. So for them, it is also like a Father's Day. They get, you get that kind of that double whammy. So Ross is coming through all the chats and he's collecting his wrenches. I think he's going to end up hiding them in Zombie's garage. So but we'll go ahead and send Quick Draw over there to retrieve them. So Robert,
Yes, sir.
We got 1 more minute to go. But like I said, we will be diving into Jack, The Shining, and just kind of touching on that a little bit after this quiz. So definitely I want you guys to hang out for that because The Shining is a great topic. No, Matthew, you cannot time Fox out. Matthew, otherwise I'm going to give Fox. Fox should have a wrench anyways. You can't time him out.
Fox should have a wrench.
There you go. You get a wrench, you get a wrench, and you get a wrench. Yeah, but definitely, I definitely appreciate everybody here. And so let's have a little bit of fun here. It's almost going to be 8 o'clock. Hey, Ian, you just popped in. So I'll give you one quick second. Ian, if you want to get on this quiz, we're going to do this quiz right here. That is the code. So if you'd like to pop in there real quick, Ian, we're about to run it. Same thing, Tori, we're about to do this. Joinmyquiz.com and 638002 is the code. So let me know, Dallas, if they pop in there. So Ian says no. Ian says no. So no on Ian. Is Tori in there?
I don't know if Tori's in here or not.
Tori, would you like to get in on the quiz? So if once Tori says yes or no, if he says no, we'll go ahead and run it.
Tori said he'll hop on the next one.
Okay, then let's go ahead and run that quiz.
I'm just gonna mute myself so you don't hear the music.
All right.
Go.
And here we go, guys. Good luck. And if you get mad, Dallas made it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks. Yeah. Yeah, throw me under the bus. Well, just so you guys know, I put a lot of blood and sweat and tears in this quiz.
Oh, I forgot that one. I know. And Dallas does. He works really hard. These quizzes are not that easy. But like I said, they're a lot of fun when you can play them. A little bit different than Kahoots. And it gives everybody a chance to kind of get up there.
Yes, they are better than Cahoots, in my opinion.
And I seeing this pop up in a lot of the chats. I know like LBD does his, Mama J has done it. So it's one of those things where it's fun for the crowd.
Oh, we got someone. I heard a beep. I heard a beep.
All right.
Oh my goodness! Speak of the devil.
What's up, fellas? Give
It's
me
LBD. He must have heard of his name. He must have heard his name being spoken.
Did I? What was being said about me?
That
you used to love Dallas and then you changed teams and you only love Eric now.
No, that's not true.
Wait, what? You don't love me? What's up with that?
I love you both.
Ross, you don't like any of the quizzes I make.
Who, me?
No, Ross.
No, because it's not about Batman.
Yeah.
No.
Batman sucks.
I'm accommodating myself real quick so I can get closer to the computer. I've literally been moving boxes all day.
Oh, you got. Hey, Allie.
Hey, Allison, how are you?
Hey there, Allie.
Right now, we're right in the middle of we're going to play 3 of these quizzes. We have them all set up. This is just to kind of get it warmed up a little bit.
Yes.
How's things going, Allison, with the deer? Any more taking? She had some pictures with her and the deer the other day.
Yeah, she had the nice picture of the deer.
Cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the bad picture.
What's going on, Mama J, Allison, Tommy Garage, Quick Draw, got here. It's the only ones I can see right now. So if I missed you,
Allison said we have to transfer them.
LBD, how are you? That was a fun one.
Bad.
somebody was
job,
Man.
Dallas.
Dallas, do you want to?
Robert's in first place.
Let me get this off here. Dallas,
What were you asking me, bud?
do you want to send the link to Allison wants to hop on?
Yes. Allie, I can do that for you, my dear.
oh nice. She's probably gonna tell us more about the deer.
But
She's gonna be like, the
I'm
deer
going to
is
hear about the deer a little bit. And
Yes.
how you doing out there, Mama J? Tired? I know Mama J's been working a lot. She's probably been getting tired. Yeah, Matthew, it's all right. There'll be a couple more quizzes. You'll be all right.
I like you guys' thumbnails.
Right.
Though.
Hey,
Yeah, Ross.
which one?
Just the ones you guys
Which
be making.
thumbnail?
You guys got some good
yeah.
thumbnails.
Well, it's with my phone, I'm able to do that on my app. So, but sometimes it takes a while. You got to sit there and pinch it, and So sometimes I got time for it, and sometimes it's like you try to be like, oh, I'm just gonna throw it together. But the more you do
I
it,
got big fingers. I can't.
well, mine are like that too. But it's like, and speaking of which, by the way, LBD, since it is Father's Day weekend, the horrors of fathers, but we just wanted to say early happy day Father's Day to you.
Thank you, man. Same to you, brother.
Yeah. And so just kind of, since you're coming on, Just wanted to kind of ask,
Wait. Robert came in first, but
but Robert's not going on the wheel. Who was in second?
Robert's not going on the wheel. Let's see here. Let's see if I can look. Give me a second. I've got multiple tabs open.
Hey,
Uh,
Tat.
we'll see. Chat, do you want to put Robert on the wheel? Do
What's
you
up,
think
Tat?
Robert goes on the wheel?
I didn't know any of the. I had no. I was not part of making these questions. Just to be clear.
I was actually
Yeah,
backstage with Dallas when he was making the stuff, so I know
Yeah.
that for a fact that this is a brand new quiz.
yeah, and like I said, the hard part about it is when you do these, you're thinking about the questions, and then you got to go and get the picture, and then put it in there, and then you can base your questions around the picture. But it's a lot of work, and then you start thinking, okay, how many questions do I want to ask? By the time you get to like 15 questions, you're like tapped out. Let's go,
It's
Allie.
Allie. Okay. Quick
Hey,
question. Who is Milk Steak? Guys, we need to know who Milk Steak is. Because I need to know
Milk
whose name
steak
I
should
need.
be in the chat there somewhere. Hold on.
Milk Steak is the one that
Well,
came in second.
yes.
also,
Is it milk? Is it milkshake? Is it milkshake or milk?
Milk steak, like in it's
It's
always
Milk
sunny.
Steak.
It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
Who goes under that ID there? Milkshake. Milk. Say it again.
Milk
Milk
Steak.
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 Yeah, it's milk steak.
Okay. Anybody want to claim that? Is it quick?
No, it's not quick.
So who came in second place? That's what we want to know is who came in second. Because if you came in second, you get an opportunity to go on the wheel. So you get a chance to win a prize at the end of the month. So you want to claim it. Is it Badger Milk?
Maybe that
It could
one
be
just
Badger Milk.
should
Maybe
be
it was
coming
Badger
in on
Milk.
this.
Is that you, Quickie?
No. Quickie was Quickie Voorhees.
Oh, Quickie Voorhees.
also,
All right. Well, if
is your
somebody
phone plugged in?
what's that?
Making sure that she has her stuff plugged in today.
Oh, yeah. If they want to claim that, just go ahead. So, real quick here. So, Allison, you want to go ahead and tell us? Let's see here. What we got. Let's get this one thing out, the quiz out real quick.
There you go.
Got it. Perfect. All right. So, Allison, I know you've been dealing with school and everything. So, how's everything going? What's going on with the process, the deer? You want to talk about that?
It's going good. I mean, we had two spawns in. Um, we had. Oh, hi, I'm big. We got in a baby deer. It was like really tiny, but it wouldn't stand up. It kind of seemed like it was really shocked. Um, but yeah, we're getting a bunch of things in, like hawks and smaller birds. Um, but yeah, in my school we have like different stations. So we have like a mammal, a raptor, we have a songbird, so that's like all the smaller birds, and then we have the recovery and ICU, which is just like the animals that are kind of more, they're worse. They're in a worse state than the other ones, or they just got out of surgery and so they need to be watched over. But it's good.
Okay.
We had one deer die, which was kind of sad, but
Aw.
we did. Yeah, it was really sad, but it was cool.
Okay.
Learning things today. I got to be I got to be a part in my first surgery. I had to like watch the anesthesia I think that's how you say it, or and make sure that they're alive throughout the whole surgery. So it was really cool. But yeah,
Basically checking the levels.
yeah, make sure they're alive and breathing and all that. But yeah, I'm learning things every day, and it's a lot of fun. Just long hours.
Okay. So let's as a question here to you, Allison,
There's no steak.
are you a horror type fan where, I mean, are you familiar with some of the movies, the genres? So our theme this week is fathers in horror. So it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. Is there a film that kind of stood out to you where the dad was really, really, the bad guy, or maybe the good guy that you just kind of remember?
So I don't remember the name because I used to have this whole like, and I'm pretty sure it messed me up a little bit because now I'm really, I'm sorry, my boyfriend, he's doing stuff, but I used to go through this kick that I would watch horror religiously, and then I kind of like stopped. Okay. He's got Tourette's, but it kind of messed me up, so I can't really watch any now. But I remember this one movie. He's playing Call of Duty.
Oh,
You can tell. You can tell.
But there was this one movie, and it was on Netflix, and I don't remember, but it was one of those like trashy movies. Okay.
I have a
World
friend
tour.
like that.
But there was this one movie, and it was called The Haunting of Something.
A Haunting of
And
Connecticut.
the dad. No, I forgot what it was called.
The Haunting of Emily Rose.
No, it was one. It was like a house, but
Okay.
it was really bad, like a really bad movie. And this dad in the movie got like insane more throughout like the movie, and it was really funny because there's like this one scene. It's like a montage of the family just in this like study room, and he's going everywhere around the room just yelling. And then because he was in the military, so at one point he'll go like this, and then the next montage is him like yelling at them, and they're in the corner. It was like the funniest thing, but that's the only thing I can come to mind. And then he like got worse and worse, and I think he like killed everyone. But yeah, I'm more of a like paranormal person. Like I'm not a big fan of like the killing movies and the gory. I'm more of like paranormal.
So
Let me
you like
guess.
you like
You
the
like paranormal-
thriller and the suspense, right?
Yeah.
The little psychological horror.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a message for you here, Allison. I don't know if you can see it.
No, I'm on my phone.
It says, "Don't forget your charger."
Oh, my phone's at 3%, so I should probably.
I was just saying that. Did you charge your phone? This is the first thing I asked you.
So we have so like I said, one of the things that we're discussing right now is just basically the fathers of horror. You have the good, the bad, and the ugly. There's a lot of horror films where the fathers come through and they save the family. They're the good ones. But then we also have the ones where they start out good and they take a little trip, a little journey, and then somehow, some way, they become bad along the way. So that guy happens to be Mr. Jack Torrance. We're talking about the movie The Shining. So LBD, I know you've dealt with some horror from time to time. You're not a huge horror fan, but do you remember The Shining? Was that a movie that you got a chance to,
Oddly
see?
enough, the only thing I know about The Shining is probably the things I've seen in other movies. I've never seen the actual Shining.
Okay.
Well, that's your homework for this weekend.
Oh, dude, I've
Yes,
got homework.
watch The
I
Shining.
have you watched it, Allison?
I watched it and I read the book, so
Okay.
Oh, so she's topped you.
I'm
So-
a big Stephen King fan. So
Have you watched the second one? The basically the continuation.
No, not yet. I think I haven't watched or read The Shining since high school, so it's been a while. So I probably need to like review it and then go back to it. But it's a good movie.
What do you guys know the name of the sequel? I can't remember what it is.
Called
I think
Doctor
it's
Sleep.
Mr.
No, Doctor
What's
Sleep.
Mr. What's Mr. Mercedes then?
That's another book of his. Not tied to The Shining at all.
Oh, it's just like a separate.
Yeah, that was a
Um,
book that Stephen King wrote when he was doing cocaine.
Didn't he hate? Didn't he hate the movie?
Yes, because Stanley Kubrick is. I'm not going to finish because that's trivia on the quiz, and I'm
Okay,
not giving you guys the answer because that's cheating.
well,
now,
I didn't know. I was told he
Robert,
was
did you
doing
get
the
a
quiz.
chance? Robert, did you get a chance to see Doctor Sleep?
I did see it on. Actually, I watched it during quarantine. So I watched it on online, not in a theater though.
Well, we have so kind of mainstream is saying that Doctor Sleep is better. Now, without giving anything away, comparing the two, would you consider, the second one different, to where it is better, or
It is
No,
different. I won't say it's better.
it's not better.
I won't say it's better. I like the original. The original's always to me like sacred. You can't really mess with it. But I could see the idea of what they were trying to do in reference to that film. But it's mostly a reference to the book. It's more of a sequel to the book than it is the actual movie. However, there's a lot of references that you'll catch that have connections to the movie itself.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
is the second movie directed by the same person?
I
No,
don't
Stanley
No.
Kubrick passed away
Um,
10 years ago, maybe a little bit
it
longer
is
than
it
that.
because I think what made The Shining a good movie was also the way they edited the movie. You know what I mean? They
Well,
made the movie very eerie
that
and
movie, well, that's another question on the quiz, but I'll let you guys know. The Shining was originally supposed to be longer than it was, the movie. He cut out a lot of that movie.
yeah.
interesting.
And there's certain things about the book that he changed for the movie.
Hi, Mitch. I'm
Well,
sorry.
Hey
but
I can't
Mitch.
really look at comments, by the way. So, because
well,
I'm on my
well,
phone. So,
back in those days, it wasn't really like longer movies wasn't a huge thing as they are now today. I mean, 2 hour run times is nothing today. So you really didn't see. They always wanted to kind of cut some of the film out, and in some films, some of the best pieces might have been cut out. Um, but one of the things that we wanted to kind of dive into, Robert, is the psychological side of that film, where they're starting out as a family, coming to the lodge, and everything seems to be going pretty good, pretty good. But then all of a sudden, they find themselves kind of like holed up by themselves. So it's kind of that quarantine situation. They, isolation. So what's the thought process that kind of takes place in that? Like,
All right.
how's that attacking him?
So we're getting deep. We're going to go deep into this, right? Because this is something that I know people will probably be able to relate their own stories to. So psychologically, and I've been looking at this all week and waiting to talk about this, but with Jack Torrance, I mean that you got to think to yourself, we're all kind of experienced that during the last 3 months with the whole lockdown and pandemic, what that happened, but definitely isolationism, the being together, getting stirred crazy, switching from everything being normal and okay, any ordinary person, to then suddenly everything changes and goes to crap, essentially. So with for those who aren't necessarily familiar with the story, we know that we find Jack Torrance. He's a writer, and he's trying to find this kind of getaway by going to this Overlook hotel where he's going to basically watch it during the off season, and that's going to be his quiet time to reflect, use time for his writing as well. So he's got that creative writer personality, that style of that side of him, but that creativity suddenly starts to get blocked when he's here and he's isolated for so long, and he starts to change. So, you have that. I forget what the quote is in the beginning, but he's basically I think it was a couple of weeks of isolation with the worst that can go wrong. All right, and I'm pretty sure
Right.
all of us can now think about a lot of things can go wrong. But the idea of being alone with one's own thoughts, having the writer's block that he gets, and then suddenly all the paranormal that starts to happen at the hotel throws him into madness. And then just being around the same people, being around his family, and then literally attempting to try to, to kill his family. You know, that is all. We can look at that and see how symbolic and relatable that is today. So, I mean, you look at someone like Jack Torrance, and then think to yourself, well, what made it? What was the trigger? What was the thing? You had the alcoholism, all right? He was recovering, if I'm not mistaken, he was recovering from alcohol. Now, refresh my memory. And by the way, I'm Robert Ali, right? Is everyone's calling you?
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
so it's been a while since I've been from the book, but I'm pretty sure in the book it gets more into detail that he's a recovering alcoholic.
Right.
He's
Yeah.
recovering.
I haven't read the book since like
Yeah, no, it's been a while
more
since I've
years.
read it as well.
It's been a while, but yeah, they did
No,
focus
he is.
on the drinking, because it kind of tied into the psychological effect in the book on whether this is just him being drunk and his brain is just losing it, or if the building itself is actually making this happen.
So it's
Well,
kind of like
also what they go into is the fact that I don't know if you guys all noticed whenever Danny Shining is like affecting him, he makes that like shocked face. Jack does that too. So everyone wonders like, did Jack have the Shining all along? Because how did Danny get it, but like his mom never has it? Is it something that he inherited from Jack? So that
so would
goes
you
more.
say then that's a point where like the paranormal that's going on through that building is taking advantage, as like Zombie has talked about. He says the paranormal took advantage of his weakness. So is it something where you have that paranormal is kind of coinciding with just him losing it, his bout with alcohol, all of that.
Yes.
I mean, yeah, basically flipping back, regressing back to that alcoholism and the craziness, especially when he's sitting at the bar and he's having that conversation with what we assume is like some sort of paranormal figure that he keeps seeing. So psychologically, you have him going slightly inside the two sides, the two sides to everyone. We have our the side that we put out there, and then our subconscious stuff that we don't even know is there. All right, that dark side of us, and I see it as perhaps abuse that may have happened to him when he was younger. Maybe an alcoholic father, maybe an abusive family that made him grow up to become the person that he did. Maybe he was able to repress it by writing, and his creativity was such that I'm going to create a world to get away from the real world of abuse I was living. But then suddenly, it's the bottle is what brings him back. Drinking is what brings him back to that mental state.
Is that the impression you get from the beginning in that movie, that he could be abusive? When you see the things that are going on with Danny, how he's talking to his friend, that he's made up, his escape. It didn't really allude to a whole lot. Like, obviously it didn't show the abusive side of that until it got to that turning point. Um, but what did the book touch on? With his abuse.
Well, in the book, they talk about more of like how there was an incident before they come to the hotel, and Jack was drinking, and that drinking caused Jack to hurt Danny. Remember, because Jack used to be a teacher
He
before
dislocates his arm or
he took the
something.
job. Yeah, he dislocated his arm, and that caused Jack to finally stop drinking. Remember, because they talk about it in the movie. Wendy does that. Oh, Jack stopped drinking 6 months ago. So after the incident happened,
So
so
There was a documentary. Fox is saying there was a documentary, Room 237.
Yep.
Anybody get a chance to see that by chance?
Yes, it's good.
Any?
I haven't seen it.
It's okay now.
Okay. Well, hey, Chris, how are you, Christina? Let's see.
Anyone else hearing feedback?
I'm
Yeah.
hearing. Yeah.
A little bit.
Here, let
Amy.
me.
Kind of
Let me.
mainstream. Yeah,
Is it kind of mainstream?
Stephanie over there. I think
All
it's
right. So like I said, so before he, starts getting to the hotel, and they got the happy-go-lucky thing going, and then all work, no play makes Jack a dull boy. He's sitting there typing away, and the director of that movie, he actually typed out all of those pages himself. Like that was something that he actually did, all 500 words or whatever. Um, have any of you guys ever been in isolated? And I know we've done the quarantine thing, but I'm saying is like far away, like camping, and maybe you had to be there a little bit longer, and you kind of found yourself in a situation where you really just couldn't get out. Anybody have anything that they'd like to share? Like anything, snow wise, avalanches, stucks? I don't know. No.
Um,
Well,
one time I went camping and um we there was like this bathroom that you could use to go camping in, and I went in the middle of the night because I wanted to take a shower because it had like a shower attached to it. And the bolt, because it's so old, was rusted. And mind you, while I'm taking a shower, there are like a trillion spiders just looking at me the whole time. So the whole time I'm just kind of like doing my thing, not trying to touch any walls or anything. And then I go to leave, and there's spiders everywhere. And I couldn't get out of the bathroom, like at all. And no one was around me at all. Like I think everyone was asleep too.
By the way, your audio is not matching your video.
Yeah, I know. I think my thing's laggy, but
Okay, just make it
anyway. Yeah, I couldn't. Yeah, perv spiders. That's funny.
They have so many.
So I couldn't get out, and I was in the bathroom for a good hour, and I had to use my towel to pull the bolt back. So it was really scary.
Wow.
no.
Yeah, I've been stuck in a upstairs. We had an upstairs bathroom with no windows, and for some reason, when he got out of the shower, the steam somehow caused the door to wedge, and we couldn't get the door open, and nobody was home. So it's like it had to like be open from the outside, and I'm banging on the door. I'm banging everywhere, and the neighbor downstairs is thinking that I'm just like like what the hell are they doing up there? But I'm like I need help. Like I'm losing air. I'm panicking. So I definitely can see that as that experience right there. It's like just being trapped. I hated having that feeling. Um,
Yeah.
when you do get in a situation where you are trapped, or you are isolated, you know, in the movie, it allowed him to become something else. Then you have this spiritual type scenario that comes to play. You have the Grady twins, the old lady. So a lot of that starts to play into it. So I want to kind of dive into that a little bit, Robert. Panel, we'll kind of get into that. But real quick, before we do, let's go ahead and throw up our second quiz. And this is one that Dallas has worked very hard on. And how I got out of that box was actually the neighbor downstairs came up because they were kind of like the landlord type scenario. Came in with a key and heard because they heard me banging and banging and banging because at that time I was with my mom, but my mom was gone, And so, and I was just like banging on the floors and everything. So they didn't know what the hell was going on. So they were able to pry it open from the outside. But I was very claustrophobic. I don't know if some of you guys get claustrophobic or not, but just to be in a room where you know there's no windows, you just kind of like, oh,
Yeah,
Yeah, no, no, go
at,
ahead. I was going to say what I was in, there was no windows either, so I understand.
at our school, we have an elevator that's basically the same elevator since 1964. So
Huh.
time to time, it gets stuck and it kidnaps you. So if you wanted to go from the third floor down to the basement, and let's say I wanted to get off on the first, sometimes it'll just kidnap you and it'll just take you to another floor, or it'll stop in between floors and open up, and then all of a sudden there's nothing there, it's just a wall. So there's been a few times I've been stuck in it, and that can get you a little, like, usually I like, I try to be as calm and cool and collected as possible, but when scenarios when you don't have an escape, or you feel like you're losing air, that's a feeling that starts to really throw you off. It really is
because
a
you
very
don't know.
uncomfortable, unbelievable feeling.
You don't know if someone's going to come. Like if you're trapped in an elevator, like that's like whenever I go to like hotels or older hotels that you stay at, and they have those elevators that go from the top floor to the bottom floor, and it takes them a while to get started, and you feel like okay, like this hasn't gone yet, like what's going on, because like if that elevator shuts and the doors don't open, you feel like you're going to press that button and nobody's going to hear you, and it's
Yeah.
like how long are you going to be in there, and then of course they put everything up high, so it's like they don't give you a portable ladder in there, like there's not something you can climb up to get in the shaft, or so you just start panicking.
Mhm.
And I mean, that's like one of my fears of being in an elevator where nobody knows you're in there.
Right,
The
right.
phone's not working, the buzzer's not working. We went to the hospital one time. Went to the hospital, and I ended up taking the workers elevator. And you needed to put a code in. They use like a code, or they scan their card to get it to move. So it was me and the boys because we had gone to go see my mom, and we were in the elevator and it wasn't moving. And I was like starting to freak out, and I was like, what the hell? And then finally, somebody that worked there came and scanned it, and it opened up. And then they explained it to us that it was a worker's elevator. So I was like, oh, but I mean, that was the thing, I'm like, okay, I got to hold it together. I can't panic. I got my boys in here. I don't want them to panic. But at the same time, I was like, get me the hell out of here.
How do you feel about those gated old elevators that don't even have buttons? You had to
Oh,
manually do it with the lever.
One second, guys.
oh yeah. Because I mean, you don't know, like, is that elevator ready to break? Is it about time? I mean, like, I don't know. There's just some things that,
Well, those elevators were normally freight elevators where they were bringing up and down big equipment. So you would think those were
Yep.
more heavy duty than most.
yes, absolutely.
Still
Hey
scary as
guys,
shit, though.
Okay, so we have joinmyquiz.com. Right now it's 8:34, so we'll see who else needs to be in there.
I think,
Um,
by the way, that the milk steak person responded earlier.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
posted
yeah,
it.
I got it written. I got it written down.
hey guys,
Giancarlo Restuyo. What's up?
Hey, Allison.
you see on the list of names, do you see that red name where it's like highlighted in
Yes.
red? What does it say?
Yes. It says unsafe name
That's me.
because
I
if
put
you
poop.
yeah. So if
if you
you put
put
in
something
some kind of
like
name, they change it, don't they? Don't they like change it?
Yeah, it's because
yeah,
most of these are used in schools. There's a safety feature that anything that's considered inappropriate or innuendo, they'll change it for you.
I
I,
put poop.
yeah,
How's that inappropriate?
What was it?
Poop?
Yeah, and it'll do anything. That's
no, somebody's Allison's
yeah.
fires.
Alice.
I had to put in the number, so I'm the 626045. I don't know why. So I didn't get to put a name.
You put the
That's all
numbers
right.
in. You put the numbers in because when you click on the link, you don't have to use the numbers.
I know. I get all kind of still trying to figure it out.
That's I
But
think.
so while we're waiting, we still waiting a little bit, real quick. LBD, why don't you kind of just give us a little breakdown about Sunday? Seen some advertisement on Sunday. I haven't really got a chance to read that. Can you kind of explain a little bit about it?
Well, actually, it's just some old friends of mine that well, all of us are fathers, and we decided to, since I had the girls on last week, to have some of the guys on for Father's Day. We're gonna be having a couple of drinks and talking about some stuff from the past. And one of them is actually he's in training to be a wrestler, and he's actually an army vet too at the same time. So there's a couple topics to touch on there,
So
and
when
like the same way that, huh?
I was going to say, when you say wrestler, are you talking about like training for like a pro type wrestler type scenario?
Yeah, like pro entertainment wrestling. Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, I'll have some clips of that. Like he's done some moves and some matches and stuff. So I'll have some clips of that stuff on there. Like you'll find out some more interesting stuff about me that you probably wouldn't find out otherwise unless you talk to that guy up there, Macho, or to them. So they're probably the people who know me the most.
Some of
Because
your guys' names on here. Gary's mom equals
Oh, but
MILF.
MILF is acceptable, but not poop? Wow.
Yes.
that's funny.
Yes. Because you know
Okay.
why, Allison?
So you'll see me a little bit more intoxicated than usual. I've only drank a couple times on stream.
Nice.
It should be an
Well,
interesting
we
night.
should change that.
Well, no, I don't
We
mind
should
drinking.
change.
I can drink pretty well, so it's hard to get me going like really far.
We can all drink pretty well.
uh,
Well,
Not I. It's been like 3 years. If I took a sip, I would be like,
You'd be drunk off of one sip.
I can go a few months without drinking and still go back at it.
Yeah. Same. Same.
But I don't drink as often as I
Samesies.
used to. I've actually fell asleep on this guy on Macho's porch a couple times when we used to be in the old neighborhood.
so
Well,
real
I
quick,
live
one
right
one
next
of the
door.
things one of the things for me, for I don't really drink, but back in the day I did, and we had a company gathering. They actually flew us out to Minnesota because that's where the company is. So I went from California to Minnesota. They had a huge shindig, and alcohol, everything. Well, I obviously drank a little bit too much, and my boss was doing a speech, and I went up and grabbed the microphone and I started singing old time rock and roll. So, but my boss, he was a great guy, so he definitely had a lot of fun with it at the next roundtable meeting. But that was one of the things that I remember. I was definitely praying to the porcelain gods, throughout the night, and they never let me live that down. So I had a lot of
I bet.
fun with that, but you know, so alcohol for some reason I kind of took a different turn on that and just said, you know what, like maybe it's not something I need to do.
Yeah.
So
I, I don't think I can say I've ever been ashamed of anything I've done while intoxicated that I can remember at least. That's the part. I will say this: out of all the times I ever drank, I probably only puked twice, and one was because it was wine, and I don't really drink wine, and the other one was I got really wasted on an empty stomach. I was basically puking green at that point.
well, wine's kind of like an
that's not true.
acquired taste, right? Allison, are you a wine drinker?
No, I don't
No.
drink anymore, but when I did, I was spiced rum.
Spiced rum. Okay.
Mhm.
Really good. I like.
Okay.
All right, so it's 8:40, so we're gonna go ahead. If everybody's had a chance, we're gonna go ahead and start this quiz here and get that going.
No.
Good luck, everybody. Once again, the winners, will go on the wheel. At the end of the month, we'll be giving something away.
Does someone have YouTube on?
Oh, you know what? Maybe because of this right here. Let me take that out and see if that helps.
Oh boy.
I didn't have the
Slacking.
stream on.
Yeah, I'm doing terrible.
Funko Pops. Quickie Kruger. Oh, darn it.
Oh yeah, I actually do remember that.
I tried to make this quiz as interesting as I could for you guys. Let's see, we got Quickie Kruger in first. We got Totally Mitch in second. We got Fenway in third. Shower Spider in fourth. We got Fight Milk Qua in fifth. We got Yu in sixth. Fight Quick. Fight Milk. Oh, nope, Totally Mitch in back in first.
He said Eric. Eric was.
Totally Mitchin's back in first. Fight Milk is in second. Quickie Kruger is in third. It's in second, tied in second. Yeah, tied in second place. Spider Sour words. Shower Spider. Oh, Shower Spider jumped up to second there. Oh, no, Quickie Kruger back in second.
LBD.
Okay.
That's funny.
What I miss.
Nobody's like, what?
I think my name was probably involved in one of the quizzes. I don't know, and I probably passed it and didn't notice.
I'm beating you, LBD.
Oh, I'm terrible at this. You've read the book. I've never done either or the movie.
I know, but some of these are based
But I-
on the film.
Yeah, I haven't seen either. I haven't done either.
Oh, I don't remember.
Shower Spider. Shower Spider's in first. Shower Spider wants that first place spot.
I'm like in 14th place.
Cats is in 14th.
I'm
You're
in ninth.
13th.
Whatever, I'm beating Fox.
Elsa Unsafe Name is in 9th. Shower Spider keeping that first place spot right now.
I like the little memes that they put after a question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see if Shower Spider's going to keep that first place spot.
Oh my god. I got somebody in my house right now who's loud as fuck for no reason.
Damn it.
I completely guessed that.
Damn. I think I got ninth place.
Let's see. Unsafe Name. She's at 10th right now.
I'm probably gonna end up like in.
You're in 13th right now, OBD.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna be lower than that by the end of the game.
I don't know. I mean,
Well, you might do good on the next one. The next one's not going to be like, it's kind of sporadic. It's
the
fathers,
next one,
fathers
the
in
next one
Hollywood.
Eric made. Yeah, the next one Eric made. So if you bet on that one, blame Eric.
It's gonna be fathers in Hollywood. It's not going to be like geared towards like, one particular thing.
Well, I don't really care for actors or their names for most part. So somebody who might do good on that is this guy up there. He's pretty good. And you used to curse at the screen too when you were playing Halo.
Yep. Oh, and we're gonna be. Looks like we might
So
be done. Yep, we're done. Shower Spider took that first place spot. Shower
well,
Spider, who are you? Let us know in the chat.
Who came in?
Shower Spider.
Who that? Oh, Miss
Yeah.
Pepper!
Is that kind of mainstream?
I don't know, but Shower Spider. Hey, wait! I saw a kitten. Where'd it go?
hold on.
She left.
Well, that kitty needs to come back. All the kitties.
Dipped out.
Okay.
She's
So
a dipper. Shower
And we have
Spider.
another one too.
so
Shower
if you
Spider. Let us know who you are.
so if you'd like to go on the wheel, we will be giving away prizes. If you'd like to go on the wheel, let us know.
Black
This is
Cop.
Salem. Say hi,
What's his name?
Salem.
Salem.
Still not a famous chicken.
Wait,
I
wasn't
don't know.
Salem
Again.
wasn't Salem the teenage witch, the Sabrina
Yes.
the teenage witch? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
That's why I named her.
That's my little one.
That's good.
Kind of
a good one.
mainstream. Kind of mainstream. That's Shower Spider.
Yeah, that's what I kind of thought. So kind of mainstream. We're going to go ahead and put you on the wheel. At the end of the month, we're going to spin the wheel, and then the winner will be receiving a prize. We are going to reveal that at the next show. Who came in second?
That would have been Toy.
Tori?
Toy. Unuseful unboxing.
Okay, good. You can put Tori on there as well.
All right.
Look at what Matthew says.
Dallas, stop making evil quizzes that I don't even know shit on. Well, you know what, Toy? I'll do what I want because it's my quiz and it's my stream.
That's not Tori. That's
Not
Matthew.
Tori. It's Matthew.
Matthew, whatever. You know me.
Jackass. What do you mean? Whatever? They're two different people.
There's too many people.
Okay.
Two different people.
So let's kind of, Robert, take us into, we're at that halfway point. He's all work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. All these things are just piling up. You obviously have, what's going on in the hotel, things that have happened in the past from the hotel. So all of these factors are starting to come to fruition, front and center. So what's going on there?
So basically, throughout the movie, it's really when they're getting the tour of of the hotel itself. When they get to the maze, I think that's a critical moment. Mainly because it shows you get to see Jack's mental instability. Because it starts to really become really evident in that scene because as he's looking at that maze is almost representative of his own mental state of how complicated things are. And as he starts to in his mind, hallucinate and see these weird things that he's seeing at the Overlook Hotel, he tries to make sense of it and he can't make sense of it. And that starts to drive him insane and crazy. And his way of kind of leading into understanding is more by, you know what, I guess I will just give in to the demons and give in to the hallucinations. And he goes crazy and then attacks, his family in order to try to make it make sense. So the isolation itself and the craziness that he is dealing with, just he's into his work. He's, first of all, he's got a creative mind. People that have creative minds, that tends to, maybe he gets a little over obsessive of his work, which leads to the abuse of Danny when Danny accidentally knocks all the pages out of whack. The family has that tenuous relationship afterwards, even though he tries to remain sober after he lashes out.
So all I gotta say is spoiler alert because I haven't seen none of the
That's true.
movie.
Yeah, sorry for that.
Well,
But really, that
that's a
maze,
movie you should have seen.
that maze becomes very symbolic of his mind, and then obviously we know by the end of it what happens and where he is when it happens. It's in that maze. It's in that web of trying to figure out what the heck is going on, trying to figure out what's around every corner, and then seeing him just kind of slowly, you know, digress into this
So
in this
now
maniac.
to touch on that a little bit. So Allison, you dived in with the book a little bit. Is when you look at the movie and you look at the book, did they go in different directions on the psychological buildup with him? That he seeing a lot of stuff that was supernatural, or was it the psychological sense pulling him in? Of being trapped in that complex, the hotel. What did you see from the book side to the movie side, like the differences between that?
Well, from what I can remember, um, I think the book went a little more paranormal in a way.
It did.
But
It
the
did.
thing is, when you're reading the book, you're reading how he's thinking. You're reading what's actually going on in his mind, unlike in the movie where you're just kind of making assumptions. So in the book, you really understand what's actually going through his mind, what he's thinking at all moments of the day, what's really going on. So,
Yeah. And then
that,
also in the book, go ahead, Allison.
no, go ahead.
Also in the book, Wendy's character is completely different in the book. Wendy's character is not like that in the book. Wendy's character in the book is an athletic blonde that doesn't put up with shit. So she would have left. Realistically, that kind of character would have left with Danny right away. They wouldn't
Right.
have stuck it out through the whole ordeal.
Right, but then we don't. I mean, obviously, we don't get the movie that we get in regards. They obviously have to change it up, but
Yeah,
so now he becomes at that point where he's crossed over. I mean, he's no longer the nice guy coming in with a family. He's going through where he wants to slaughter them. He wants to get an opportunity to go after them. So what is that driving point, Robert? Like, I mean, how did that like get him to that point? Like, where he couldn't come back, where he couldn't say, okay, I need a break. I need to, I'm losing my mind. I need to change it in a different direction. Instead, he just completely dove off.
right.
You're muted.
Oh, no. It's the same way that people are. Thank you. Are that get involved too much into their work, and the fact that he wanted that isolation, that quietness. Here you have someone that finally just is trying to have this quiet time, but he keeps having this mental block, and then eventually, when he starts to see all these weird things and trying to make sense of it, and he can't make sense of it, he just gives in. He goes all in, basically, the same way that he would have went all in on that writing of that book that he was writing. Instead, you get him going all in on this, trying to make sense of what's happening, and again, giving into those demons, going back into the alcoholism, going back into um, that side that he was trying to hide and trying not to have, of course, go in. And there he is. So when you see as he starts to go crazy, right, he almost becomes like, uh, kind of in a way, it's like that whatever story he was writing, he becomes these characters, becomes that character, goes insane, and starts to talk weird, see things, and attack his family.
Yeah.
So you get that whole like schizophrenic mindset. That's what it was, really like schizophrenia in a way. The two sides of someone. There was a side that he was that that came out that you see early in the film that he tries to repress, and then it comes out again. and then there's no going back. And again, it's just that being away from everything, not having really anyone there to be supportive, even though he was with his family, there was tension. Things weren't the same. Danny was still kind of afraid of him. Wendy was still like not happy with him with what had happened. So you get that whole, um, of the abuse that comes out, and obviously the verbal abuse that he also does. That famous scene as he's holding the bat, going after Wendy. Like, I'm gonna bash your effing, head in.
Okay, so hold on that real quick. We're going to continue, but what I want to shift gear a little bit. First, we'll say, "Hey, Mitch, how are you?"
What's going on, guys? How y'all doing?
Yeah.
So, Mitch, was The Shining something that you remember, that you watched, that you've seen, how it might have affected you back in the day? Like, was
I
it a
mean,
movie? I mean, was it
yeah,
a
I mean,
movie?
go ahead, Eric.
I was just gonna say, like for example, when it first came out in the theaters and they show the trailer, the preview, like the music. You know how all of a sudden, like you're watching TV and then you hear that music. You know what I mean? That ominous music, and it just kind of grabs you, and then you're like, okay, like that's the trailer. Like this is The Shining. Like, do you remember, that back in the day, like how it affected you? I mean,
I
I
mean,
remember me as a kid. For example, I was a kid, and I remember that coming on. My mom had gone to the liquor store. I was like probably about 8 or 9. I was in the house. That came on and scared the hell out of me. I ran outside to the front porch and waited for my mom to come back. So like I remember how that music, that whole setting, like kind of did that to me. So my question to you was back, when you first came across The Shining, how it affected you as Mitch.
yeah, I mean, I watched it years ago. It's been a while since I've watched that movie, but I mean, I still remember it a lot, most of it. I mean, since I hadn't seen it in years, but no, man, it was just a freaky movie. I mean, just with the twins and the blood bath and just how freaky it was I remember
And
that aspect of it. I mean, I don't know.
the
So I
room.
I
Can't go away.
apparently have two movies that I have to watch, I guess, which is The Shining and Tombstone. I still haven't seen Tombstone.
You
Oh
need to
wow.
watch
Get out.
The Devil
Get out.
Inside. Watch The
Oh
Devil
my
Inside.
God. If everybody could throw eggs and tomatoes and stuff at you right now. So,
Seriously, I've been on him forever about Tombstone. I'm
oh
like,
my
really?
God, LBD. You're
Have you
gonna
not seen that movie? It's like my favorite movie ever. Period.
right.
Hands down, done.
I'm right here with Mitch. It's definitely right in my top 5. So you're gonna have to watch that.
Shame. Shame.
So
Dang.
right there,
Dang.
LBD.
Hey, be careful what you wish for, okay?
I will ask you this, so LBD, you do have a background with the music, okay? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know if you had a chance to hear like some of the soundtrack or some of the music from The Shining, but it did play an important part, throughout the film. How do you remember any bits and pieces of the music?
I've only heard like one small part of the music, but I can tell that it definitely has an impact. Well, any film that doesn't have a great soundtrack, whether it be some small sound like Jaws, like simple sounds like that, it can make or break a movie. Sound is as important as what you're filming.
So what, Robert, what would you say then? Like, okay, from the opening scene, and I'm not gonna, for you, LBD, but that opening scene, how the music just kind of plays it.
Or the organ, and I can hear this song in my head right now. But obviously,
I think that's the only part I
you
know.
get that aerial shot with the organ music. If that, that aerial shot, which I believe they even use it in another film, that same footage, but the music, the organ, that just the way that it plays makes you feel uncomfortable. You get that, I want to play it, but I don't know if that'll affect the YouTube stream or anything, but if you
Um,
hear it, yeah, I don't want to risk it. But if you hear it on on YouTube, but just that eeriness of the organ and the dong 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 dong, and that long trip of where you see that you're outside, but then again you're trying to make sense of where the heck you're going, and then you get the look of the Overlook Hotel. It really establishes the mood of the whole story.
I
So
can tell
you
you,
could say it was
It's not,
foreshadowing, a little bit of foreshadowing.
it's
You
supposed to
know,
make you feel uncomfortable too, and that was Kubrick. Kubrick really
that
wanted to try to make you feel that, and Stanley Kubrick's approach to movies and any of the cast interviews, especially for Shelley Duvall, what she went through for that movie, but just trying to get the exact feel that he wanted in that movie, especially going back to the music, and just again that uneasiness of the soundtrack itself. You play that, it's I would say it's just as famous as some of the other famous horror film themes, uh,
Yeah.
sound themes.
so so guys, so that what you guys are talking about, that when that sound specifically is the one I specifically remember because it's what they use in Ready Player One because they go into the hotel.
yeah, yeah.
It's
I
a
haven't seen that. I
synthesizer
haven't
that
seen that movie. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys know. I mean, you know what a synthesizer is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
So
John Carpenter uses it for the
yeah.
Halloween theme.
So for what's interesting about the music too, and this is the composer's name is escaping right now, but the composer um, uses the synthesizer to create the illusion of an organ playing. So in a sense, it's almost like one instrument imitating another, and it's having this other, like, the music itself has two personalities. The same way that later on we start to see Torrance have itself. So it's an interesting thing that they do with the movie itself. So I don't know if that maybe that's a stretch, but I think it's done intentionally because, like again, I said Kubrick was that detailed in terms of the music itself. But when
I'll
you
be right
have
back, guys.
trying to be another, and then or there's like something different. It's not necessarily the organ that we would think that you would hear at a church. It's like a different type, and it's played through. It's meant to sound like an organ through a synthesizer, which has that false perception that makes you feel uneasy, and we see that in Jack Torrance throughout the film. We start to
Well,
see all like, oh wow.
do you see what Fox says?
Yeah,
No.
I did. Hey, Eric, we also
Yes.
I go for the past probably 5 or 6 years, we've gone down to Orlando for the Halloween Horror Nights at Universal Studios. And 2 years ago, they actually had a Shining haunted house,
Oh wow.
which was phenomenal. I mean, in one part of it, they basically, in one part of the house, they literally turned down the. Why am I big?
It's just
They-
something I
they-
do with it's a little
they,
fun.
they literally turn down the temperature in the room, and then they have this fake snow falling down. But it was like real snow, like it would melt on your nose and stuff.
oh, it's
Yeah.
I mean, so for the scene where he's out in the snow and all that stuff, and one part you come up on him in the snow.
Oh,
You know
nice.
how he's. So I mean, they go over and above on the haunted houses down there. We go every year just because of that. We always schedule the trip for October so we can go to Halloween Horror Nights,
Wow.
and so much fun.
by the way, Mitch,
Yes, sir.
your buddy over there who lost charge. She had her phone on charge and her computer apparently, and it's like the first time we
I
talked.
know. I know. I've tried. I've tried. Like, plug it in. Zach, fix the plug. Plug it in.
That's
So now we get to the point, okay, where now he's seeing everything in the hotel, like the twins, the Grady twins, everything that starts unfolding. Okay, So is that where's that coming from? Is that something that does play out to be the supernatural? Is it something as a figment of his imagination from, everything that's going on? How do you see like all the scenes that have played out with him, like, the lady in the bathroom, and whatnot? How would you look at that?
I
Well, go ahead. Whoever was going to talk.
I would say it goes back to the Freud, like if looking at it from a Freudian approach of the idea of symbolism of everything that was suppressed in his subconscious, in Jack Torrance's subconscious. So looking at the kids, if you look at the representation of the kids, even though Danny sees it, we can argue that this is debatable, but we can argue that the Shining, that connection that he has, you know, either telepathically or paranormal, whatever it is, um, one can say, as mentioned earlier, that Jack may have had it as well, or that he had some sort of sense to it. And so those girls could have represented, you know, we the abuse that he gave on Danny, and then the woman that he sees was this beautiful woman, but then turns into, you know, this old hag creature looking like thing, zombie woman, was a sexual fantasy. So there's a lot of like, you know, Freud theories that you could put in, you know, looking at it from a psychodynamic or psychoanalytic approach and trying to make sense of why he was thinking and hallucinating these things. Was it sexual repression? Was it this sexual fantasy? Was it this fantasy of killing his kids, but that was embodied in the twins? So when he meets I guess it was the guy that's the bartender, and he also sees him again in the bathroom. That was the last person that killed his family.
That was
And
Grady. Grady.
yeah, yeah, Grady, and Grady ends up killing his family before. So there's that, you know, there's that parallel storyline that you're getting, but it's still that, you know, if he's hallucinating, why is this on his mind? How is it represented? It's in these just subtle images that we see. It's in Kubrick uses a lot of that subtle imagery that we see. Like you see one person, you see the you know, when Danny is on his big wheel and he turns and he sees the twins, and then all of a sudden you get that kind of, either, I don't want to say a jump cut, but what would be the right term? It's like a subtle, like you just, you know, suddenly it changes to a completely different scene, and then it's like it's gory, or it cuts to, you know, a lot of different shots that make you feel uneasy, or you see things that make no sense, that can only make sense in a dream, so in the mind. So you have that connection of Grady and what he did to his family starting to come out into Jack. And then you also connect the maze itself on its complexities of trying to figure out and make sense of everything.
Now, when you look at, okay, also with the Shining part, there was the older man, Scatman Crothers, that also appeared to have somewhat of the Shining. Now, is that something that could be passed along? Like, is it something maybe, Danny was, there was a shared connection, but is that something that, is handed down? I mean, debatable, from Danny to his dad, but he's also able to shift it in a different direction? Or is it just something, you know what I mean? Because he also saw something that Danny was seeing, in that movie. You saw parts of that. So, I mean, with The Shining, what are we talking about there?
That is, I guess, it. If anything, maybe as what they would call a quote unquote a gift that he got, that didn't necessarily not wasn't necessarily a gift for Jack, but Danny has to live with that. And in fact, in the sequel, that they have the Doctor Sleep, I would say yes. I believe it's genetic. It is passed down, but how they embrace it and how they use that power of the Shining really depends on how they handle that responsibility. So you get that sense of, Jack had it one way, and look what happened to him. Danny had it, and let's say it was going good up until they made Doctor Sleep, and he starts to follow in the same footsteps as his father. So it's the same thing. So if you when you watch Doctor Sleep, spoiler alert, you're gonna see this very similar scenes that Jack had in The Shining. So it's almost like a passing of the torch of this thing that is probably not used properly, not harnessed, the powers not harnessed properly. I forget the older man's name in The Shining, but he has it and he's communicating.
It was Dick Halloran.
Yeah, so he's having that connection, and he had it obviously, but he managed to, I guess, use it either for good or at least was able to not let it get the best of him the way that it did for Jack and then Danny in Doctor Sleep.
Hey, Geeky Mama, how are you? Hey,
Hey, Geeky Mom there.
Dallas. So let's take into the aspect of the book. Now, did that play into the role like with Dick Halloran, like the shining part of it? Did he have that also in the book? Was there anything different with Danny and the Shining that you can touch on that for some of us that might not have been able to read the book?
Well, in the book, spoiler alert, guys, Dick does have the Shining, and spoiler alert, guys, he doesn't die in the book. That way. Remember, there's these animals in the book that like come to life, and that's what kills Dick in the book.
Okay.
Yeah, and also in the book, Jack doesn't die that way like he does in the movie.
So
Too.
what? Basically, as The Shining continues to progress throughout the movie, Robert, what turn of events are now starting to build up here? The pot is boiling. Obviously he's reaching that overflow point. That climax moment. Where now is this something where he wants to kill his family? Is it something where he just has no control anymore? What are we talking about here? Does he have an idea, or is it
I would
totally just out there?
I would say that he loses control over his mental stability. He becomes a paranoid schizophrenic essentially, and that paranoia starts to build because even when he meets, and it was, I couldn't remember the name, it was Lloyd, was the name of the bartender that he talks to, and he says, "Oh, I give my soul or something to have a drink."
Oh yeah.
Right? But again, he has not drank since he hurt Danny. But it isn't until he has that drink then all of a sudden he starts to do it again. So it's the idea of constantly being paranoid. Um, the irony of the fact that he thought that open space in this big hotel with just three of them was going to be a lot more freedom, when in fact it was the worst thing that could happen to him. It was more of a almost a free for all at this point, and so all these illusions that he starts to have, he starts to get paranoid. He starts to develop this mental well, it's this mental instability that drives him to murdering, to wanting to murder his family. So he, again, in his talks with some of the characters that he essentially hallucinates it, there's a lot of symbolism in that. When he says something, was it when he sees the ballroom dancers, he hears the music. It's almost like this tranquility and this quiet that he would have loved to have, but in reality, that's not what happened. It's
Okay.
chaos. It's quite the opposite.
So before we get more into that a little bit more, keep holding on to that. So Mitch, is there, like, we're talking about, fathers in horror. So we have the good, the bad, and the ugly. Is there any films that come to mind for you, where maybe either the dad was the hero or, the movie had the dad as the actual, really bad villain over the years that might have stood out for you? Obviously we're dealing with The Shining, but I mean, there's other ones that come to mind. Anything for you, Mitch?
Hmm. Not really. I'm trying to think.
No, and that's fine. I mean, if because like I said, it's fathers in horror. So you have the good, the bad, the ugly. Like for example, like Rosemary's Baby. Obviously, dealt with the devil as the overall bad person. You have movies that basically created like for example, like Poltergeist, we were talking about how the dad was able to kind of be the hero, but yet the mom played a larger role.
Yeah.
We had The Quiet Place, where the dad once again tried to do everything he could to protect the family. It was the mom who actually came through in the end. So movies in that general sense that you have the good, but you also have sometimes the good turns to the bad, and you have some that are just straight ugly from the beginning. You have there's a movie called The Stepfather, and people that have grown up, they have histories with, maybe their parents divorced, somebody comes in, doesn't really play the role that you would like to see as a father or a mother. I know for my situation, one time my mom was dating somebody. I vaguely remember it was the morning, and I went down to the kitchen to get something to eat. And I believe that I decided to get potato chips and peanut butter. And I remember him coming downstairs and being mad and seeing that and thumping me upside the head. So those are the things where, as a kid, you want nothing to do with, your so-called stepdad, someone coming in to replace your actual dad. But in the movies, they do have a tendency to take it a little bit farther. So I don't know if anybody's had an opportunity to see the stepfather. Or a movie that stands out. That's why we reach out to the chat. We will beckon the chat. Go ahead and chime anything that you can think of movie wise that stands out, whether it's the good, the bad, the ugly. Like I said, you had Rosemary's Baby. The Devil was the bad one, the ugly one. So anything else that you want to add? Anything LBD that you might remember? Like I said, I know you're not a huge horror guy, but still, there's probably at times you've come across films, whether it's late night TV or just friends talking.
Um,
Anything?
are we talking strictly horror? In the
Yeah.
horror?
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's some, like a thriller, a psychological thriller, maybe it might not be so necessarily gore. But I mean, you do have like, the movies like Henry, the serial killer. You have Eraserhead. But you also have your good ones where, for example, like in I'm going to think right off the bat of my head here, his name Lewis in Pet Cemetery. So obviously Gage was the kid was the bad one, but the father was the one that kind of went through the ordeal. So we're just kind of like looking at anything that you might want to throw in there, the good, the bad, the ugly, anything that comes to mind. Feel free, panel. Anybody that wants to chime in as something. Also, the chat, So Zombie talks about Amityville. I don't know if you remember Amityville Horror.
That's a good question. I don't remember too many fathers being. Yeah, it's so strange.
That was the one I was getting ready to bring up was Amityville.
Amityville.
It kind of consumed him, kind of like what Zombie was saying. Is he's exactly right? Where the father, the house, whatever, consumes him, and you know, ends up killing his family and everything else. I mean, it's a weird, that's a wild movie. So,
Yeah, I mean,
and then they
even
did a remake of it too.
Well, yeah, I mean, even back in the day, I mean, it was based a little bit off of a true story, with the Amityville. Don't know how much of it falls in that category because it only needs to be really 10% to be considered true. But it is based off of truth back in the, a story of
Yeah,
a
that's
family.
right.
So what we're going to do now is we do have that third quiz that we would like to be able to throw. Hello, Christina. How are you? Welcome.
Hey, Christina.
Matthew Callie, Zombie, Unuseful Unboxing. So we do have one more quiz that we'd like to challenge you guys a little bit. Now, this one's kind of based just on fathers of Hollywood. So it's not necessarily going to be, your horror. There may be a few things in there, but hey, just to see who can do well on this, we'll go from there. Um, so let me go ahead and we're going to pull that up real quick. So if anybody wants to say anything.
As you're doing that, I just wanted to make a final note on Torrance, and then I wanted to, if we're moving on to anyone else, I could talk on Guy Woodhouse, the father from Rosemary's Baby. So
Okay.
I guess we can do that part after the.
I think the only one that comes to mind for me was the father in 13 Ghosts. I think that's the only thing I can remember.
13 Ghosts, yeah.
That's the one that popped in my head.
With Jack, I think there was also, obviously, as I mentioned before, a lot of the, sexual frustration. The idea that he needed to be remember, he starts venting to the bartender Lloyd in his hallucination. He starts talking to her about his non-sex life, basically, with Wendy. He's talking about their marital problems. He had, no one else would necessarily listen to it. And then he has that conversation with, I believe, Wendy later on, where he starts to say, he starts to think that she's undermining him a lot. So he has that idea of having to be like, no, I have responsibilities. You're getting away of my responsibilities. I'm supposed to be the person that protects. So he starts to get this delusion of the fact that she is trying to be the dominant one, when in reality, it's he's just being paranoid here. So he has that whole situation of really questioning his own, I would say, manhood in this particular scene, and that's why he has these illusions. That's why the swinging of the famous scene of the swinging of the axe and her protecting herself, right? You get that whole, sexual repression that he has, letting out all that sexual frustration that he has in those scenes when he's attacking and he's threatening, and because this is his way of being macho in a way, if that makes any sense. It's just an interesting concept of him, either, you can say womanizing, you can say whatever, but in the end, it was just him trying to feel dominant.
And so LBD, Geeky Mama Bear, says that 13 Ghosts was the best cheesy horror movie ever.
Yeah,
and then,
it's probably the only one that ran consistently on TV for a while on like random channels.
Are you talking about the one from was it 90s or early 2000s, or the early 2000s, or the original by William
The one
Castle?
from early 2000s.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's that one.
and then of course, we also, when you look at, to have a Father's Day, fathers in horror, so you have the good, the bad, the ugly. In order to be a father, you have to have a child. So one of the things that we can also touch on is some of the children, whether it's, male or female, in Hollywood that was the evil, like Damien the Omen. You obviously have the Grady twins. You have the good son. You can also go back in the day, but there was a movie called The Bad Seed, that started that out. Where children basically were evil. You have the Children of the Corn, Malachi. So there's a lot of those areas to touch on, as well as, some of the children becoming the product of the parents. So we have the quiz here, joinmyquiz.com, and 027155 is the code. And we will be getting that going here in a few minutes, very shortly. So we hope everybody's doing well this evening on a Friday. We appreciate you guys being here, taking the time. Yeah, we talked about a little bit about Pet Cemetery with Gage being the kid, that evil kid. His dad, Lewis, having to go through that torment there. That's one of the things as a parent, having to be able to put your kid down. Like if a kid gets possessed. Another one that was possessed was from The Exorcist, Reagan. We all remember that movie. Now, LBD, have you had a chance to see that movie at all, The Exorcist?
I think I have. Yeah, I have seen it, but honestly, I do not remember the movie very well. I have seen it though.
So I think
No
one of
smoke.
these days, we're just all going to get in a van. We're going to go to LBD's house. We're going to stay up all night and just watch some scary movies and Tombstone, and make sure that we just drill it in with LBD.
We can make your head spin with all these movies, LBD.
Right. All puns intended. Yeah, the funny thing about The Exorcist, one of the first dates my mom and dad ever went on, they actually went and saw The Exorcist.
Oh wow!
And, I mean, that was back in the when it came out. So they got home from the movie, and apparently one of the horses had gotten out. So they were at night out in the dark trying to find a horse when they'd just gone and seen The Exorcist. So it's a bad situation. But no, I guess they got married. So
wow. So and I mean, do they both come from that type of background where they enjoy, horror films and, growing up with that?
Yeah. They both like the horror films and stuff. So,
well,
my
sometimes you get
really strange.
Sometimes you get one on the other side. Sorry, but sometimes you just get the husband likes it or the wife likes it. So it's kind of nice that both of them have that together.
Yeah, Dad was really into westerns too, so that was one of his big loves. And but yeah, Mom has real eclectic tastes. I mean, literally for one Mother's Day, she asked for me to buy her the box set of Ren and Stimpy and Beavis and Butthead. I was like,
Nice.
okay, I'll get those for you. So,
Mitch's hair product is one of the people playing.
I'll get on that right now. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, Westerns, I mean, that's one of the things, it's weird because me growing up, I have such a wide variety as well. A lot of influences from my dad, my mom, a lot of my family members. And I remember some of the Westerns, and that's one of the reasons why I also like Tombstone, LBD. It's not your typical Western, but it's just really enjoyable. But I don't know if you remember it all, Mitch, but The Sons of Katie Elder was always a movie that stood out to me, with John Wayne and, back in the day. And, and obviously, Clint Eastwood, you had some good, the good, the bad, the ugly, so there were some Westerns that definitely provided that influence. But no doubt, Tombstone is right there, as in my top 5. So,
and what was that one that he had, the Legend of Josie Wales, or the Clint Eastwood did? I think it's something like that. That was another good one.
And I mean, and that's the thing is, like, you look over the years, I mean, there's been a lot of decent Westerns type movies that have succeeded, So,
yeah.
I mean, I've always enjoyed, for whatever it is, I've always enjoyed them, So, I mean, because I know there's a few that are a little bit over the top, like you might get some of those foreign Westerns, that are a little bit different, where they start talking and then the words come a little bit later, it's like those old films. You're like, those late night, 2:00 in the morning films nobody really wants to watch.
Right.
All right. So what do we got here? We got everybody in. Everybody has an opportunity to get in there. Get in there. Zombie, you're out of the garage, so that's great. We got Zombie in there.
You're right.
Andrew.
So let's go ahead and here we go. Good luck, everybody. Oh yeah, Zombie said Young Guns. That's right. That's another one too.
Pure guess. Oops.
Ugh. Damn it.
I don't even know how I didn't know that one, but I got it right. Damn it.
Eric, do you want to show the board? I don't know, Eric. Do you want to show the board, Eric?
What do we want to do?
You gotta
Show
pull
the
it
board?
down.
Yeah.
You got Scoops, you got Wabosaurus Rex, Totally Mitchin, Mama Bear Knows Best, Quickie Torrance, Dallas Hop, Shower Spider Sun, W.
I got one wrong because I misread
Got to be
something.
on Useful Unboxing.
I got one wrong because they spelled it two different ways, and I was like,
Yeah,
Same
Hey,
here.
That's
Hey,
pretty
blame Eric.
Scoops.
Blame Eric. He made this quiz.
That's cheating, Eric.
That's right. You got to look.
Oh, we're done, right? So we can share the. Wait,
Let's
the
see here.
question on A Quiet Place. His the real
What's
name,
wrong?
character's name, or the actor's name?
It was
The actor.
It was the actor.
The actor's name, and it's not Jim Krasinski. His name is John Krasinski.
It's John.
That's what
Yeah.
threw me off. I
Let's
thought
see,
it was
wait.
like, but his name in the movie, I think, is Jim, isn't
Yeah,
it?
but his real name is
But it's-
John.
Yeah, but it's John Krasinski. Is the
Let's
real-
see. Let's review questions here.
Everybody throw tomatoes and eggs at Eric.
That's the
Here
only
we
one
go.
I got wrong.
Okay, so we got all right. Everybody got Justin Timberlake.
Yep.
All
That's-
right.
Everybody got Chris Hemsworth, of course.
You guys got so
Descending-
one. Someone didn't get that as Godzilla. All right.
I didn't get.
So you guys are able to get Ryan Gosling.
I got Ryan Gosling.
So we have Clark
Yes, Clark
Yeah.
Griswold.
as well. So
Scott.
here we have
Clint.
Scott and Clint. Some people said Scoot and Clint. All right. So I obviously have Jack and Danny. So Jack Nicholson, Danny, Jack and Torrance. So here we have who are these two? Michael and Kirk. So some people said Michael and Edward. All
I don't
right.
know how the hell Kirk Douglas is still alive. I don't know who this is.
Billionaire.
So these guys are in. This is Ed Harley from Pumpkinhead.
Oh wow. Well, they don't even
And-
focus on the kid that much, so it's like,
Well, but the kid died in the beginning. I mean, that became the focus for the dad.
well, shit.
So-
They put more focus on Pumpkinhead than they do the kid.
So here we have Captain Spaulding like the NBA basketball, but it was SBA.
Mhm.
Hey, what a you.
Yeah, that's the one I missed.
City.
Then we have
Shame.
who is this in the
Shame.
sun?
Gage.
Who hit? And so we
Gage.
You
said,
said it earlier, so that everyone should have got that one.
I got
who is this dad's real name? And so
It's
we had
John.
put
Yeah, I had put John because I was like, wait a minute, maybe it's a misspelling, but John, it would be John Krasinski.
Krasinski.
Yeah.
this one, this is that's what I went to go put was I
Yeah.
mixed the John and the Jim. So yeah, it is the John Krasinski. This must have been when I was doing this in Dallas. You came in at that time, like kind of threw me off a little bit.
Oh, don't
I
throw
did-
me under that. See, he's trying to throw me under the bus.
We're all under a little stress. And so, what horror movie series was he a part of? You guys got so he was with Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, and so, and this iconic dad. And you obviously got that all right. And who is this dad? And you guys said Brad Pitt. Very nice. Even with the sunglasses, you still were able to get it.
Homer, the dad who iconically choked his son.
So this one I wasn't sure if you guys would pick. I mean, because he's a little bit older and stuff. I was trying to find a picture where he didn't look as younger, but you guys picked it up. Joey, Jesse, Danny, or Gary. You got Danny. All right. And obviously we have Mr. Stuart Lee, or Stan Lee. You guys are all able to get that. And so there you go. All right. So not bad. Well,
Who is someone in the background talking? I keep hearing a voice.
really?
Yeah, somebody has like somebody sitting next to them.
Maybe it's we're
Is
seeing
it you?
Shining. Let's see.
Like somebody's commenting like in the background. It's weird.
So we have so Scoops came in, correct? First.
Yes. Yes.
All right. So we have Scoops, an unuseful unboxing, I believe, and Totally Mitch, and so Mitch, had you gotten that question right, it looks like, I mean, I don't know if you still would have been able to get in there. It looks like Scoops was on top of it. I mean, I don't know. But it's one of those things where we'll roll with it a little bit, and I'll tell you what. We'll take a look at that. So what I'm going to do is because because of that right there, you only look at the difference here. So Robert, you obviously are on the panel, but Mitch, usually is in the chat. He's usually coming through. So we'll go ahead and put.
Yeah, Scoops is Christina. Is Scoops.
Yeah, that's Christina.
So we're gonna have Christina's on the wheel.
Mhm.
Okay. And I mean, Christina got 100% all the way through, even with the one question. And then Tori, that's weird. So Robert, so he had actually 88%, but comes in second. And then you and Mitch are under at 94%. So how does that work?
It's
Because
because of how fast you answer.
the power ups have a
Yeah,
lot
it's
to
the
do.
power ups too.
If you get
Yeah.
two of the double up or double jeopardy things where it doubles your point totals, you can do it and miss questions and still get the power up. That's the caveat of this quiz game.
Yeah.
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 And then, I mean,
But
so
here's the thing, you got
different power.
you got to
I mean,
get that right.
Yeah.
So can we explain what type of stuff comes through here? Like, I mean, what are some examples that you guys are seeing with the power ups? I mean, I know you can get a 50-50. I mean, like you can erase a question. Like, I mean, what are
Well,
the power ups?
You can erase a or incorrect answer, so you only have 3 to choose from instead of 4. I think you can do. There's a 50-50 where you can do one. You have a choice of 2 instead of 4. There is a double jeopardy where you can either get a right answer can either double your point total, or a wrong answer can take twice as much away from you. There is a hang on a second. I'm trying to think. There's just a double your point total on one question. There is protect your streak. So because the streak has to do with it too, like how many questions you get right in a row. There's a protect your streak. If you get a wrong answer, that you don't lose your streak. Am I missing any? There's probably 1 or 2 more of those.
The
there.
freeze? Did you get the freeze?
Yeah, freeze time and get full point totals for like you didn't take any time to answer it, like you instantly answered it.
But here's the thing: you still kind of gotta get enough questions right to even earn one of those. So it kind of balances out, but it does change the dynamic completely. Like you can get some wrong and still get up on top, but you get rewarded for answering enough of them consecutively. So I get where they're going with it, why it's like that.
Yeah. It's a great quiz. I love the game. I mean, it's fun. I love the way it works because the power ups are kind of neat thing to do, and but you also have to be fairly quick and obviously accurate too. So I like this one a lot better than the other one, the Kahoot.
It's like you compare it to when people used to play Call of Duty and their kill streaks. People were excited. It's like, damn it, I lost my streak. Like, or they get pissed or they get excited because they have it. Like, it's the same kind of adrenaline that you're like, oh, I got enough points to get something that can help me probably win. It's it's pretty smart.
Well, I definitely enjoy it. I mean, obviously, since we've been starting to play it, I mean, it's very addicting. Obviously, we've seen other people use it. I don't even really want to do any more Kahoots because we've done this. It's like, why bother? You know what I mean?
Yeah, why bother?
This is so much better.
Yes.
Yeah, I figured because of the delay that we were dealing with in the beginning, that I was like, wait, quizzes is going to be so much better. So I was like,
thank you, by the way, for bringing that in.
Absolutely. I'm glad you suggested that because it's a lot better than the alternative.
It's very fair for everyone, like the chat, especially the chat, because we as like people on the screen, like we get an advantage in Kahoots no matter what. Like even if we try, it's still an advantage for us. But
it's also the feeling of like it brings you back to the classroom feeling of when you're taking a test. Like, oh my god, I'm timed. I got to get this right. So that adds to the, to the whole fun of it all. And that experience.
Well,
So
then also too, the questions don't come in the same order for everybody, right?
Yeah, that's another thing I like about this one. So
yeah.
I feel like it's just way fairer. It's a better setup. It's that the timing is against yourself. It's not really against your opponent. It's so I feel like it's just overall the balance is there. It's a good balance.
And you
And
can change it to whatever you want, even if you wanted to adjust and remove the
hello, Dana.
rewards that you get along the way. But I think it makes it much more interesting.
Yeah, it's more
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah.
The
Also,
only thing that I wish they would do is kind of have a little bit more variety. I mean, you got to make your own quizzes, and I know it's set up where you can do it for first grades, third grade, but then you go to university, and there's different type of topics that you can throw in there. So it's all based on what you're going to do, like a classroom school setting. But obviously, for something like a horror stream, you got to go in there and manipulate it a little bit and change things around. So which like I said, when you get to this, you're like, okay, I don't want to do just 10 questions because 10 questions seems to go by fast, but then at the same time, when you're getting to that 15, that 16, you're like, oh, like you're trying to push on to like maybe 20, 21 questions and get the right amount of questions in there, but it's fun. I mean, it goes fast. It doesn't seem like it's dragging. And then, like I said, everybody goes at their own pace. You can even, walk to the kitchen playing the game. So, I mean, it's awesome.
Mhm.
Yep, agreed.
So, um, so you wanted to touch Robert a little bit on another subject, correct?
Yes, I wanted to go to Rosemary's Baby and talk about John Cassavetes' character Guy Woodhouse, who is obviously the husband of Rosemary in that film. So, for those who don't know, the 1968 film by Roman Polanski, Rosemary's Baby, is probably considered one of the, if not the horror movie to teach in a film class, and I luckily teach it at a Catholic school. I get permission to do it, but it's fun to do, and it's interesting to do breakdowns of that film. For those who have not, I recommend people watch it, but I'm going to try to do my best without spoiling too much. But just the character breakdown of Guy is his name. It's based off of a book by Era 11. It came out, I believe, not I believe it came out a few years before the movie came out. 65, I forget. It's besides the point. So Guy Woodhouse is he wants to he's an actor, and the movie deals with like the occult and witches and all, and they move into what is essentially in the film it's the Dakota building that they call the Bramford. That's the building in New York, up I believe on 70 something street where John Lennon was lived and where he was shot. So that is a very famous building. So they move into that building and they're looking to start, their family and have a kid. And it's basically, without giving too much away, it's the reverse immaculate conception. All right, it's the demonic version of it. And Guy Woodhouse's character of the sacrifice that he does, the selfish sacrifice that he does in the film and in the book, um, in order to advance his own career, he basically gives up the first child that he has to this group of occultists. So I don't know if I really want to get too much into spoiling because I really recommend it. And I'm not. It was on Netflix. So I don't know if it's still on Netflix. But his whole character of fathers that that make a sacrifice, but for selfish reasons, as opposed to John Krasinski making a sacrifice for a good cause, saving his family. Here you have a father who's making this sacrifice only to basically benefit himself, to advance his own career. At what cost? Well, you have to watch the movie to see that. But I like the idea of that, that what the, what lengths someone will go to hurt their own family to achieve their own selfish needs. I think that's always interesting in seeing the karma that comes back to them in horror films. We see that there. You see a little bit of it in Cedar Chucky too, and also in the Cult of Chucky, which is Cult of Chucky or that So there's a lot of
The
these movies.
curse of Chucky.
Curse of Chucky. Yeah. So a lot of these movies that like to tie back into, you know, a father that what the consequences are of a father not playing the role they should be playing, instead going out only for themselves or reasons that uh, are going to come back to either drive the story forward or come, you know, mess things up in the first place. I just throwing it out there. I think Rosemary's Baby should be a whole topic in and of itself to get people to watch it and then come back and discuss it. But
Okay.
that movie itself, just Guy Woodhouse, that character and what he does, it's the same. Not to get religious here, but it's like um, if you're familiar with Immaculate Conception, it's the same thing. You just start doing parallels with with this story. The black cat.
Off topic. When the hell did you get the 10-inch? I just saw it right now. I didn't even see it. Till
I just
wrong side.
wrong side. Yeah, right here.
Oh.
I just got that the GameStop opened up, and they weren't letting people inside at first, and then they started letting people inside. So I don't think people knew about it. I went in to ask about something I had reserved, and as I was there at the counter, I looked to the side, and it's there. It was kind of hidden, and I said, "How much for that?" She told me the price, and I was like, "It's coming home with me."
Yeah, it was like $30 or something. Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
GameStop's open?
Excuse me.
Or the GameStop's all open right now?
The one by me, which is like I'm like not even 5 minutes from one. It opened up again, but
Yeah,
it
that's gotta be in Jersey for most places because that's like a high traffic area where he
and
lives.
it's huge. It is huge.
Yeah, it's a high traffic area where he lives because he
Well,
lives
is it
far from where we grew up, and he's not he's like maybe like 5 minutes from where we grew up still.
The head bobble
Yeah.
still
I think he's huge, and the wobble on his head is insane.
It is. Whoops.
How's that?
Area. We're closer.
It's
It's got a
shining.
plastic over it. I gotta get off of it, but I don't want to.
Yeah. Well, you can take it off without it being a problem. The only problem is that
Yeah.
that thing is for a normal 10-inch. They have protectors, but not for that.
Head bobble.
Yeah. Well, we've seen it wobble a lot because there's a guy named Cope Fresh in the community that his box came in the throat, and he made that thing dance.
So I am. I don't know if I'm able to do this or not, but I'm thinking next week I will be starting my channel, my show, soon. So I'm hoping it's going to happen next week. And I'm going to be doing an unboxing from Jassie's. I ordered one of Jassie's mystery boxes, so it's going to be one of my first, and then I'll have some people as well. And I would love to have you guys be part of it as well, since you guys kind of inspired me to really want to do. I've always wanted to do this, but I haven't gotten a chance to. So I wanted to do a channel of my own, which is going to talk about various topics in pop culture. Obviously, we'll dab into horror, but also I think the first topic is going to be 90s TV shows and cartoon shows, Fox Kids, going back to then and talking about it. I got a lot of unboxing videos to do, as you can tell. This collection behind me is of tabletop board games. So I'm going to go into that direction as well, and then unbox. I'll be ordering some. I know some of you guys do the mystery boxes, so I love to order them from you guys and do the unboxing videos and whatnot. So I just wanted to just plug that in and let you guys know that. Tune in very shortly, hopefully if next week, if not the following. There's nothing on my channel yet, but we're going to be building it. Wabasaurus_Rex.
But you said it's going to be the 90s?
The first topic that I'm going to be talking about is going to be the TV shows, kid shows from the '90s. So we're going to be talking about Power Rangers, Nickelodeon, just some of the stuff from nostalgia, Animaniacs, things like that, to talk about. And then in time, my goal is to collect some of these pops, and then whatever we're talking about, I'm going to do some quiz games, and then that month, I'm probably going to do, just to start off point, uh, maybe theme a month on something, and then do the same thing like you guys have been doing. Is you get to win maybe pop figures about from the topics that we talked about. So, for example, you might win an Animaniac pop figure that's in something. So we'll be doing the games. I'll be using quizzes and whatnot. So you can stick.
I'm going to be
on my Instagram, my Twitter. It's all at Wabasource_Rex.
I am going to be prepping then. I'm going to be preparing.
Oh, nice.
Okay. So I have that. I'm coming at you. So I'm going to load up on my 90s knowledge. So one of the things.
Congrats, Matthew.
Who do we? So what Matthew
He
get?
won. I don't know what he got, but he won. He won something.
Oh, he won a raffle.
Won a-
Awesome, Matthew. Congrats.
Yep.
Yeah,
congrats.
I don't know if any of you guys have had an opportunity to get a BAM box or not, but when the horror BAM box came out, I believe it probably seems like it was eons ago, like in April that I ordered it. And then they take a while to get to you, whether it's, pop culture or, horror, whatever the case may be. So I ordered one, and I had gotten an email saying that it was going to be delivered today. So I was really excited because, I wanted to open it, on the stream. However, because of the mail and everything like that, the last update I got, it was in Texas on the 17th. There's still delays. So unfortunately, I don't get to open that. I'm still waiting for it. That's the hard part for me when you buy something, like a BAM box, like you're getting a great thing, but God, the weight, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know Mitch, I know you order a lot of stuff. Have you gotten anything in relation to that, like a BAM box or Zobi, or that it's like?
Yeah, I mean, I get Zobi boxes. 9 times out of 10, it's usually when they have a signed pop in it. Is usually when I'll go for like the Zobi boxes, or I actually went with that. I went for that pop culture BAM box. I still haven't got it yet, but I went for that last one that had like Back to the Future and some things in it. It's ordered, haven't got it yet, but I just got a Zobi anime box, I believe. Wasn't that what I got? LBD, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now Zobi, they also do their auctions. I see. Like I noticed there was a Jason Kane Hodder hockey mask that was autographed, and I tried to bid on that. I ended up getting outbid at towards the end. I just forgot about it, and by the time I went back and checked, it was already, the time had already passed by. But they got some really cool stuff,
You know
on there.
That? I actually won a bid that I forgot about.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
After 4 days, 4 days later, like, hey, you were a winner. I was like, really? And I buy some of those Zobi boxes, but not as many because I am really picky with what I get. But I did buy one of the BAM boxes, the newer one, the gamer box. The BAM gamer box is the one.
That's right. They came out with the gamer stuff, and now you have an opportunity in that gamer box. Do you not have an opportunity to win like an Xbox or something like that? Like, what are they giving away? Like an Xbox or a PlayStation or?
I know there. Yeah. I don't. There's. I didn't know that. Okay, that's new to me. Well, I guess
they had a live stream. They had a live stream on, I believe it was last Friday during the daytime, and they were kicking that off with the gamer stuff. And I kind of caught a little bit of it, and they were talking about some of the stuff that they were giving away. They wanted to make it really big, and that in some of these boxes that they were going to be giving away, I believe it was a Xbox One or PlayStation 4, something along those lines.
So they're giving away the console that's going to be out of date within the next couple months.
Well, it could be. Yeah. I mean, well, Xbox. I mean, either way you look at it, I mean, there's still people that would love to still have that. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
some people don't. Some people, or first of all, some people don't have them because
Yeah.
Right.
And there's other people who probably have an outdated version of it. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be more recent and stuff like that. Like either way, even if you don't want it, you can always get rid of it. Like who's
Yeah.
people are still gonna want it, especially my experience, like especially in other countries, like where I travel a lot, so I can take that with me and just automatically sell it over there with no problem. Because
Yeah.
and I will sell it at the same price I would probably get over here. They don't do it over there. When you sell something like that over there, it's a little bit more expensive.
Now, I don't know if I would spend, I heard the rumor for the PlayStation 5 that it possibly could be in the 699 range. And I mean, that's
No,
no
No, it's going to be in the 550 range.
550.
yeah,
Yeah.
the list, and that's the one with the disc. Without the disc, I think is at 400.
Yeah. They leaked it in the it's like
Amazon.
Amazon France, I think. The French version of
Mhm.
Amazon leaked it, and it was in their currency. But if you do the conversion, it was like 5 something for it,
Yeah.
560, 550, something like that. I want to say.
And,
But
and
is
when the
that just like straight console though? I mean, because they always throw these bundles in there that seems to jack prices up, or
Well,
But I
maybe.
mean,
When is it supposed to come out?
November, I think it is.
Well,
November,
that's what was leaked.
yeah, like November 20th, I think was the leak date, but we'll see what's the real date.
Yeah. Who
well, they
knows?
always try to get stuff out for Black Friday. They always try to get stuff as you get into that holiday season. I mean, they want to catch in on that.
Yeah.
And then that way these other places can tie in bundles and stuff like that. So,
Yeah,
Walmart does that.
And apparently the Xbox specs are a lot higher than the PlayStation specs, from what I've
yeah. They always say that, and then their console's always burning out anyway. So I don't.
Yeah. All right. So I was going to ask the chat, since you brought up the 90s, I just wanted to see if there's anybody in the chat who had some knowledge on the 90s, and I want to see who can answer first. But I have a question for you. So here we go, and I'll put the starting line. So don't start answering. I'll put a starting line. But the question is, in Saved by the Bell, what were Zach and Kelly dressed up as the night before they broke up? A, Romeo and Juliet. B, Mickey and Minnie Mouse. C, King and Queen. So I just throwing that out there.
So while the chat is answering that question, I actually have another live going on Matthew's channel tomorrow at 2 p.m. his time in Arizona. So I'll be on there with him tomorrow on Saturday. I think I don't remember what the stream was about exactly, because he just contacted me early, and I was, if you see everything behind me, that's like 3 rows of boxes piled up that high. So I was working on that all day. But yeah, you can catch me over there tomorrow for sure.
So actually, you can go. So we do have a winner, actually, guys. It looks like, so I guess Matthew doesn't just like wrestling. I guess he's a Saved by the Bell fan, because the answer was A, Matthew. So they did dress up as Romeo and Juliet. So nice job on that end.
What's up,
Awesome.
Batman? Also,
Batman?
Matthew.
Hey, Batman.
I think Matthew was a Screech fan. That's probably why.
Screech. So anyways, like I said, we were basically diving into the good, the bad, the ugly for Father's Day weekend, horror. And once again, anybody in the chat, fathers out there, we hope that you have a wonderful Father's Day weekend. It's going to be amazing for, some people like myself. I get the double whammy because on Father's Day, it's also my birthday. So the boys get to say, "Hey, Dad, here you go. Here's a present for your birthday / Father's Day." Like, but it should. But
This price for
any plans you guys have for the weekend and all coming up? I know you have your stream on Sunday. Once again, LBD. For some of us that are new in the chat, what do you got going on again?
well, I got that stream going on. Plus, we'll be touching on because my friend he struggled again. One of my friends struggled against PTSD, so we'll touch on that a little bit. We'll touch on his current wrestling training, some stuff from wrestling in the past that some of you guys might like from like back in the era where everybody actually liked it. We'll touch on different things. Like I said, you'll learn a couple things about me that you probably wouldn't have known if without having certain kind of people like Macho on the stream. Like he knows some part of my life, and then they know some other part of my life. Like it's kind of crazy how that went because we all know each other. Like he knows them for sure. Like he knows who they are. Like they met, we hung out all together. So it's not like they don't know each other. But once I
Lived
moved
in
out,
radius.
yeah, basically. So, like you say, you'll see a lot of different things. There'll be quizzes again. There'll be games to play tomorrow as well. So that's and like I said, we'll be drinking, so it should be very very entertaining.
So any preview on the topics for the quizzes? Any want to reveal any of that so we can study?
Well, obviously, one of the main ones is probably going to be touching base on wrestling. I'm still talking to them about what like I said, since we're going to be touching on PTSD and things like that, and in the military. We're kind of discussing what else we can bring into it.
Um, Don't forget. I just want to let you know that I don't know if you remember Josh. Josh was the same thing. You met him at the party. So if you want to have him too, he's with PTSD. We'll talk to you about that.
And so, Mitch, do you have anything going on this weekend? Any big plans?
I'm going to be the come on live person with the luau on Sunday, which will probably be more than likely it'll be after LBD's thing.
Yeah, that's what we do on that show.
So I'll be doing that, and then next Tuesday, actually, LBD and I both are going to be on Pop Couple doing the Star Wars boxes.
Oh, nice.
Next
Okay.
Tuesday night.
Yeah. By the way, quick note on that: Mitch is crying that he's been waiting for 2 weeks. I've been waiting for like a month and a half to open those boxes.
2 weeks.
Well, I actually got my email from Banser Arms that my boxes were coming, and I thought that they were going to be here this week, but I just went and checked, and they're still going through the process of like being shipped out. So still going to take a little bit longer, but obviously once they get here, it'll be exciting. What about so Mitch on the luau? Are you going to do like a battle with him, or is he just going to be like talking, or you have different options?
On Sunday nights, he has a LBD's done it before. On Sunday nights he has his giveaway stream, and then he does he picks 2 names for 2 giveaways, and then the third thing he chooses a randomized picker for is the come on live person, and whoever gets chosen through random draw gets a chance to come onto the channel with him and just talk and hang out and after the giveaway part of the stream. So
well, I know like Big Dog Dave, he chose to do a battle with him at one point, and I think one of them won by $1, in a battle that they did. So I mean, but that's always really cool because and he's a sports guy, so it gives the opportunity to maybe talk a little sports as well. So that's always kind of cool.
Yeah, we did a battle with him here a while back. It was who all was on it? It was me. It was Luau, me, Allie, and
Yoj.
Was it Yoj?
I think it was Yoj.
Yeah,
It was
it
Yoj.
was. Definitely, absolutely. It was Yoj. The 4 of us did a battle because Andrew actually won by like a very small margin, and then he had all 3 of us. That was kind of the deal. So we all 3 sent money to Brandy to go towards the charity, the patients charity.
So
I just wanted to answer Quick Draw because he thinks that I was complaining about waiting for my boxes. No, I've had my boxes for 2 months. I've been waiting to open them with Prop Couple and on their stream because I had spoken to them about it, and they just hadn't gotten there so recently.
They just got theirs.
So mine's have been collecting dust.
What's in those? What were the top hits for that? I mean, is that back when with the Yoda thing and
Yeah, the Freddy Yoda, the Blue
Yoda.
Chrome. I think it's the Blue Chrome, right? Is it the Blue Chrome? I can't remember.
Give me 2 seconds. I'll tell you exactly what it is.
Yeah.
I've got
so Robert, how's the transition going in to your new job?
Oh, this is so
Position wise, I mean.
yeah. So I had mentioned earlier, July 1st, I start. I'll be the assistant principal of my school. So I was. The transition has been interesting, in that now I'm obviously get privy to more information as you start to you start to learn a little bit more. But one of the, I guess not necessarily the negative, it benefited me here, but when I first started with you guys, I was I didn't have anything in the background, but now that I don't have a classroom, I have everything here. I pretty much brought.
Also, I'm trying to remember your school. I know it transitioned from being all boy to
Co-ed.
both to
It's
co-ed.
been co-ed about 12 years, no, 10 or 11 years now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I remember.
I brought all my stuff, my this was all in my classroom, minus the child, the baby Yoda.
Yeah.
But everything I ended up bringing here. But it's been, I mean, so far, I don't really start until the 1st. So as of right now, I mean, we've been doing everything remotely, but I've been mostly was helping teachers with online, with Zoom, learning how to do all that. And also with quizzes, believe it or not, because that was a fun way for them to do online quizzes for topics that they were doing. So it ended up benefiting both, you guys, and then also the teachers that we have.
So when they do those quizzes, do they not? I'm assuming they don't do power ups because it's for grades, right?
Oh no, they do power ups. A lot of them have done it, so they do it just for fun. Like they're not like tests; they're
Okay.
just small quizzes.
Okay.
So are you going to be like the principal and Scream? You know, when you're behind closed doors, you're going to have kind of get into that persona.
I was thinking of that that scene. Hopefully, it doesn't end the scene, but.
And so real quick, so were you able to find that, Mitch?
Yeah, the top hits were it's OG Han Solo. It is OG Obi-Wan Kenobi. The 501 501st Clone Trooper, which is a con exclusive. Blue Chrome Boba Fett from the Star Wars Corporation, and the Freddy Yoda.
Nice.
Are the top hits.
So is there anything in particular you're kind of? Obviously Freddy Yoda is very nice to have, but is there anything out of that you have your eyes set on, LBD? Like,
I want the Trooper and probably Solo. One of those are like my two things. But the things I like about these boxes specifically, because it's not like the May the 4th. Don't get me wrong. In the May the 4th, I got some decent hits. Like I got some $22 and like $20-something pops, and like I said, they're all going towards charity. So at the end of the day, you really can't lose. Out of a $12 box that you don't pay shipping on, you're always winning, because when you're buying a $15 box and paying shipping on it, you're half the time you're losing on it anyway. So,
nice.
But what I like about these boxes that me, Mitch, and Pop Couple, and I think is Will Be Poppin' will be there, and one more person can't put a finger on it, but like they're all Star Wars no matter what you open. It's with the boxes that we have now.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's the best part about it, to be honest. Like, yes, it'll be nice to get one of the hits, but at least it'll be Star Wars when you open it.
Very nice. And Dallas, so usually in the month, we always come up with some quick facts from Dallas. Last week he had some quick facts. Was there anything that you were able to find earlier that we had talked about, or anything at all?
Yeah.
Anything in regards to Shining, or so every stream, Dallas each month is going to have a quick fact that he'd go over, whether it's a director based or a movie based, something in that aspect, just kind of educate. Our films obviously was The Shining. We talked a little about Quiet Place. They were supposed to have the second one to come out. That's been delayed. I don't know if they're going to do it this year or if they're going to push it back to next year, which I would assume they probably would try to get that same time slot in March. But that's a movie. Did you see A Quiet Place? Anybody on the panel? Anybody remember that movie? No?
I haven't seen it.
Yeah. Well, like I said, for me, stuff like that, it'll be either a female probably will like somebody I'm dating at the time will probably most likely make me see it. Like other than that, I don't really watch anything like that. Or that guy up there, he used to make he
I
used to
mean,
make
it was an entertaining movie. It wasn't. I mean, it was entertaining. It's not. It's not anything like gory, or anything like that. So I mean, it's definitely something to go to the movie theaters. Sit with the girl, and hey, if she jumps, she's gonna jump in your lap. I mean, you can hold on to her, and I mean, the popcorn might go flying, but hey, you know.
like I know one. It was crazy. I know one person that I went to the movies with that kind of like if if I'm gonna watch a scary movie or like a thriller or whatever you want or horror whatever you want to call it, I'd rather watch it at home because I went with one person one time to watch the movie. They're saying that they love horror movies, and it was like a group of four of us. And that person who told me they love horror movies was the loudest person in the whole freaking theater, and I was just embarrassed to be next to that person the whole time. I was like,
Uh,
Jesus Christ.
all right. So, anything yet, Dallas? No, not yet.
Yeah, yeah. Things that I've known that I found out. Stephen King isn't a fan of Stanley Kubrick's version of the film. Um, let's see. Uh,
I think I said that fact like four times in there like every stream. He was like the only fact I know about The Shining.
yeah. Uh, if you guys watch like The Shining, there's a Playgirl magazine at the very beginning of it when he's waiting to meet the manager.
Hmm.
The
Is
Shining,
there?
Danny Lloyd's only movie.
What about the blood? Like the blood coming from the elevator? Did they ever talk about like how much they used or like what it went into to create that effect?
Well, they used a miniature for that. They built a miniature for that scene.
Miniature.
Oh,
Yeah,
kind of like what they did
seems
with
like
Star Wars.
it's the same what they did with the maze. The mazes are all miniature.
So I was able to get a shipment off of Spastic. I know they do their drops and everything, and one of the things that I'm a big Walking Dead fan, so anytime I can get Walking Dead pops, I'm always going to try to do that. And I was actually excited because I got the Shone's pet.
Hmm.
So I mean that's a hard one to get, but it's great to have in my collection.
Do you have the
Yeah.
other?
I don't have the other one. Like I said, I thought about trying to get the other one, but it was gone, so I snagged that one up. However, I did get also this is one that's pretty cool. Is from Alien. It's the Orium with the face hugger. So it's really cool, Hot Topic exclusive. However, the one that I had to make sure that I got was the Walgreens Jason Voorhees exclusive with the bag over the head. Yeah, I definitely had to jump on that, put that in the cart and pay for it before I went back to the other ones. But Spastic, they always have such great drops, and you got to get on it, and you see something you like, you need to jump on it. But
I
I mean,
missed $7 of Pops drops today, and they had the anti venom from Box Lunch that I want so bad. The one where he has his face showing.
yeah,
I've been trying to get that thing for a while. I know somebody who has it. I know two people who have it, but I'm like, I don't know, like, cause the value on that thing is up and down like crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
Speaking of $7, I got actually grabbed this one off not this past the one tonight, but the other day I grabbed that set,
Nice.
the Daenerys and Drogon.
oh yeah.
'Cause I collect all the dragons from Game of Thrones. I don't collect all the pops, just mainly the dragons. So
Do you have Alduin?
what?
You have Alduin from Skyrim?
I don't. I don't have any. I don't think I've got any Skyrim pop.
He's the only dragon there. He's right there.
Now, is that dragons in general, or do you just like Game of Thrones dragons? Like, I mean, are you a dragon type person?
Yeah, I've got some others. Like I've got that 10-inch metallic glow Shinron from Dragon Ball in order. I've got the Jade Shinron. I've got the gold Smog from The Hobbit.
You got Purunga.
I've got Purunga. Yeah, Purunga's up there.
Yeah, you just got.
Yeah, I just got him in a mystery box actually the other day. I've got most all the dragons from Game of Thrones except for 2 of the 4-inch ones. I've got all the 6-inch ones. I've got all the rods. I've got Drogon by himself, the 4-inch. I've got this one here. I think there's one. Isn't there one of Danny and Khal Drogo and a dragon? I want to say there's like a 3-pack, but it's like stupid expensive.
Might be. I don't know.
I've got the metallic 3-pack of dragons. I've got the con-stickered egg dragons, like the 3 eggs with the dragons coming out of them. I don't have the non-metallic 3-pack of dragons.
Hey, are your arms getting tired?
They never get tired.
I was wondering if you were going to catch that.
So,
What
so
is
one of the things that Zombie Garage,
Over here.
yeah.
The big flex.
So Zombie's pretty obsessed with horror too, but he said that they used 3,000 gallons of blood in that scene. And one of the things that I noticed they're talking about was the sugar, the glucose in the fake blood kept shortening out the electronics in the elevator, and it made it a difficult scene to shoot. There was a claw-like arm that was actually machinery that opened the doors and controlled the flow of the blood. So I mean that's one of the things that I also love about horror movies is the special effects. How they do stuff, and I mean that's something down the road we may touch on one of these days. Because special effects, it definitely makes movies. No matter if it's science fiction or horror, there's so many things to get into it. Like sugar or chocolate syrup or the corn syrup, whatever they use to make it look real.
Mm-hmm.
Now the other
Christina
thing
says Target has buy 2 pops get
you
one
get
free.
one. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
they
just
don't
the
have
other day.
anything good.
I went the other day and saw that, but I mean the stuff was like wiped out. I mean that's when I showed Mitch. I showed you the golf Jack Nicklaus, but you said you already had it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about the pops that are coming up at Target for the glow in the dark Marvel?
Not a fan. Well, they're not glow in the dark. They're black light. They're like they don't.
Okay.
Glow. They're just black light. Like they're meant to be put under the black light. But
Yeah, that's the one I was talking about, the 3-pack.
well, that's the expensive one.
Yeah, I don't have that one.
And it's only 155, so there's one for sale for.
Oh wait, never mind. Hold on, I'm trying to pull that up.
what is
All right.
everyone's most valuable pop? Like, do you have it like to show it? Like,
I would have to pull it out from up there.
Well, there's one selling for $400 right now on Pop Price Guide, Mitch. If you want it.
Yeah, that's dumb. I never buy anything off
Are
of
you
there.
asking what my most? Are you asking what my most valuable pop is right now, Robert?
I'm just like, what do
I'll
you?
show it to you.
Sure.
I'll show it to you because it's for sale. Hold on.
Financially or emotionally more expensive.
Yeah, money.
Either or, you want to show both? It's fine. It's just conversation piece.
Well, so far mine is at nine. I haven't checked to see if it's gone down, but last I checked, it was $90. So I got the golden Freddy out. Now the cool thing about this was I won it in a waffle. I only paid $3.50 for the mini,
You're covering
and
up.
it was last ticket standing, and I was able to get.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, at the time it was a $90 PPG. So
I don't know. It'd probably be. I would say Master Chaco from My Hero, but everything's fluctuating so much right now.
Yeah.
Like that's the hardest thing about it is it's like everything's fluctuating so much. It's going up and down, and things
Well,
you didn't even know or where they are. That you're like, they're how much right now?
Yeah. I got 3. My most expensive pop, and I actually like the pop, so I'm keeping it. So nobody ask. Is my Master Chaco, which I got for a deal because I paid. It said PPG is at $330, but try buying it for less than $400 or $500.
Okay, they're name droppers.
I paid $160.
Yeah.
I paid nothing because I don't want it.
So
You have
one of my more sentimental pops is this one because I really love the show. I really love this character. I really resonated with this character, and also it was a gift from Dead Zone. Is Opie from Sons of Anarchy, and then the one that one of my favorite trades that I ever made that I'm happy I did when I did it because it's gone up, and I would have been pissed to not have it in my collection. Is this one, the Darth Maul from Rebels?
Yep.
oh, nice.
Those are like my 3.
Hold on. All right. Let me go to Robert. Okay.
Mine is a signed Kevin Smith, basically. It's mine.
Nice.
Hey, look, it's Mitch.
But she got that at the store. He told me.
Yeah, they had a lot. I'm gonna try to. If I get my hands on others, I would definitely use it as prizes.
Yeah, that's mine right now, but
Well,
I'm
you talk
getting rid of it.
Slim.
Yep.
Why you
Yeah, I
gonna
have all the other 3 clowns.
Did you see that? Did you see
That's
the?
something you could do for Halloween.
What?
What were you saying, Mitch?
Did you see the signed 2-pack that they were doing? Jay and Silent Bob both signed that they were selling on the Secret Stash website.
Yeah, they're kind of right now. I think their Secret Stash is like in danger of closing, if I'm not mistaken. They were debating whether or not to keep it open or not. So maybe that helped because
They're not going to close. He just opened
they will
movies.
either, but they will.
He just opened movies in Hollywood. He ain't closing anything right now.
No,
Yeah,
that's the movie's just a pop up.
Yeah, but still.
Yeah.
What about
Mhm.
so Stash? Are you talking about Stash, the company, or you said Secret Stash? So I'm just-
Yeah.
It's the store there, and it's near you, LBD, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's in between me and LBD,
Okay.
pretty much.
But yeah, it's the comic book shop that they shoot the comic book men and all that stuff. It's that.
Oh, okay,
It's Jay and Silent Bob's Secret Stash is what they call it.
Mhm.
gotcha. Okay. Well, it was confusing because they have that mystery box company Stash, and so that's why I was just kind of like when you say Stash.
Not Stash Loop. We're not talking about
Yeah.
them.
Oh, okay.
With the questionable pops.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
that's
I was
right.
able
I'm
to get
calling you out.
Yeah, I was able to get that signed 2-pack.
How much is the Killer Clown going for?
Which one?
The share
The one I have?
The one Dallas
The one I have. Give me 1 second. He is at Do.
Slim's at 60 shared and Con
Yep.
75.
Oh, he went
Yeah.
up $5. Cool.
Yeah, he's at 6. He's been fluctuating between 60 and 65.
Mm-hmm.
So what,
So,
Dallas, can you show that clown again, please?
yeah,
Can you
give
show
me,
him
like,
one more time?
yes, I can show and tell. And don't worry, guys, I won't hump it like yo, Jay.
Hey, keep me out of that. I don't do that.
There you go. There you go.
Wrong Jay.
Mm-mm.
I said yo, Jay. I didn't say
You almost said LBD.
no.
Yes,
No, I didn't say LBD.
you almost.
Yeah, I got the other 3, but I don't have that one. I have the
Yeah.
3 pack of the clowns, and they're pretty good looking pops. You know,
They did
Yeah.
a scare zone at the Halloween Horror Nights one year with the scare zone was themed Killer Clowns from Outer Space. So they were all dressed up and had chainsaws and all kinds
oh
of crazy.
wow,
So much fun because it's like as you're walking through the park, there's certain areas just in the streets where they have scare zones. They have like the Purge, Killer Clowns from Outer Space, just all kinds of things like that. But they're literally out scaring people, like walking them around amongst the people and scaring them and like firing up chainsaws and all kinds of craziness. Lots of fun.
and then they'd be like
But we
on
won't-
like rollerblades, and they would go like kind of go past you, and they'd like bang like on the ground, and they'd have like make these noises. I mean, I remember that from like Universal Studios. They would do stuff like that.
Yeah, that's who does it. That's who does.
That's Halloween
That's
Universal.
Halloween Horror Nights. Yeah,
Yeah.
but we won't have that this year because Corona's a bitch.
Now, do you think with the Corona situation, I mean, I know how we're kind of transitioning in many different ways. Do you think that we will see haunted houses? Do you think that it'll be something that, they're just going to say we can't run the risks of having so many people inside a place like a haunted house? Your thoughts, like, I mean, Halloween is such a impactful month with October. You got your haunted houses, trick or treating. I mean, it's a great holiday. How do you foresee some of the haunted houses, of the future, like, down the road? Like, I mean, do you think we don't have any this year? I mean, have you heard anything about Universal Studios? Like, if they, they just haven't had anything in the wings because they want to see how everything's going to go. So they might just say, we can't do it this year.
They haven't.
There's
they
no
haven't.
way. There's no way they're going to be able to do it. There's
The
no
parks
way.
are open.
It's going to
Down.
be very difficult for
Are
them
they?
to try to do
Well,
that. I
that's-
think
Open.
That's-
Yeah.
What's gonna
People are on beaches, I mean,
Yeah.
people are, I mean, if they're wearing masks, if they make them
But
wear
they're
a mask.
not. They're not wearing masks. That's the thing.
I think what's
That's
going to
why
be happening is you're going to have to do sign waivers or make reservations to some of these places.
Well,
I
you've
think
got
it might open, but to limit it, they'll do reservations of, all right, it's X so and so, but there's usually no contact anyway that they're really not allowed to touch, at least not here in New Jersey, unless you go to like some of the high-end ones where you have to sign something off. But I imagine that's going to be a waiver or some sort of paperwork you fill out with a reservation and basically you can't sue them if you get sick. That's the only way I can see it happening.
there's
Well,
the
say,
stuff for like we've got Dollywood here in my neck of the woods. They've already opened back up. They opened up this past week where everybody has to wear masks. Everybody gets their temperature taken when they come in. They're limiting the number of actual people in the thing. You're supposed to stay 6 feet apart or whatever. And they're limiting how many people can go on the rides at a time, obviously to space everybody out properly as needed. But when you go on the rides, you don't have to wear your mask when you're on the rides. That's one thing that they've been doing. I'm just laying it all out here to you because I watched a whole news article on it the other day. That's at Dollywood here in Gatlinburg, Tennessee. But the other parks and things, I mean, they're doing the same type stuff. I mean, they're going to probably open up the other parks. I mean, they've already scheduled the stuff to be open if it isn't already.
Well, they got to make money. They got to get the money circulating again. They're going to have to take, but the problem is, I mean, there's such a both sides of that coin. I mean, you're not wearing a mask once you're on the ride. So, I mean, is this a type of virus that's going to be on the ride? Like, I mean, is it on metal? Like, I mean, I don't know. But I mean, saying there's all kinds of things that could go in both directions. But at the same time, you got to get back out there and start, the society back up again to some of these things that we all love and want, back in our lives. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not
they're
saying
not
it's
going to shut.
to open. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that is what is happening right now, whether
Yeah.
it be bad, but you can make your own decision on that. But I'm just saying that's what's happening in my neck of the woods. So,
Well, that's what I just kind of wonder, like, if in that sense of like, it's great to get people in there because I would even myself would like to, I wanted to go to Disneyland this year, I mean, it was one of the things I wanted to do. And, do you go in there? Like, is it going to be like, how do they look at that? It's like, you're wearing masks, you're going to go in. Like, I mean, there's just so many unanswered questions, but I love the fact that, they are still doing that right now, that they're trying to get that back in there. I hope that they do haunted houses because, like I said, Halloween is one of my favorite holidays. It's a great time of the year. You obviously are going to need the revenue from the Halloween base. So there's just a lot of angles to go at with that. But, on the other note of things, you talked about haunted houses, Mitch, and you kind of got the juices flowing a little bit. So, what are some great haunted houses? I mean, you have yours in your town. I mean, what are some places that really, really stand out or they do differently that you remember, kind of like any places you've been to, besides the one that you mentioned, that are so like, for example, at Universal Studios, they also do the Walking Dead, a Walking Dead. They do it out here in LA. I don't know if they do it in Florida, but they have a Walking Dead ride.
in Florida, the way they do it in Florida, Universal Studios Orlando, for Halloween Horror Nights, they actually change the houses every year. Like one year they had Walking Dead, but they didn't have that. They didn't have it everything. They don't have the same things every year. Like they'll change the houses up. They'll have some of their houses that they do that are their kind of the ones that they come up with, but most of them are movie themed, or TV themed, because you'll have Stranger Things, American Horror Story, The Shining, Ash versus Evil Dead, Poltergeist. I'm trying to. I mean, there's so many. I mean, it's and if you ever go down there, Fast Pass is the way to go. It's more expensive than the actual ticket, but it's worth every penny you spend on it, because otherwise you will be waiting in line for 3 hours for one house.
Yeah,
There's actually a haunted prison that they do over here, I believe, in Jersey, that people do. Like, I've even seen people go like do their birthdays for October in there. It's just insane. They have Al Capone section. There's a whole bunch.
That's the Philly one.
That's the Philly one.
Philly.
Yeah,
it's Philly.
yeah.
Hey, Mitch, I didn't mean to get heated earlier.
Oh no, you're fine, buddy.
That one.
I'll get heated.
State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, and you do have to sign a waiver too in that one. That was actually
because they throw you out the window. They're like, let's see if you can fly.
There's some around here. I forget. They're close to me. I forget what town it is that they have it, and the name of it is leaving me right now. But it's one of those that you have to sign a waiver to. People come from all around to go to it. You could probably Google search. No, it's not in Gatlinburg. You probably Google search haunted houses near Knoxville or East Tennessee. Haunted houses, the best haunted house of East Tennessee, and it'll be on there. If you said the name, I'll something Manor or
I know what you're talking about because we were going to go there. Frightmare Manor houses.
Frightmare Manor. Yes,
it's in Talbot.
Yeah, which is just north of us.
Yeah.
But that one, a lot of people come from all around to go to that haunted house. I've never been personally, but I hear it's pretty intense.
Well, let's go, Mitch. I'm gonna be coming down there in October.
Now it's
So let's go.
literally like 30 minutes for me. So
Well, I'm gonna be in Elizabethton in
Now, Mitch,
October. So
okay, I'm in
now that
town.
you're talking about Tennessee a little
Yeah.
bit. I heard about the Pigman. Is there something in relation to the Pigman in Tennessee that you know of, like the Millington, Tennessee, in Millington?
Where is Millington? I've never heard of Millington.
Never heard
Is
of
it
Millington.
Tennessee
They
or
well, they said that it's by somewhere by the Mississippi River area, like a Pigman.
that's
Like
going towards that's in West Tennessee. Mississippi River's over towards Memphis in that
Okay.
area.
that's
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 on
the
total other end of the state.
that's the
well, there's supposedly there's like a
different
Pigman
side.
bridge. Well,
Oh,
I don't know how big Tennessee, like I've never been there. So, um, these are things that I came across that they had mentioned, like the Roaring Fork Motor Trail. Um, so like there's Civil War burial sites, that's kind of creepy out there. Um, I don't know. Like I said, I was kind of looking. There's Briceville Drummond Bridge. So I don't know throughout Tennessee. I mean, these are some of the things that came up that when you put in haunted places in Tennessee, um, that's why I wanted to see, like, from your neck of the woods, like your area, like where, what is relation to, like, any stories, that stand out, like a certain ghost story, or what I mean,
no,
like it's something that, because obviously in Jersey, you guys have, your Jersey story.
Well, I've been, it's funny that ever since you guys started the stream, I started running into a whole bunch of like TikToks showing like a whole bunch of landmarks that are all horror landmarks, and
Mhm.
there's like three
Nice.
of them already.
Well, why don't you ever share those TikToks then?
I did. I sent them. I sent you one. I literally DM'd you one of them.
I'm
And
talking about like in general, like when you share them like on Instagram and Facebook. You're not sharing
Well, I
them.
just
You're just
wanted to
sharing.
see, like, in Tennessee, like if there was anything that stood out that Mitch could share that he knew of, that I heard of, anyways. That
not really. I mean, they have like haunted stuff at like Brushy Mountain State Penitentiary, which is closed down now, but they do tours through there, and they say it's haunted and all this other stuff. But I mean, I don't really know of anything, not in East Tennessee that I know of personally over
Well,
here.
I mean, like a lot of people consider like the whole Appalachian Trail haunted. So,
Hey, Nass,
like
how
good
are you,
parts of
Nass?
it. Hey, Ness.
Yeah,
So,
I could see that. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I've been to, like, you go down to like Savannah. They've got some great ghost tours and things. I've been on one of those in Savannah. They take you through and tell you the ghost stories and all that sort of stuff in Savannah, Georgia. But I don't know of anything around here. I may not just I just may not know about it. There may be stuff.
Right.
I was about to
I
say
just wanted to know if there was like any Tennessee folklore. You know what I mean? Just anything that that's what we're kind of looking at, as some haunted haunts. Anything that obviously you have the New Jersey Devil, that you guys have, but for you, like, I mean, is it are there Bigfoots? Is there anything that, like, I don't know, the Tennessee, something. So every state seems to have some kind of story or something, people could probably tell. But and that's why I was just wondering, because we had mentioned it with Yoj, and
Mhm.
he was going to touch a little bit on some things, but I don't know and how relation Yoj is with to you as far as distance wise.
Yojo's not far from me. He's down south of me in Chattanooga, is where he is, which is about an hour and a half or so south of
yeah.
me, like due south, go down 75 south.
Okay.
But I mean, there may be something down in that area that I don't even know about. It's because that's down right towards the Georgia border, down through there.
M3 Lion said something about something haunted near him, I believe. And Zombie, what year were you stationed down there? Because actually, that's where my friend who's going to be on on Sunday. He was stationed in Savannah. I went to go stay with him out there for a few weeks in Fort Stewart. I think is the fort there, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, look, there's like M3 Lions said something about a haunted house.
Oh, well, I know one place. Mitch
Yeah.
is not even know it. The Bell Witch Cave in Adams, Tennessee.
Bell Witch Cave.
Yeah,
I've
it's in
heard
Adams.
I've heard of that, but and it's where? Where is it?
Adams, Tennessee.
Adams, Tennessee. I've never even heard of these places.
Hold on, I'll tell you
Lived here all
exactly
my
where
life,
it is.
but I've never heard of these places. I mean, the Bell Witch, I've heard of that. I've heard stories of that, but I mean, I don't
Yeah.
know what the stories are. I just when I was younger, I think I heard maybe
Give me a
read a
second.
story about it or something. I don't know, but
It's
How are you, Unicorn Zombie Princess? How's it going?
hey Jasmine.
hey,
Still
what's,
love that.
what's up,
It's
Ness?
Unicorn
It's-
Zombie Princess. It's one of the best names I've ever heard.
Hey,
hold on.
it's a great name.
It's like right at the Tennessee, almost at the Tennessee Kentucky border. It's
It's 2006. I think
So Kentucky goes the whole length the top of the state. So
I know, hold on. We'll type in Knoxville.
yeah, we're like in far east Tennessee.
I know. You driving.
So while he's looking at that, Robert, I know
You're
you
3
mentioned
hours
a little
away.
bit about the New Jersey Devil.
Yeah. So it's funny that I actually came across. I'm trying to see where I moved things around, but I found my book. But what I mentioned last time in one of the earlier streams was the story of our legend of the Jersey Devil, and it was I think it was 1909. I don't have it in front of me, but 1909 that we had the famous week of the sightings, where groups of people were seeing the Jersey Devil throughout the state. Even so far as a whole trolley cart saw and witnessed it being, witnessed it flying in the air. So there was a lot of that happening. But I'm trying to figure out when exactly, like who. I know there was like police that shot at it and everything, but I'm trying to find what I can see online for that report.
So, Dallas, did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah, it's about 3 hours away from Mitch.
Yeah, Adams is it's near Clarksville. It's like
Yeah,
northwest of Nashville.
yeah, it's like maybe an hour from like Bowling Green.
Yeah, Bowling Green, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I've got my
Yeah,
cousin lives up in Bowling Green.
yeah. So that's where Bell Witch is.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
That's
so-
one place I've always wanted to go.
So we're gonna conjure up the chat. Like anybody have anything? So Ness is in Virginia, and she's talking about the Bunny Man. So the Bunny Man that she was talking about, she was saying. Let me scroll up here real quick. Trying to see a little bit more. She talked about he goes around with an axe. Oh, he wears a bunny or rabbit costume and kills people with an axe. So,
Awesome.
like I said, sounds like a great Fortnite party.
Oh yeah.
But like you obviously have every state has something. I mean, there's whether it's a penitentiary, a haunted house. There's always something for that legend, that lore, that people talk about. I mean, it's just like they did with the Blair Witch, how they try to use that, saying it was part of that history of it. So just, I mean, that's why I was kind of curious, because Tennessee has always been a great place. It's always been on my radar, somewhere to go. And, just kind of curious about it. So,
What's that?
Yeah, what? I'm hearing like people
Bro.
talk.
what is,
Are the
what is-
boys listening? Are the boys listening right now? Because I
Yeah,
keep
the
hearing
boys-
like kids.
Yeah. So what it is they have the boys are are wrestling in the kitchen because they have their cousin down. So they're like,
I just saw you throw something.
I threw a pen at them in the kitchen to get at their attention because they're like throwing goldfish at each other. They don't seem to realize sometimes that when they do stuff, they think that they're muted. That nobody's gonna pick up on their sounds and stuff.
Yeah,
Come say hi.
yeah, we can hear you guys.
Oh,
So get them on the phone. Get Domino's on the online.
Can I have your phone?
Domino's is closed.
No, we gotta remember it's still early here, so we still have an
No, it's
opportunity.
closed. It's closed even for you.
They close,
It's closed for
they close at midnight.
too.
Um,
If it's closed,
yeah,
if
I mean,
it's
like,
closed for
okay,
Jersey, it's closed for you.
In San Francisco, they have Alcatraz, the prison.
yeah.
That's correct. And so I mean, there's a lot of cool places out there. So Andrew Weeble says that there's the Octagon House that's supposed to be haunted. It was an old underground railroad stop. That's
Wow.
pretty cool.
I was gonna say, is that what Dana White calls his house, the Octagon House?
I got there's actually a book of legends for things haunted in Honduras that my cousin has. I'm gonna see if he can tell me what the name of the book is specifically. But for you guys show next week, so I can kind of give you a little bit of insight on that, because he knows a lot about that. He used to read that book a lot. But it's kind of like what we have over here with New Jersey. Like we have like a big history of like haunted stuff and stuff, and obviously the guy up there kind of has a little bit more of that material. But I know that, like I said, Honduras also has actually its own like folklore stuff of things like that.
Yeah, I mean, that'd be pretty cool. You also have like Unicorn Zombie Princess says the movie Hangman's Curse. So that's a movie, Hangman's Curse. Does that stand out to you, Robert? Are you familiar with that one?
I'm not of that one. Now I'm curious though. I'm looking into it.
Yeah,
So
Ness brings up a good point. Like pretty much all of the South is haunted.
because you have the asylums, makeshift hospitals, battlefields, homes. So just kind of going through the chat, like I said, just looking at some really cool, interesting places or things that they're talking about. So M3 Lions has a great, true, and strange story from when he was little. So that, I mean, that'd be kind of cool too. Obviously, you have some stories, ghost related, or just there's a lot of things that come up. I know when I was younger, my mom was doing a Tupperware party, and everybody at the Tupperware party was just all hanging around, and my mom had candles. Well, everybody saw like the candle got up and moved, like and I mean I was younger, so I don't, who knows? I mean, it could have just been a little trick with the eyes and stuff like that. But she also had in her house post. Now this is one of the things that always creeped me out. I don't know if it does for you guys, but she would have posters of old Victorian dolls. And so, like, it seemed like every time when you would walk down the hallway or walk in a room, those eyes would follow you and it'd like just creep you out. Like, I mean, did you ever have that poster that the parents had, or maybe grandma had, that you walk in, or maybe the doll that's sitting on the TV, the shelf, and it just always seems, yeah, there you go. Uh-oh.
Are you talking about the porcelain doll?
Yeah,
I have two of those. I have two of those porcelain dolls like sitting in my living room right now, dude. It's creepy as shit till this day.
Well, look at that guy.
Yeah, that's not creepy at all.
And but wait, where's Charlie?
I mean, my grandparents always used to talk about their house being haunted, not in really a bad, creepy way, but just things moving and things in different places than they were, and they always used to tell that story and everything, that it was the ghost of the lady who used to live on the property that they tore down that house where she lived in. She died in the house, and they tore down that house to build their house on that property. And they used to talk about that all the time.
Oh wow.
I mean, I never
That's
saw anything. I stayed up there all the time, but I mean, I heard the stories, but
so. Did you? I mean, you never had like any encounter, like you never felt like any presence while you were there.
no, I heard the stories and stuff, but I never was much into that aspect of it.
Well, I've had like some people where they would have a house where they felt like it was kind of haunted, and you'd be like sleeping on the couch, and you can kind of feel like that the blankets kind of come over you really tight. Like you can feel like pressure.
That's that's
So,
just that's just a ghost like wanting to cuddle in bed. That's all that is.
so, so Charlie,
Yeah.
how are you today, Charlie?
I'm doing all right.
You,
How are you?
you
Good to see you guys again.
yes, Charlie. Do you have anything interesting, Charlie? That it's been a while. Do you have any interesting that you'd like to share that you know has come up recently?
The scariest thing is when Wabosaurus doesn't realize that he needs to wear a towel when he comes out of the shower. That's a scary thing.
Wow.
Hard. Wow. It's terrible. Doesn't realize he has to have some courtesy. But in all seriousness, no, the creepiest thing here. Yeah, the stories of the Jersey Devil. Uh, we've been also watching the live stream of the Knickerbocker Hotel you could find on YouTube. And also, Key West is another amazing place to go to for haunted houses.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, they do ghost tours and stuff like that down there too.
if anyone wants to go to Key West with me, let's go.
Well, also we can make a stop in Spokane because Unicorn Zombie Princess says that there's an entrance to an underground tunnel that's really creepy and weird things happen. So
Okay.
you get those underground tunnels.
Well, we would have to go from Key West and travel all the way across the country to Spokane, or vice
Well,
versa.
yeah, because we're gonna all end up at LBD's house in the end because we're gonna watch scary movies in Tombstone.
Hey.
Right.
We're gonna have to pull out the screen outside and do a barbecue.
I don't think.
Yeah,
that would
we're gonna have Magoo pick us up in his truck and just put everybody in the back, and we'll have like a little party bus, going, and we'll just kind of make our way to LBD's.
Come.
I don't know. I don't know if I trust LBD. I mean, I don't know if I trust Magoo with his driving. He could be swerving all over the place. And be like, oh, they're in the back. They're fine. We're all flying in there.
LBD,
What's up?
come play with us.
I'm okay. Better put those things away when I go over there.
Yes,
One day-
LBD, come play with us, LBD.
Put him in his room that he's going to stay in, Robert.
That thing was always creeping at me. Oh, and he's had that thing for years.
Yeah, he's been, oh my God, it's been well over, it's almost 15 years, I think. He's been around.
Wow.
Yes, Zombie, we'll come and get you too, Zombie. We'll come and get you out of the garage, no problem. Because he says, don't forget him. He wants to come watch LBD's, go to his house too. We'll have a huge, we'll just go and pick up from state to state. We'll just rent one of those big, huge party buses. We'll have, Magoo do his truck. We'll just kind of keep.
I find it funny that I was probably at the base where Zombie was at when he was in the military because I had a friend who was stationed in the same place. I didn't even get it in it. I stood there for like a month, I think it was. And I text my friend. Well, I'll probably bring it up tomorrow, but I don't remember the exact year. But I swear it has to be around that time. It definitely had to be around somewhere around that time. So that's interesting. Oh,
So
Well, guys,
let's see.
I've got
Yes,
to
I
head
know.
out, so I've got to go to work in the morning. So
Okay.
It's
Well,
getting late.
yeah, no problem. Like I said, I appreciate you jumping on. I know,
having
you
me.
know, and like I said, just to be able to get up here and talk from time to time. When we do these streams, we never know where they're going to go. We're going to start out with the topic, but occasionally they could just go in a different direction, and we can end up with another topic. It could lead, a domino effect. So, we have some fun with it every week. That's all it is. It's everybody hanging out, just having fun. We don't have to have a set schedule, a format. We just go out and just kind of go with it and see where
Perfect.
it goes.
Perfect example is my 10-minute stream for a giveaway turned into almost 4 hours.
Yeah, yeah. Well, even the other night when we were sitting there playing, we were up late. When we were playing the quizzes the other night on your stream.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
that's the same one.
Oh, was that was the same one?
Yeah, that was supposed to be 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Holy, oh my God, that
So,
was the same one.
but
Yeah.
let's let Mitch go to bed, man. He's got to go to work tomorrow, so let him sign off real quick.
But no,
All
guys,
right, well, Mitch,
I appreciate you having me on here. I always have fun, man.
thank you so much, Mitch. You have a good evening. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
You too, guys. Y'all take care. Good to see you all. Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Have a good night, bitch.
But yeah, I'm telling
Um,
you.
yeah, but I mean, we have, like I said, I think, with horror, you can have a lot of different topics. That's kind of what we're going to do on this stream. We're looking at different options for it. Dallas and I have been talking and just trying to figure out, things that work and things that don't. And just kind of, when we, like last week, we had people that, we wanted to have an opportunity to come on, and they didn't get a chance to come on because things come up, and like somebody gets new positions, and you know what I mean, so which is a good thing, right? And now they're going to be a principal, and they get to have some scary situations in the principal's office. Oh, speaking of which, Charlie, what do you think about that?
Oh, this one? Oh my god. They promoted you? Yeah, they did. Oh, good luck.
But I mean,
I'm
that's
gonna.
the beauty of it.
I'll put him in a detention room, just staring, and just play the Shining music.
Yeah, it's when they come into the office, you can just have him in the seat at first, and then you can spin the seat around, and he'll just be right there.
He actually has a little rocking chair that he sits on, but it's hard to pick up and to bring over. I'll try to eventually get it up in on it, but he has a little rocking chair that I'll just tap it, and it'll look like
Yeah,
he's just rocking in the chair.
you're gonna get that kid that comes in the office. He's gonna see Charlie in the chair by himself, and then
This
it
is
spins around, and then that he's gonna bust out the door, and he's gonna be like, "I will never go to that principal's office again."
yep.
So you have M3 Lions. I'm just trying to get with some of the chat right here. So Andrew says, I'm in the Quad Cities right on the Mississippi River. So I know the Mississippi River, there's some, history there. Um, M3 Lions, we got freaked out and went home. So my dad never got his fish and chips. So a little ghost story from M3 Lions in the UK. So that's cool. And so Unicorn Zombie Princess, when I lived in Iowa where I grew up, there's a black 8.5 foot angle in the graveyard. It's said to have a curse. If you touch it, you will die. It's called the Weeping Angel. Interesting. That might be that's something I like to research a little bit. Anything you heard about that, Robert? The Weeping Angel?
I have
Muted.
not, but I've heard, yeah, I got it. I've not, but I've heard very similar stories of things where like statues or stuff that you go up to and you don't mess with, and if you touch it or if you do anything to it or if you try to deface it, that a curse goes on you and your family. So
Or wasn't there the one that you had to go write the letter for or something like that?
Well, that was the doll. That one.
Okay.
So that was Robert the doll, which I won't mess with ever again.
What's up? What's up,
That
Will?
story is interesting. I'm curious about that one as well. Um, let's see.
Hey,
Um,
what's up, Will?
it's always interesting to hear those stories of like stuff that are like religious symbols, but that have some sort of curse or some sort of hex on them.
Hmm.
I find that to be
Yeah,
more.
I mean, well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, that's, obviously this weekend, we decided to go, with Father's Day, I mean, and once again, happy Father's Day to everybody. Hope you have a great weekend with Father's Day. But we couldn't resist going on the theme, for Father's Day, fathers in horror, good, bad, and ugly. But that's the thing is, we talked to you guys in the chat. We definitely would love for you guys. You can DM us, whether myself or Dallas, and you can mention, some subjects maybe you'd like to see us kind of dive into a little bit. We're always, welcome to ideas. Like I know Andrew has reached out to me in regards to some stuff. And, like I said, every week, there's something that's going to pop up, and it just depends on what drives us for the topic. But between with LBD and Robert, myself, and Dallas, and whoever else happens to come on, we will try to make sure that we can provide some entertainment for you guys. But this is a interactive stream, so we want to make sure that we you know kind of feed off of you guys as well. So that's why we kind of call it um, summoning the chat, just basically getting those ghost vibes and see what's going on. So, because before you know it, I know LBD is getting closer and closer to really turning into wanting that horror. He's going to end up like if there was those movie rental stores, he would go down that horror line and probably just put in the shopping cart. All right, this one looks good. Yeah, I think I'm going to get this one. And he's going to be, because he doesn't sleep anyway. So,
I
he's just
really
gonna
don't.
he's just gonna
Last night
sit
I
there
was
and watch.
I- last night I was up to like 5, but I will tell you one thing. The person I'm currently seeing that she's really into horror movies, so she'll send me some of them sometimes. We're like, "Want to watch this?" I was like, "Yeah, okay, fine, whatever." But it's been a while because we've been trying to catch up on other stuff that we've kind of missed on with this whole Corona thing going. But yeah, like I said, I'm with my luck. Pretty much almost every woman I've ever dated is into horror, so I can't do
But
nothing about
I
it. I
mean,
have to watch it.
they do call them scream queens. There's obviously, I mean, there's women that are into horror more than guys. I mean, it's definitely there. But at the same time, it gives you an opportunity to kind of find a connection between you. You know that she likes horror. You've been doing, this coming on and helping us and stuff. It gives you an opportunity to talk about that with her. Maybe she can bounce some ideas off of you. Maybe there's a movie that you might just end up really, really liking. There's genres, plus not only that, like you're an anime person, and I know that there's some good horror anime out there, right? Like Tokyo Ghoul.
There's actually an anime that has a lot of. It's not technically horror, but it does have a lot of ghoulish and like kind of like spiritual vibes to it, where there's like a headless. There is a headless horseman, but it's not a horseman. It's a woman, and what do they call her? She's there's a specific name for her kind of her class of creature, which I can't remember. I'm gonna look into it. But it's called the anime is called Durara. It's called Durara, and there's a second one called Durara X2. I think it's called.
Now, also, I know a lot of people talk about Death Note is supposed to be pretty good. And I know they
Yeah,
made a movie, Death Note.
Yeah, there's a
Now,
lot of
is
that.
that in relation?
the movie wasn't that great. The book, I mean
The anime.
the anime is much better than the
The anime
actual.
is much better.
I love the illustration for it too.
So there,
Now the Death Note had William Defoe in it, correct?
No,
Was that the movie?
The
no.
I think it was voiced in the movie. It was voiced by him, if I'm not mistaken. But the Netflix one, but that wasn't. It really was not a good movie.
okay, so I actually just looked up what the creatures are. So there's a couple of different supernatural things that happen in this show called Durara, but the two main ones, one is called Psycha, which is a killer blade that kind of lusts for human attention, but the only way it knows how to get attention from people is by cutting them. So
Oh wow.
anybody who holds the blades is compelled to cut somebody, and anybody who gets cut becomes a zombie. It's not a zombie, but more like somebody who's controlled by the blade and also has like the tendency to cut somebody else. So it's kind of like a virus going around and around. But the original owner of the sword, if they can actually control it, it's they can actually have like power over the other psychas. And then the other one is a Doulahan, which is an Irish fairy. It's a headless Irish fairy who carries her head on her side while she's riding in a carriage. So that's like the kind of like the supernatural aspect of that show, and it's really good. It's a really good anime that touches really a lot into those characters.
Well, I mean, that sounds really interesting. I mean, I know, like I said, I'm not a huge anime person, but I think if I was to go into anime, it would have to be anime horror to open the gate. Um, because it definitely, I love horror, in that sense, and so if I'm going to be introduced to something, at least let it be something that can also fit into my liking, just to kind of see how the anime works. And I've heard so many good things about, like I said, Death Note and, Tokyo Ghouls. So, that's one of the things, I may find, like you said, you don't watch a lot of horror movies. I don't watch a lot of the anime, but at some point, you may find yourself attracted to that area. You know,
See, but that's what
Cas-
I say. What happened?
well, Zombie Garage said Castlevania too. Is that an anime, Castlevania?
Yeah, I've never seen it, but uh, I don't know what the basis of it is. I don't know. Cause see, here's the thing: do you when you talk about when you talk about anime, there's a fine line between mystical and like supernatural. You kind of have I don't know. You got to tote the line on it, but I'm pretty sure Zombie Garage, if he's mentioning it, and he's a horror person, so if he's mentioning Castlevania, it must be a horror anime. But like I
Well,
said, that,
he says, well, Zombie says Castlevania is pretty awesome.
there you go.
However, Ness says that it's considered anime. That she doesn't know if it's considered anime, but she
It
really
is
likes Castlevania.
it is considered anime. It's
So,
considered
so
anime.
now is it Castlevania that's based off the video game?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Okay.
It is.
So
Um,
that would be something that would be interesting to me as well.
it's the same thing as a book being turned into a movie. It's a game turned into an anime. It happens all the time. Some games get turned into anime. Some animes get turned into games. It's just all around thing. So it's if like I said, if he says it's a good way, it's good entry. But that's what I said. Like with anime, there's something for everybody. If you're into horror, there's horror anime. If you're into true crime, there's true crime. If you're into fighting and yelling and all that shit, there's obviously that. If you're into some obscure stuff that are kind of like fan service, there's that. If you're into sports, there's sports animes of basketball and baseball, all that stuff.
Well, see, like I've been trying. I told Jeff, Zombies Garage, that I'd like to have him come on and talk. His work schedule's kind of taking that away a little bit, but he's also mentioned Helsing. Are you familiar with Helsing?
No. But this is the character I
No.
was telling you about, what she looks like in current times. She has no head. It's
Mm-hmm.
just smoke coming off her head, and you see that big scythe of
Oh
hers.
wow.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I, I'm trying to find a picture of her when she's like in her natural state, like when she's actually wearing the armor and she's headless. And let me see. Well, you can keep going while I try to see if I can find it.
All right.
Uh,
Eric, I'm gonna crash for tonight.
Yeah, no,
you
I get
done
it.
for
I understand. I appreciate it. Dallas. Um, yeah, I mean, corpse party. Like I said, I appreciate chat. I really appreciate you guys being able to talk. You have Zombies Garage and Ness and Unicorn Zombie Princess. I mean, you guys come in here. We're trying to find what we're trying to do is find a time in a day where we could have a longer feed, but is also available to people on the East Coast where they're not talking at 2 o'clock in the morning. Like we're trying to say, hey, maybe we can start at 5 o'clock and be able to go from there. So we're not necessarily saying that we want to do on a Friday. We were talking about maybe possibly on a Thursday or, in a Saturday. You do have some streams out there, but we're looking to try to cater it around a time that would be open for people to come in and hang out for a little bit and not feel like, it's too late. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, we could talk horror. For some people, we can talk a long time,
Yeah.
and we appreciate it. So Dallas, um, definitely love having you here, bud. Appreciate it. I
Yep.
know you're tired. Thank you so much. And
Yep.
just so
Well,
you
you
know,
guys can.
Dallas got a
Yeah, I guess.
haircut.
I mean, you guys can keep going. It's on your channel, so I mean, you can keep going all you want.
No, I
Just
know.
because
I
I'm.
but I well, I know LBD likes. He can stay up, so I know. Not a big deal for him. Charlie, he probably took a nap early. Um, but we have so hey, yeah,
Look,
Geeky
look,
Mama Bear's still in the
see,
house.
people are still coming in. So just because I'm going, you guys all stay, chat, stay,
Mhm.
keep the conversation going.
Well, there's a couple of things that the chat had that we can touch on. Um, like I said, like M3 Lions is talking about some things that's going on near him in haunted houses, and that's kind of an interesting topic too. Is the UK. So, but yeah, Dallas, you get some rest. Appreciate
Yep,
it, brother. You have a good night.
yep,
good night, Dallas.
yep. Have a good night, guys. Robert, thank you for coming on. LBD, thank you for coming on.
Have a
Chat,
good
thank you guys for coming on. Keep the conversation going. Maybe if I can't sleep, I'll pop back in. We'll see. We'll see what
Yeah,
my insomnia is like. We'll see how long
well,
you guys go for tonight. Let's
start
see if you
thinking of
guys
some
can.
topics. Start thinking
Yeah.
of some topics for next week.
Let's see if you guys can make it 5 hours.
But look, that's
The
that's
only
the original look with the armor and the headless horse. It's not just headless person; it's a headless horse, and she has the head in her hand. I don't know if you can see that.
wow.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So that's part of Durara. That's one of the was actually one of my favorite characters from the show.
yeah. So, all right. Good night, everyone.
Have a
Thank you
good
all for joining us. You guys are only an hour and 11 minutes away from making a 5 hour live stream. We'll see if you guys can push the button.
night in
Push
it.
it.
I'm starting to crash myself.
Dude, I when I came on, I was feeling a food coma, so I'm surprised I've lasted this long.
And yesterday I went on a hike, and then today I cleaned out one of my class. We have a drama room. I had to clean it out, so I'm like, I had to throw water on my face.
Yeah. I mean, so all right. Well, real quick, let's since we do have some people in the chat, let me do something real quick and see if I have something here that I could pull up real quick while you guys are Dallas heading out. LBD, you want to touch a little bit more on some of the other anime characters? That one's really cool with the headless one. Anything else? Because I mean, we're trying to learn about anime as well.
So there's a let me see if I can find. There's like I said, there's a character called Saika, in that same anime. That's the other. It's kind of like the opposing character to Salty. She's a Doulahan, which is an Irish fairy. From what I understand, she helps the dead. Like she's kind of like their Grim Reaper. She helps
Ooh.
them, helps souls kind of transition to the other side, and then she loses her head in the show, and she's like on the search for it. And then Psyche is kind of like the person eventually has to confront or something, not for her head, but just because Psyche is causing trouble with her. The only thing that the blade is thinking is kill. The blade of Psyche is all this thing is kill. So I'm trying to find her look. I'm trying to remember what her name is.
Okay,
Uh,
let me see.
Psyche.
Let me see if I can pull something up real quick.
I don't know how it's spelled. There it is.
You find it?
Yeah, I did find it. So this is the original Psyche, and then there's actually three of them. The lady, if you, I don't know if you see the lady in the. Hold on. Let me see if I could get it right. Okay, so there's a lady in the yellow in the background in there. She's the original user. She used to be able to get the blades literally coming out of her hand, and she broke off a piece of the original one and gave it to the girl all the way on the other end, which is the one in black.
Yeah.
She becomes the mother Psyche, and then she makes the girl in the middle think she's the mother, and she's actually a psycho stalker. Throughout the whole show, you think that she's the original owner of the blade, and that's why their eyes are red. Anybody who has red eyes in the show is being controlled by the original blade, which is this one. And it's like
Oh, wow.
it's a crazy story, and they're very involved. And then you kind of see the story from different angles from different characters. Now for Death Note, I can't actually. You can take me off, big. I'm not showing no more pictures right now. But for Death Note, you don't. I don't actually. I've never actually seen it. But from what I understand, it's literally has to do with like an actual book that I believe is given to the character by Death himself.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. So that's like a whole nother twist on that. Actually, my ex is really like that show, and she's not into anime. So there you go. Um, I've heard about Soul Eater, and if you're into true crimes, like kind of like
Ness.
huh?
Ness likes true crime. Ness in the chat. Ness. She likes true crimes.
True crimes, like investigative stuff. One of the good ones that I like, it's called Case Closed. Although it's about a character who's a teenager detective who basically outwits the police most of the time, and his best friends who's like his love interest, whatever. Her father is a detective, and he's always outshining him. But then he gets turned into a kid and blah blah whatever. But it's really in deep. It's kind of like watching Clue every season. Like you trying to figure out who the hell is the murderer, and there's so many twists and turns in it, and you never know. Sadly, after a few seasons, they stopped dubbing it, so you'll have to start reading like the subtitles. But you get a good 6 7 seasons before that happens. It's a really
Oh,
good
wow.
show for true crime people. I'm telling you, if you give me a certain thing, like there's sports ones, like there's some really good baseball animes that aren't like over the top, like oh superpowers and all that stuff. There's actual real story baselines behind it. You just have to really look for them. Like they're there.
So
Um,
I've seen the Dragon Ball Z baseball pops. So I mean, is there a baseball story with
um,
Dragon Ball Z?
that's a filler episode. Basically, what filler means is like they're like basically kind of like just giving you something to watch for that week that has nothing to do really with the main story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. That's Champa. So basically, what happens is him. I believe it's a competition between him and his brother,
Yeah, I
right?
have his brother over here.
Him and that they're two gods of destruction. Instead of making a tournament about fighting all over again, they make it into a baseball game, so it's kind of more even. but everybody playing has exaggerated amount of powers. So it's basically a joke for most of the time.
It's a funny episode. I like that.
It's a funny episode, but it's not really sports related.
Yeah,
It
it's they're competing against one another. And it's like they're
Are
over.
you able to pull Matthew up? Like, can you get a link for Matthew? He wanted to come on.
yeah, I can give Matthew the link.
I want to see if I can pull this up real quick too. Let's see.
I can send him the link. I just got to copy it from the other chat. In a second. Here we go.
Sorry, guys. I'm looking for something. So if I get up and walk out, I'm just trying to find.
By the way, how did the 3D print come out after the night?
I ended up fixing it, and I made Diva Talks. I gotta break her out of the. I gotta cut off the extras, but this is Diva Talks from Power Rangers.
Yeah, your little obsession with Divatox. I know. I don't know which one was worse, Kimberly or Divatox for you. I honestly don't know.
Probably Diva Talks. And then I made King Mondo, the Machine Empire. But I gotta get them out. The first one, my dog ate it.
Really?
I got scared she ate it, but let's just say I took her to the park and it came out.
Did it come out whole?
In pieces, but it looks like everything got out. But
So the one that I saw you starting is the one that ate.
yeah.
Oh wow.
So, Robert,
Yes.
are you able to? I was gonna say do you have any like quizzes loaded up, like anything like or LBD? Do you have anything like kind of
I might.
recent? That would, just something kind of maybe random that maybe.
I think I have a that's queued up that I have for it.
I might actually have to
Matthew.
Matthew.
Matthew, how are you, bud?
How are you?
What pop did you win?
Matthew, like AJ Styles. You want me to open them, Matthew? Want me to open them for you?
No.
I told him I had some wrestling cards for him, and I said, "You want me to send them now?" And he's all like, "No, no, no. I want you to make a box. Send me more stuff." So I told him I put a box together for him.
That's funny. See, but those are things that already kind of established as a live action, and I don't think they would translate well to anime. That's different. That's where the difference is. You can't look for something that's already created to make into an anime. It's better to find something that has kind of its own base for the most part.
Yeah.
Yeah. What So did Matthew say what he won? Oh, he put it in the chat.
A lino. And
Oh,
well, that's pretty good. You got like $40 and a lino.
yeah, Matthew. That's awesome. So, was that like a last ticket standing?
Yeah.
All right.
Geeky Mama Bear says, is that a thing? Can we ask for a box to be made?
Eric.
Well, yeah. I wanted. Go ahead.
Sorry, I have a 20-question quiz that actually is a lot of the topics from today and last week. It's 20 questions if you want to look at them first.
No, that works. I just thought maybe we just do a little something since there are some people in the chat. We'll just throw that in there.
How would I? Hold on. I have the.
Matthew loves his anime, so
I'm gonna share my game.
Matthew, you're a big Saved by the Bell fan?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite?
Mhm. Come on. No.
All right. Let's see. I'm trying to see if I can find a cool question here. Furby. Remember Furby? Did they ever make
Yeah.
a pop of Furby?
No.
I don't think so.
Um, just trying to look. Yeah, 90s is gonna be interesting with the topics and stuff.
Kelly, I figured.
Kelly.
No.
Yep.
How
Matthew
about
likes he likes his blondes.
You know, she was in actually in another show that I really liked.
Yeah.
More recently, and then she kind of. It's funny because the way they did the filming for a while, because she ended up getting pregnant, and she's got the same face, dude. Like her face hasn't really changed that much. Like
No.
the college year, like she hasn't changed that much. So that's pretty crazy.
am I doing this right, guys? Am I showing you the screen? Or is it
Okay.
just,
Let me
You-
double check here.
You remember you hit share, then you have to hit the audio share audio on the bottom part of it first, and then you go to the Chrome tab all the way on the right.
oh, I didn't do that then. Hold on. No, I
Yeah.
gotta. I'm probably gonna see multiple of you here. Stop sharing screen.
Yeah.
Let me do this again. So share.
Mm-hmm. It should say share audio on the bottom left corner.
M3 Lions is a big Saved by the Bell fan. So I don't know. I mean, I remember, obviously, I mean, Screech. I mean, it was a show to watch,
Yeah. Don't be ashamed.
I
But
mean,
you found
I like the Fresh Prince of Bel Air better,
well, I got the actually for Christmas 2 years ago. I think I got the whole DVD set up there. You know who, Macha? You know who I used to watch that with like every night
Cool.
on the phone with the other person missing from the trio.
Ah.
Yeah, we used to watch that every night. She used to get in trouble too on the phone. It's hilarious, dude. We was sneaking around trying to watch that.
All right,
Eric,
this question.
can you
Go
see
ahead.
if that? I send it to you in a private chat. For some reason, it's not
All right,
open.
let me see.
You want me to do it? I can.
Let me check.
That's the quiz.
Um,
I can pull it up if you want, Eric.
yeah, go ahead. See if you can pull it up because on this side I can't.
It's okay. I got it.
So this question is for you, M3 Lions. M3 Lions, I have a question for you. Which one of the 90s bands never had a UK #1 single? So you have A, Backstreet Boys, B, REM, or C, Leanne Rhymes. 90s bands.
It has to be authorized because it says I'm not authorized. I think this is under your account.
Oh, hold
So,
on.
so go.
He has to do
Yeah.
it. We can't do it.
Hold on. Let me try this again.
So I would just need to put the username, right?
No,
Because
you can't because it's under his account and it's like an authorized quiz only.
Actually, can you send me your? I don't want to say it. I want you to say it out loud here. Can you in the private chat send me your email, and then I'm going to forward it to you to share it with you, so you should be able to do it.
all right. Let's see. What else is going on, Matthew?
Yeah.
Are you Matthew? Are you missing Yoj?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's having the time of his life down there. I see a lot of his Instagrams.
Yeah.
Yoji actually hit me up the other day.
Let me know if you got it.
Okay, so Geeky Mama Bear says Leanne Rhymes and M3 Lions is saying REM. So let me double check. So, yep, the correct answer is B, REM.
Yeah.
Nice. I would have guessed Leanne Rhymes too, but only because they said. But I mean, REM. That's surprising. So, with what was your first anime that really got you? Was it the Dragon Ball Z?
Talking about me?
Yeah.
The animes I remember watching as a kid, like young, I was definitely Dragon Ball. I was watching Inuyasha, Trigun. Trigun was a real big one for me. I really enjoyed Trigun. It's kind of like a Western anime. But it has like obviously aspects of like futuristic tech, and but it's really well done. It's old but really well done. Those are like my main three that I can remember for sure growing up. And there's another one that I completely forgot. I and what killed it for me was the video games they made of it, and I just never watched it again after the videos game somehow turned me off from it. It was weird. It was called Hack something. I forget what it is. But yeah, Trigun, Dragon Ball, the original Dragon Ball, and then it was Inuyasha. Those are my like three ones that kind of hooked me in.
Oops. All right. Here's one for music. So, the best selling single in 1998. You have A, Believe by Cher, B, I Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith, or C, My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion. So Matthew, you remember that one, Matthew? My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion, I Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith, or Believe by Cher.
Well, I have a feeling it's gonna be C. I don't know. We'll see.
I say.
I call C. Wait for the chat.
All right.
Wait for the chat.
I think it's gonna be the same. LBD.
I feel like in that time she was like real big, or she became real big. I don't remember. I just got the feeling.
So can you drop the link LBD again in the chat? I think Will wants to come on to say hi. Will be popping.
Eric, did you get the email?
Let me check on that for you. Sorry. Let me double check. Double check. And we have. Okay. Yeah, it's coming through right now.
Geeky Mama Bear says that she missed the question.
The question to that, Geeky Mama Bear, was what was the worldwide best selling single of 1998? And your question answers were A, Believe by Cher, or B, I Don't Want to Miss a Thing by Aerosmith, or C, My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion.
I don't know.
All right, so now here's the thing. So am I able to get this up now? Are you able to see it?
You haven't shared it yet.
Okay, so I'm going to share that. So let me get to that point.
Don't forget to share audio, Eric, in the corner. Is that your dog? That's hilarious. Sounds like a human.
All right. And that one come through?
You can, Eric, you can click. You see underneath the numbers?
Yeah.
Not the start.
And it's
you can click
right
that.
where it says, uh-huh.
You click that, and then you can copy it. It's already copied, I think.
Yeah.
And you can put that into the chat, and people can just click on it.
Oh, okay.
So you just exit the purple thing, so people can actually see the code for whoever doesn't know how to use it.
And let's see. And did you put
Yeah, I put the link in the chat.
all right. All right. And then the code for that 137863.
You
There we go.
gotta reshare the screen.
And okay. So I got to reshare it. And hold on a second here.
Oh, what's the answer to the
So
question?
mine says stop screen. So you're saying to share. Hold
Yeah,
on a second.
you gotta pull up underneath it's like the fourth option
What's up, Will?
to bring the share screen.
Hey,
in.
what's going on?
Okay, so it's a fourth option you're saying?
Like where we pick to like the where we pick the what view we're in. You just gotta pick the view that has like the actual quiz on it. You started it.
Wait. Hold on.
It's already started.
Oh, anyway. Come on. Man.
Don't you have
Yeah, you could restart the game.
Yeah,
Hey,
you should restart it
Man,
because I don't
you should be the next day, bud.
yeah, how can we restart?
just end the game on the top. Because honestly, a lot of people didn't get to get in.
Oh, yeah. Come on.
Sorry, technical difficulties.
All right. No worries, no worries. It's
So-
all good, people. It's all good. All right. So we'll go. So, like I said, so we have that there. So now we can still redo that, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, because it says play again. So generally I sharing this tab to streamyard.com. So we're doing that. So I just want to make sure that we do all the steps properly.
Yeah.
So play again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we'll hit that. Now we get join my quiz right there. So now you got 776237.
I think you have to reshare that. Copy the link and reshare it.
See, it's at Boston. That's the problem. So you're saying, share. Okay, so the share via, right, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right, and so it's copied link, correct? All right, and then you said put in the chat, correct?
It's already copied. Yeah, and just make sure you exit the actual share link thing in the corner of the X.
So the X,
So it
I'm going to
doesn't
X that
stay-
out.
There
Now,
you go, and then just leave it there till people join.
okay. Well, we're good. All right, perfect. So how's it going, Will?
Not too bad. How you guys doing? How are you doing,
Good.
Eric?
We're doing really good. Just so you're in Boston, Will. Any haunts? Anything?
Yeah, you know I'm from Boston. You've been giving me crap about it for like every day for the past 2 weeks.
Well, it's like Matthew. You know, if Matthew's not giving you crap, then I mean, he loves you when he gives you crap. So.
Oh, I know. It's all right. I don't mind it.
I mean, it was priceless, with him last night with Fox, giving him the middle finger. So.
Oh my God, I died laughing so hard when that happened, Matthew. I was cracking up when that happened. I loved it.
All right, hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna put the kid to bed. She woke up.
Hey, okay.
1 second.
No worries.
Eric, to
Yes.
answer your question, the only thing I can honestly think of, besides just Salem, Mass, with all like the witch trials and everything, we have like Spooky World and other things that go on here, but off the top of my head, I can't think of anything. I know that we have I can't remember the movie, but is it the Conjuring? Was that in Massachusetts?
It could have been, or maybe, and I want to say almost too, like Virginia, Maryland, or
Okay.
Carolina, somewhere like there too. But I mean, I'm not sure exactly the setting.
Okay.
But I mean, you know how it is. Everything always gets, destroyed or happens on the East Coast, right? I mean, New York gets trampled by Godzilla. I mean, you get all kinds of things on the East Coast. For us West Coast, we just get earthquakes. So, what's been going on with you?
Not much. Just I'm back at work and everything, so the weekdays are long as hell. I've been up since about 5:45, I think.
Oh, man.
So I've been up for a while, but just working every day and stuff like that. Just shooting videos. I got a lot of stuff I got to put out. So I'm finally gonna drop my first sports video tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah, because I mentioned in my first video that I did that I wanted to do like a sports spotlight on Saturdays, and I've been putting it off for so long, and I finally just decided I'm going to do it. So starting tomorrow and every Saturday, I'm going to post a video just spotlighting something in my collection and everything. So just trying to do that and do some more yard work. It's never ending.
So
there's not enough time in the day.
No, I know. I agree.
Eric, you never gave the answer to your trivia question.
Aerosmith.
Well, that's because I wanted to just build the suspense. So if that is if you believe, because I don't want you guys to miss a thing. So just
Aerosmith.
remember. But my heart will go on. So don't be mad. Only spread the love. So the answer to that, once again, what was the worldwide best-selling single of 1998? And the answer was C, My Heart Will Go On. So somewhere Jack is smiling because Rose, he's thinking of Rose and his heart will go on.
Yeah, that's pretty much the only reason that song was like number one.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought that
Titanic.
song released the year before.
No. See, once again, as a Red Sox, taking a swing and a miss.
Are you sure?
Well, I mean, at least that's what's on the card. So it's the 90s Trivia Challenge quiz. It says 1998. So, I mean, but this is what's on the card. So I didn't write this one.
Well, maybe I'm right and the person who wrote it's wrong.
Okay.
Wishful thinking.
I'm just kidding.
Where do the women in Golden Girls live? A, Georgia, B, Florida, C, California.
Where's Fox when you need him?
I really think it's Florida.
Florida. I don't know. I have a weird suspicion it's gonna be California.
No, the answer is Florida, B.
Yeah, Christina knows. I trust
That's because Will he's got that 90s closet TV show series in his. All right, here you go. Let's see. That one's too easy. What sport did the Looney Tunes play in Space Jam? Golf, baseball, or basketball? Everybody knows
Badminton.
basketball.
Come on, man.
Okay, here, let's see if you know this one. What was the original name of the Starburst sweets candy? A, juicy fruit, B, star fruit, C, opal fruit.
Starfruit.
I have no.
Have a-
No.
That's a good one.
So M3 Lions comes through with the correct answer, and
Opal.
Geeky Mama Bear is right there with him. It is opal fruit.
That doesn't even
What the hell an opal fruit is? I have no idea. But
that doesn't even sound good.
I'm glad that they did not, because you would have opal fruit reds. We don't want that. You know, the star fruits. I'm glad they stuck with Starburst.
Well, it wasn't juicy fruit because that's a gum, right?
Right.
Yeah.
And opal just sounds like it's a shape.
Yeah.
Hey, remember when gum wasn't so expensive?
25 cents.
You could get candy bars 5 for $1.
Yeah. Who
Oh, Chris.
remembers those days?
Trying to find like a really, really good one that's on here, but it just seems like, I don't know. It's maybe because it's the '90s. I'm not sure, but it's like trying to find one that kind of like might be hard for you guys to get. All right, here you go. Well, I'm sure rap was just becoming well known in the '90s. Which artist had the first #1 rap single? Jay-Z. Or so the answer would be A, Tupac, B, Jay-Z, C, Vanilla Ice.
Yeah.
The first #1.
It's too late.
It is the in the '90s. Which artist had the first #1 rap single?
You're not gonna be able to see.
Yeah.
I was gonna say Ice Ice Baby, right?
Yeah. So yeah, we got the chat coming through. Yes, it's Vanilla Ice, Matthew. Yep, and Ice Baby. I also had that in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Turtle rap.
Yeah, turtle rap.
Go Ninja, go Ninja, go.
Bum.
It's
Okay,
I used
so
to love those movies.
Yeah, I have them in Blu-ray, all three of them.
Still the
Oh, yeah.
best Ninja Turtle movies.
I got the same thing. I got them on Blu-ray right over there. Yep.
Yeah, I get. You know, it's funny. I have a younger brother who had never seen them. I was like, "You disgrace me. Sit down." Watch it. He stole
All right, so
my Ninja Turtle shirt.
in the '90s sitcom Family Matters,
Oh yeah.
where did the Winslows live?
Chicago.
A, Chicago, B, New York, or C, Georgia?
Chicago, man. Come on. That's too easy.
I'm gonna wait for the answer.
Yeah, like that. Like
All right, here you go. In Family Matters, what is Steve's full name? So you have A, Stephen B. Urkel, B, Stephen Q. Urkel, C, Stephen J. Urkel.
Stephen Q. Urkel.
Let's see.
what the hell is
Yep,
that?
there's B. That noise.
Yeah,
Oh, that might have been me. I was clicking my tongue.
yeah.
Well, sometimes
Sorry.
it's something that pops up too if somebody comes into the back room. Like Dallas put a sound on there so you can know if somebody's in there. All right, so we're ready to do this quiz now.
Yeah, we should be. We got enough people in there.
All right, so
Good night, Geeky Mama.
I'm gonna start it. Let's now Geeky
Good
Mama.
night.
She brings it. Oh, she's leaving.
Yeah, she's going to bed. She
All
came in and she's.
I know. You don't want to play one more to Geeky Mama? Play it from bed. Here we go. All right.
Damn it.
I forgot to log in and do this. It's so quiet.
It is, yeah.
We're hunting rabbits. Everyone be quiet. We're hunting rabbits with no guns. Elmer Fudd isn't allowed to have weapons anymore. And how long is this quiz?
20 questions.
What's the deal with everyone?
Yankee.
Nicknames and food. Andrew, that's an inside joke.
There's an anime question in there. I think.
You would know, right?
It's not one I watch.
Oh. Matthew, you doing the quiz too, bud?
Yeah.
Just following along. Since I picked the quiz, I can't play it.
Really? I did not know that. Oops. I knew that one and I got it wrong.
Why'd you do that for?
Because I rushed it.
Andrew, you're Marshmallow. What's up, Marshmallow? Oh, Andrew, if you were from Massachusetts or New England, I'd call you Fluff. Yeah, sweet and fluffy.
Damn it. I actually got to redo that one I thought I knew. So I ended up with fourth so far.
Main. Fortunes.
Who's in first?
Main? Who's main? Oh, mainstream. Kind of mainstream. Milk steak. And Ness.
Matthew.
Fucking shit. Actually, I have to get things ready for Sunday tomorrow, so that's probably what I'll be doing till when I wake up till the stream I have with Matthew. I'll be working on that all day. You gonna be opening up some stuff tomorrow, Matthew?
Yeah.
Cool.
So, is it still going?
Yeah. Wait till that.
Yeah.
I think we gotta scroll down a little bit, see if anybody's still going. No, kind of mainstream. I think is basically the winner.
Ness and milk steak are in second and third. Other way. Milk steak second, Ness in third.
You fell asleep the wrong way. Great.
Hey, Christina, you'll be happy to know that I can open up my Star Wars boxes on Tuesday.
Yeah, we all can.
I can finally open them. Are you doing it too?
Yeah.
Are you?
Where
Yeah.
did you order them?
I've had my
Where did you order them from?
they're called it's Band for Arms. It's a charity based mystery box. Basically, they're each run of mystery boxes are going to a specific charity.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Usually it was military charities, but when the COVID hit, he started adding to the pool, like for the food for the kids and all this like masks for all these things. Like it's a whole bunch of different ones. To be honest, it's hard to keep track of it. But this
Yeah.
some of the runs is all like the Star Wars box. The original Star Wars boxes are all Star Wars, no matter what you take. But the main hits are like $400 to $500 pops. Yeah, so see how lucky we get.
$400.
Yeah,
If
that's right.
anybody gets
Freddy as Yoda.
Freddy as Yoda is one of the main hits. That thing's expensive. Look it up. If I win that thing, I wouldn't even know what to do with it because I wouldn't care for it. I'll probably use it to get some grails. But I would throw it in a box first. Throw it in my safe and not let it out. I think I'm losing my mind. Do I have boxes open? The only boxes I have to open is the ones I just said, Matthew. I already got those set for Tuesday. Maybe I get something tomorrow. I might get something in the mail tomorrow. Honestly, I have no freaking clue.
I know. I might have. I don't know.
Yeah. I stopped keeping track of my packages. Unless I know there's something missing, I probably won't have it. I think the test is over. I think everybody's done, Eric.
Yeah.
All right. So
I think Will's backstage again. He I guess he dropped out by accident. There you go.
Sorry, yeah, they shouldn't put the chat button right next to like the leave button with my fat fingers.
wisdom. Okay, but how come it's not stopping? I thought it stops when everybody's done.
No, you can end it now. It just depends if the person puts the timer on it.
Game ended.
But yeah. So I think it's me, you, and Mitch, and one other person that I can't remember right now. Will.
Um, Cheap and Nerdy, Pop Couple, Mitch, me, you. I didn't see. I haven't looked at like the list. That's why I knew that it was only Cheap and Nerdy, myself, Mitch, and Pop Couple because I haven't checked the page yet. So if you would be number 5. So imagine that there has to be at least one other person. But I haven't checked though.
I know somebody else asked, but they didn't have their boxes.
Average Will, I think, was missing. Yeah. He was waiting on his.
Yeah, Cheap and Nerdy, Mitch, you, and I was the 4th person.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's still 2
Yeah. So on that one right there, so Ness will have you on the wheel. And we'll put you on the wheel. So I'm going to make sure I write that down for you. All right. So real quick, I wanted to M3 Lions. M3 Lions. Hold on. Where is that at? Where's that question?
You already got a sneak peek, Christina.
Oh, okay. All right, M3 Lions. Which Spice Girls single was on top of the UK charts for 3 weeks? A, Wannabe. B, If You Want to Be My Lover. C, Who Do You Think You Are?
Am I allowed to answer this?
Well, let's see if
I watched Spice World every single day, I think, back in the late 90s.
You remember the lollipops, the Spice?
Oh my god, bro! My cousins used to go every day to the store and buy those things out, and eventually, you know that if you have a sealed one of those things, how much that thing is worth right now?
Really?
Yeah, I've heard that those things go for money if you have a sealed.
I remember the corner store used to sell them for like a quarter.
Yeah.
So back then, everything used to be a quarter.
Only we knew.
Yeah.
Christina said A, Wannabe. M3 Lions says Wannabe. However, the answer on here is C, Who Do You Think You Are? So, is that seem about right, Will? Or would you win with a different answer too?
No, I can see that being right. Just because I think Wannabe was number 1 longer, and the other one, I believe, those ones were number 1 longer. So I would say that's accurate.
All right.
Because the other ones were much bigger hits, and they were on the charts a lot longer. So.
All right. Well, here's one for you. How many seasons of the Golden Girls are there? A, 8, B, 5, C, 7.
7.
Hey, let's just bring Will to the TV game show capital in LA, and because he's going to win us some money. Because I mean, he's not even given a chance for the question to flash on the TV screen. He's just 7. He's on it.
Yeah.
So,
don't mess with me. I know my stuff.
7 is correct.
Yeah.
Well, after you work in that field for so long, not having to actually do anything because nobody really cared. It's easy to learn stuff.
So basically, what you're saying, Will, is on when you're out there doing the yard work. When you're out there doing the yard work, you're listening to Spice Girls. You're dropping the Spice Girls while you're doing the yard work.
No, that I can say does not happen. I usually don't have my phone with me when I'm outside doing work.
Uh,
But I have not listened to Spice Girls in a while, though. It's been a while since I listened to the CD. I'm not going to say I don't have a CD from them, but I have not listened to any of their music in a while.
What does FUBU stand for? A, for us by you. B, for you by us. C, for us by us.
I know what Bufu means.
I know what it means too.
Yeah, buddy.
Any
I know this answer too. Can I say it? For you by us?
It is the answer. What they have on here is C, for us by us.
No.
So, yeah, well, like I said, who knows how accurate some of these could be, but that's what's on there.
I'm pretty sure they go through a rigorous process.
Now, here you go, Matthew. You should let's see if you get this one. In the '90s sitcom Full House, what is the name of Uncle Jesse's favorite comb? A, Mr. Goodpart. B, Mr. Spoon. C, Chief. What'd you say?
A.
Dang, Matthew.
Matthew's right.
You're correct. Mr. Goodpart. Yes, that is correct.
Right.
We're going to take you and Will we're going to make some money at the game shows. Okay. During the 90s.
Cowley's cheating over there. During the 90s, what type of clothing did Tupac make popular? A, a bucket hat. B, velour tracksuits. Or C, bandanas. Or C, bandanas. So the bucket, which one? Put it in there. A, B, or C? C, final answer.
Ding, ding, ding.
C is correct. It is bandanas.
Yeah.
Bandanas.
That's kind of that's like a gimme.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that D was going to be overalls because he was always wearing those overalls with one strap off.
Okay, so in the 90s, which of these hairstyles that Will wore was popular in the 90s? A mohawk. So A mohawk, a B queef, or C curtained hair. A mohawk, queef, or curtain hair. I have no clue other than the mohawk.
Wait, I thought a queef was something else.
Yeah, there's got to be a queef, but I don't think that's what they really call it. At least not what he called it.
So the answer, yes, M3 Lion says curtained hair. That's exactly what Will wore in the 90s, curtained hair.
What the hell does that even look like?
Yeah.
I've got two hairstyles, and I don't think that's one of them.
Let's see. In what year was The Lion King released? 92, 94, or 90?
92.
B.
I believe.
No, it's B.
Isn't?
Aladdin was 92.
Oh, okay.
It was, yes.
94.
And he says that it's a puppy come. Yes, it is 94. Trying to see. sometimes you find these little cards, and then sometimes they're like they got some really cool ones, and then sometimes it's like they're just way too easy.
Well, I think that's kind of the point to like kind of mix it up for everybody.
On the show Friends, what was the name of Ross's monkey? A. Marcel, B.
Marcel.
Caesar, or
A,
C. George?
it's A.
Hey, you gotta wait for the starting line.
I don't have to. I'm from Boston. I don't wait for nobody.
Everyone in the chat's probably like,
That's
what
a
the
lie. You waited to win a championship for how long?
Now,
Okay, Mr. New Yorker.
oh yeah. Speaking of which, did you not see? They recently had in the headlines. They were saying something about the Yankees were cheating too in baseball. That they discovered something that the Yankees were
I
cheating.
know. I got the envelope right here.
Sure.
Is that
I can't answer the film questions.
Let's see.
Oh, what the hell is it?
That one already did. So which one of these is the name of an album by Green Day? A. Mookie, B. Dookie, C. Lukey.
Mookie.
Is that your bet?
No, because I think it's something else.
wasn't your uncle into Green Day?
Yeah. You said you can't ask Rex film questions? So you can't ask Rex film questions. What the fuck? Have you?
Dookie.
Yes, Dookie it was. So all right, here we go. Which of the following is not a member of 98 Degrees?
Nick Lachey.
A. Justin, B. Brian, C. Drew.
I think it's Brian. What was the first name again? Justin?
How are you doing, Ninja? A. Justin, B. Brian, C. Drew.
Actually, I think it's Justin. Because Drew is Nick Lachey's brother. And I forget the other two names because one of them is one of their cousins.
So everybody's saying A, but the actual answer coming through here is B. Brian. Yeah. Matthew had that. In Jumanji, a stampede is released. What is the slowest animal? The rhinoceros, ostrich, or the elephant?
It's the fat rhino.
Yeah, it's the fat rhino.
Bringing up the rear.
That's tough in
The fat rhino that's out of breath.
That's out of breath.
Which of the following pop stars did not appear on the Mickey Mouse Club? A. Britney Spears, B. Jessica Simpson, C. Christina Aguilera.
Jessica Simpson.
Now, see, the answer is B. Yes, Jessica
They
Simpson.
still all ended up screwed the hell.
Yep.
Well, no, I mean, Britney Spears has a
Oh yeah, because
thing
she's never
going on
been
in
crazy.
Vegas. She kind of reinvented herself.
Yeah, but she still
No, but I mean,
she still lost her shit.
I think she's actually she's kind of fallen in that stage of where Madonna was when she got to a certain point and had to reinvent herself, but now obviously Madonna's
Christina
falling
did
off
the
the
same
wheel.
thing too.
When was last time? I mean, what is Christina doing today? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, Britney Spears has a show in Las Vegas. Like, what is Christina doing? Did she do anything that you know of? Like,
I think she still put out music, but I don't think anything recently.
I think recently she was working like to help people with like first responders or kids affected by COVID. I thought she was doing something like that.
I actually think her last thing she did was Christmas.
movie was Robin Williams' first animated film? A. Aladdin. B.
Aladdin.
Ferngully. B. Ferngully, The Last Rainforest. C. Robots. You need to wait till
Aladdin.
all the questions are
Nah,
the answers are
nah.
given.
Okay. I'll find. Look, I'll mute myself until all the answers are read. Okay. I'll
Yes,
wait.
and yeah, because otherwise you're going to turn out like the rhinoceros in Ace Ventura. That's what Andrew says. The next question: what happened to the rhinoceros in Ace Ventura? So once, so you have the first animated film of Robin Williams: A. Aladdin, B. Ferngully, The Last Rainforest, C. Robots. And what do you think it is, Matthew? He says Aladdin.
Nah.
The answer is actually B. Ferngully, The Last Rainforest.
Love that movie. It was
All right, here you go. Well, this one's pretty. I think this one's pretty easy though. Which character from Beavis and Butthead had their own show? A. Earl, B. Mr. Anderson, or C. Daria?
Oh, yeah.
I actually knew that last one because I just saw a documentary about Robin Williams.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, probably like last month.
a great movie. Ferngully was a really good movie.
It,
Uh-huh.
I loved him as Batman.
No M3 Lions. Nope. Well, I don't know if your M3 Lions might be coming in on a delay, but the
they're
answer
always
is
delayed.
Daria. Yeah, but he might have a bigger delay. He's from the UK. Yes,
To answer this time.
let's see. I don't know. It's
I need to get me some of those cards. Where did you get those?
these. I found them like at a dollar store.
Yeah.
I think
Hey, Eric.
yeah.
I have this, but I don't think you guys are going to do good at it.
Oh, you got to know Boston.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't want to be good at it.
But is that like Red Sox, or is it like stuff
Well-
about Boston?
No, this is all sports. Boston sports. I got it a Christmas one year a while back. It's
Have
never
you
been
ever-
opened.
I guarantee you, they're not going to have a question in there that was like, when was the last time the Red Sox were good?
Well, how about this?
So we have
Well, actually, yeah.
you're California. LBD and I are New Jersey, Massachusetts, I assume, right? And
Yeah.
where else is Matthew? Where
Arizona.
Arizona and California.
Yeah, Matthew likes hanging out with the snakes in Arizona.
Yeah, Matthew, my uncle lives in Tucson.
Oh, Tucson.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we actually on Sundays we just started a sports pop talk show, and we just did it this last Sunday. And Will Be Poppin' was going to come on, but he was in the backyard mowing the lawn and lost track of time. So Mr. Techbot from Boston as well slid in and kind of pinch hit for him. But we had Fox Crown, Tori and Useful Unboxing. We had Pop Scott and Mr. Techbot and myself. And so we're going to do some sports talk show on Sundays and just talk some sports, talk some shit, have some trivia, memorabilia. So having a little bit of fun with that. Obviously, this Sunday, we got Father's Day edition. You have fathers and sons and sports.
And your birthday.
And, yes, it's my birthday on Sunday, and Will just had his birthday recently. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
So
nice.
we're June. Kiki Mama just had her birthday.
I think the birthday someone gets you the other Michonne pet.
Oh yeah.
Tell us which one you're missing.
The second one. He's missing the second one.
I don't know.
I tried for that, but it went out so fast.
It says Michonne's pet one.
Oh, so he's a Michonne pet two. He's missing.
Yeah. It's literally two.
Andrew, that's not very nice.
It's like thing one and thing two.
Uh-huh.
Hey, everything can't be wrestling, Andrew. I mean, Matthew, everything can't be.
Come
I mean,
on.
Matthew. Oh, Andrew said it. I thought Matthew. Sometimes Andrew and Matthew they sound alike.
What?
I forget what sports team are you like, Andrew? But anyways, we have a sports pop talk show. It goes 1 o'clock Eastern on Sundays. It should be a lot of fun. You got a lot of talking crap.
I have a question. Last time you guys were talking baseball, or is it always just gonna be baseball?
No, the reason why we did it was our opening day for Sports Pop Talk, and because baseball had just recently been in the news with what's going on, but we're going to touch bases on all the sports, so it won't be just baseball. And then I know not this weekend, but the weekend after, we're hoping to. I'll have to get a full confirmation, but we've already talked about it. So Beard the Pop said that he would like to come on. So we'll see, how that goes. I know there's a lot of sports people in the community, so
He's a big Louisville fan.
Yeah,
He's a huge fan. Yeah,
You sound like a big loser fan.
Louisville.
You sound like you wanted to say loser.
Who on
It's
Saturday?
the same thing.
Who what?
I'm trying to figure out a time slot of when to do mine because I'm going to be starting soon. But what are Saturdays like? Like, I don't want to conflict with people. I know that they're busy, but what is Saturday? I'm Eastern Standard Time anyway, so
it's pretty jam packed.
I was gonna say like the big one on Saturday, I think, is Booze and Pops.
But that's late at
like
night. Like, you're talking about like after.
Oh no, I'm looking to do something like around 7 or 8.
I think you'll be fine because
Matthew.
BOP and Captain
yeah,
go on
Matthew,
at like
when
9, I
does
think.
Boost and Pop start?
Yeah.
And is it Matthew going live tomorrow too? Aren't you going live tomorrow, bud?
Yeah,
2
with
o'clock?
LBD.
2 p.m. his time. I think that's what
4 p.m.
4?
I think it's 2 hours difference.
Yeah. So it should be 4 p.m. my time. I'll be on there. I'll be on there tomorrow, and then I got my stream on Sunday at 7 p.m.
No, sorry, bud. You will be on there today, not tomorrow, but today.
I don't see the finger.
Well, I'll be on with Matthew today, and then I'll be...
Eric, can I show something off real quick? Christina wants to see something.
Yeah, let me hold on.
Okay.
Is it the Freddy Yoda?
No.
Hey, Dustin,
Sorry, no one be offended, okay? She wants to see this. There you go, Matthew.
I bet that's how all Boston fans feel anyway.
I want one.
He want one? He said he wants one.
Matthew, do you have one too, Matthew?
He
Do you have one to give? Where's yours?
Right there.
Oh, double. I love it. Better than mine. Hell yeah.
Where did you get that? Oh, look at that.
That's actually when I was growing up at my dad's house, he actually had that in the bay window that was at the top of like the driveway, and you could see it every time you drove by or walked by. He's had it for like, I don't know, it's been in like my family for like 40 years, I think. And when he moved out, he said, "You want it?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'll take it." So so everyone used to know his house as, "Oh, you live in that middle finger house, right?" And I'm like, "Yep." So growing up, yeah, that's what it was, the middle finger house.
That's funny.
So, how's everybody on comic books, comic book knowledge? If we did a quiz on, Matthew's like, no.
Yeah, that's dead, I think. You might have, maybe Will. I don't know what I mean.
I'm like, no, I'm not like up there with comic book knowledge.
Well, yeah, I know N3 Lions is pretty good. LBD knows his Spider-Man stuff.
I can probably get you Spider-Man and.
What's going on, Jester?
All right, Robert, you have one good one more to throw in there, and that's it.
A quiz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So which let's see. In Fresh Prince of Bel Air, what was the butler's name? A. Simon, B. Walter, C. Jeffrey.
Jeffrey.
Yeah.
I waited.
I don't even know
I
why
waited.
I waited. I should have just said it.
I
I
wanted
know.
to. I wanted to so bad, but I
Dude,
don't want to
Jeffrey's
get
so
yelled at by
iconic.
Eric again.
He's like one of the most
All right, here you
iconic
go.
butlers ever.
This is what show? What show did Claire Danes get her start on? A. Law and Order. B. Homeland. C. My So-Called Life. So Claire Danes. Put it in the chat.
I don't even know. I'm not good with names with actors.
Her first TV show, you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, where she
Okay.
got her start. Where she got her start. So Matthew Callie says C. M3 Lions C. Christina says C.
Will says
Yep,
C.
it was my so-called life. On Boy Meets World,
Oh,
what is
Topanga.
what is the crazy older brother's name? A. Sean, B. Eric, C. Corey.
Eric.
What,
Eric.
Matthew, what?
Sean is the
What,
best friend.
Matthew?
Corey is the main dude.
What, Matthew? Yeah, I know. That's my name. What? What do you need?
I was waiting for the finger.
Who's on first? That's what I'm asking.
It is B.
Eric, I sent you a 90s cartoon.
All right, let me go get it.
Ooh.
That's gonna be good.
All right.
It's a short and quick one, but I figured it'll be a nice way to hit the 5-hour mark.
Yeah. Yeah, and you can answer as quick as you want, Will.
Okay.
Let's see. All right, so let's go through this again, LBD. We're going to share via, correct?
Yeah.
And
You haven't shared the screen.
nope, not yet. But I got to put it in here, right?
Yeah. I gotta go to the thing. Did you make this one too, or you just found it?
This one I found.
Oh, so you're gonna play this one?
I'm not playing this one.
Why not?
Okay, and then so now I will press start, right?
No, don't press start yet.
Okay. So we're gonna share. So where else do I do now?
You just gotta
There
share
we
the
go.
screen.
Never mind. Okay, so
I get it. I'm gonna have to do this.
Yeah, share the screen. We can't see it.
all right, hold on. Give me a quick second.
There, that's the wrong one.
Hold on, Matthew.
Right.
All right, I'm getting there. Let's see.
It's all right.
I had to end because what you have to do is you have to end the last game, otherwise it won't let you to do it. That's why. So it won't keep. There we go. Now you can see it, right?
Yeah.
All
And
right.
you can also click. You see where it says next to end game. There's like two little things. Click the thing.
Yeah.
Click the one that's yeah. There you go. Click that. It'll
Joinmyquiz.com.
Yeah. There's
Maybe I'll do it this time.
There's a link that he put in the chat that you can click on. It'll take you automatically to the game. All you have to do is put your name,
Okay.
like inside the YouTube chat.
Gotcha.
It's wow. It's gonna be 4 soon. Damn you, Eric! Damn you! Damn you and your West Coast hours.
No, actually, I mean, I gotta go back down to Sacramento tomorrow, so I gotta take my nephew back. So that kind of sucks because it
Just
takes away from my Saturday. But we'll go see my mom again, and um, but yeah, it's
just that link is for the game, so you don't have to go.
Er-
Instead of putting the code in, you just click on that, and it'll take you straight to the game, and you put your name.
Eric, how far are you from Pasadena?
um probably about 7 hours.
Oh wow, never mind.
Come here, Stadia.
I was gonna say if you were close enough to I'm pretty sure it was Pasadena, the Halloween film locations.
Uh-huh.
I said that would be
But
a great
in
straight.
Pasadena,
I thought it was in Pasadena. I'm pretty sure it was. I don't
where
know why that,
the movie Halloween.
the original 1978 movie was filmed there, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure it was Pasadena. I could be wrong. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I kind of want to almost say it's like still Midwest, like somewhere in there.
Oh no, it was definitely filmed in California.
All right.
I didn't freeze
So
Christina.
It's set though in Haddonfield, Illinois. Yeah, it's in Pasadena.
yeah, he doesn't.
Pasadena.
Is Pasadena?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be a definitely a road trip.
Yeah, you probably put something that the game doesn't allow because this technically is used for students.
Oh yeah, it will fix it no matter what. Even if you do something that's like a joke, like we found out, even if you put poop, it'll change it.
Are
Yeah.
you sure? Because I think there's a name that shouldn't be there.
Sometimes they go, but I'm like, how did they not catch that?
Do they change? Do they change the name?
I was gonna say someone put that in.
Is it okay? So what else we got? So are we ready now?
Yeah.
All right.
I think we're good.
I'm gonna look frozen, but I'm still here. Okay.
All right. Here we go.
And they're off. Answering all the questions, and who is it?
Oh, man. What the hell?
Quick one.
Oh, man. No. Oh,
Weird. Some of these are wrong. Like the second part of it. I think it just didn't throw you off.
I don't know.
Yay. Might have just got it first spot. Inappropriate. They must have got a power up that I didn't get.
Christina, what do you think my name is?
Damn you, sister. I think that's
Everyone's writing down their answer.
there you go.
90% accuracy. So, the end of the Dadalorian. Tommy Pickle. Milk steak. Ness.
Tommy Pickles from Rugrats.
I'm telling you,
Baby's
man.
gotta do what baby's gotta do.
I remember the craze when the movie first came out.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was. I don't know what was worse, that or the Spice Girls.
Oh, they did get rid of my name. Wait a second, it's down. How come they won't show it in the thing, but they show it down there?
Let's see.
I'm Brittany, bitch.
Oh, really?
Okay, so the cartoon featured a main character whose last name was Funny.
They spelled that wrong. Again, this one I found, but
Yeah, I was about to say that's the one I was talking about.
The most famous bit from this show was when Yako sang a song of every country in the world. Animaniacs.
I'll
Over
say
the
I knew
names of
every
the
single
twins,
question.
Lil and Phil. The show gave rise to one of the most iconic memes, the Nigel face. Okay.
berries.
And Cat Dog, what was dog's favorite pastime? So chasing cars, chasing his tail, playing fetch. Okay. What kind of dog was Ren? A Chihuahua? And Hey Arnold, the protagonist, had a very distinct head shape. What was it? A football. What are Pinky and the Brain going to do tonight? It's the same thing they do every night.
Tonight, try and take over the world.
What was the name of Miss Frizzle's lizard?
Liz.
And these characters were encountered on the show Arthur. And this heroes appeared on the show, the Powder Puff Girls. So it actually should be Power instead of Powder. Yeah.
That's another wrong one too. Johnny Drama. Just Johnny.
Bravo.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it said Johnny Bravo on mine. I just saw Johnny and I hit it.
Yeah. You're lucky you did, because those questions are the ones that threw me off. That's probably why some people beat me, because I was like, hold on, wait. I thought they were trying to trick me.
Matthew, buddy, you leaving?
Yeah,
have
going.
Have a good night, everybody.
All right, you going to bed, Matthew?
Uh-huh.
All right, bud, get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow. All right.
Yeah.
And hey, Matthew, anything you want to say for those Red Sox fans?
Why is it always gotta be me?
Well, Corey's not here.
Back at you, buddy. Back at you.
All right, Matthew, you have a good one, bud. Take care, Matthew. Love you.
Uh-huh.
All right. Trying to see here.
So Eric, so 90s television, movies, music, cartoons. Anything else you want to try and stump me with? Because it's not working.
How about the 50s?
What was the name of
50s.
the beloved? What was the name of the beloved teacher on Boy Meets World?
Mr. No, it's yeah, Mr.
Come on, man.
Gotta give it.
Why can't I? Mr. Feeney. Mr. Feeney.
What's his first name?
Oh, his first name. God.
Nobody knows his first name.
Yeah, Matthew.
Is it Dawn?
No. Oh wait, do it. Write it in the chat, Matthew.
I'm blanking on his first name for some reason. Arthur? No, it's not. George. Okay, yeah.
Matthew
Yeah,
got
that's it. Yeah.
George,
Yeah.
George
George,
Feeney.
George Feeney, yeah.
Nobody ever called him by George. Everybody knows Mr. Feeney does.
Well, no, once he said George, I remember that was his name. I couldn't place his first name. Took me a second.
Yeah, but his last name was really iconic. It's not really his first name.
Yeah.
Oh man, you remember the show Ally McBeal?
That's
Oh,
old.
God.
No.
Yeah, I mean, I remember it. But
It
no.
said, what song did the dancing baby dance to on Ally McBeal? So Ally McBeal hallucinates the dancing baby as she stresses about her biological clock ticking. So there was a song. Does anybody know what the song might have been? Ally McBeal. I don't even know how long that show was on.
Like 3 or 4 years, I think. It wasn't on for a long, long time. That I know the song is blank on me right now.
Christina's close. Close, but not. It's a little bit. You have something right in there, but Christina said, "I can't stop this feeling." Is the answer to the question is hooked on a feeling?
Yeah.
Hooked on a feeling.
Semantics.
Let's see here, real quick. All right, here you go. LBD. What Pokemon does Pikachu evolve into?
Raichu.
It says here. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Raichu. All right.
Yeah, that was too easy.
So what is Pikachu's Pokedex number?
That I don't know.
16?
25.
25.
So in the 1990s movie, there was a gentleman. His name was Colonel Nathan Jessup. He said, "You can't handle the truth." What was the movie?
A Few Good Men.
Yeah. I think I have that movie.
I have it over there.
I should have it somewhere. I think I have like the one of those double feature DVDs where it has 2 movies in it.
I think mine is a part of a 4-pack movie.
There you go.
I got a few of those. Yeah, because it's like $9.99. You get 4 movies.
Yeah.
That's how I have like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle ones. I have 4 movies of
The
this.
Blu-ray, dude.
Yeah.
I got that Blu-ray for like $5, I think.
Yeah, I got it on sale. I think it was probably like the same price.
Yeah, I got them at Walmart in Blu-ray.
10 flips now.
You know, I hate it when they give you. Okay. What car was O.J. Simpson in during his infamous
A white Ford Bronco.
Yeah. Ninja Pizza.
He was laying down in the back seat.
Vanish quickly with grace.
How many police cars were behind him on the freeway chasing him? That should be the real question.
What do the initials J N C O Gene stand for? So the genes JNCO.
In what?
Genes. There's a brand called
Jinko.
JNCO.
Oh, Jim.
And
Gene or corporate.
Oh,
So I'm trying to see how they have it set up. 'Cause it says these letters were not chosen at random. Uh, oh wait, let's go down here. I'm sorry, it's not giving me anything. Darn it. Okay. So not sure
Just like the
exactly what.
Giants.
Right. Does it say it over here? No. Okay. Some of these things. Oh, here's the answer. You had to go through a couple of times. So it's judge, none, choose one. JNCO. Judge none, choose one. That's the 90s fashion for you.
Yeah, I wouldn't have gotten that. I remember
What
like the
was,
jeans, but not what they stand for.
what was the name of the series that preceded Saved by the Bell?
Saved by the Bell. The after. No, it wasn't the college years.
you said
Was it the college?
proceeded or preceded?
Preceded. What? Yep.
Oh,
So,
preceded.
what was the
Oh,
name of the series that preceded Saved by the Bell?
Huh.
Anybody in the chat coming through? It was. I'm just waiting to see if anyone remembers. Oh yeah, Blossom.
Oh, Blossom?
No, but no. Somebody said they remember Blossom.
Yeah, I don't know.
Or how about Punky Brewster? Let's see. So the answer to it was Good Morning, Miss Bliss. Good Morning, Miss Bliss. So
one season, I think, right?
So it was one season, yes. Which of the following is not an original Beanie Baby? So you have Patty the Platypus, Chocolate the Moose, Legs the Frog, and Happy the Hippo.
Happy the Hippo. No, is it?
Legs the Frog.
I honestly don't know.
Yep, it is Happy the Hippo. It was not a. They had the Beanie Bears. Remember, they had Spot the Dog, Flash the Orca.
I still have all my Beanie Babies in a container somewhere.
They had Patty the Platypus, Chocolate the Moose, Brownie the Bear, Pinchers the Lobster.
Excuse me.
They had a lot. They had a lot of Beanie Babies.
I know everybody thought they were going to
Isn't
get
the
rich.
lobster the very expensive one?
Yeah, I think so.
A rare
I
one?
still have my Princess Diana and the Emerald Bear that had so much value, those things ain't worth nothing now. I don't think.
Trying to figure. Okay, so those are the only ones that they had on there. So trying to see. How about this real quick?
Christina, there was like 3 or 4 different bunnies though. Happy wasn't one of them. That's Hoppity. I think it's Hoppity, Flippity, Floppity.
Yeah, can you name all 7 dwarfs?
Yeah. William, right there. Right, boom. William. Doc, Sleepy, Grumpy, Bashful, Dopey, the other one, and the last one.
Sneezy?
Sneezy.
Who is the only male character among Strawberry Shortcake and Friends?
No clue.
Yeah.
Let's see if one of the girls gets it. So he was the only male character amongst the Strawberry Shortcake Friends. Anyone? So it was
Mike.
Huckleberry Pie.
You gotta
Huckleberry.
give the chat like a few minutes because we're like in a 10-second delay.
Yeah,
No, that's right. You're right. You're right.
Too late now, but next time.
All right. I didn't see it pop up, but yeah, that's right. Because somebody's saying sneezy and sleepy. So yeah, you're right. You're right. It's coming a little bit late. So clockwise, name in order the colors that appear on the game Simon. So clockwise,
green, blue, yellow. Purple? No.
you're fouling it off. So clockwise, name the order in which the colors appear on assignment.
Red, orange, yellow.
I'm going to wait and see if it comes through for the chat.
Was I close at least?
Christina says, Will for 500 points, please. So Christina says, red, yellow, blue, green. However, I'm not seeing if anybody else has gone through on this. Most of the 7 drawers are named after what happens when you take drugs, as Andrew says. So Nest says red, yellow, blue, green. What they're saying here is the answer is
Red, green, red, blue, yellow, green.
red, blue, yellow, green. Not yellow, so red, blue, because it's clockwise, right?
Hey man, you guys remember that game, little thing, Bop It?
Oh yeah.
It's
Can I
cool.
get the thing that? Alright.
Twist.
What was
Yeah.
the song? What
Light
was
it.
the song?
That game was so inappropriate.
What was the song that Tom Cruise danced to in Risky Business?
Oh, isn't it? Old time rock and roll. 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 Yeah.
I was trying to get the. We'll see. We'll let the chat play and see if they do that one. Nest
I keep forgetting.
just is going through. They also, let's see.
Ness got it.
Which 2000? So which 2000s singer got her start on Kids Incorporated?
Yeah.
So which thousands singer? That's kind of weird how they do that. Double O's and the S.
Kids Incorporated.
But the show had a 9-season run.
We'll stop talking about what you do in your free time.
Christina Payne got it. It was Fergie.
I think he's talking about the Bop It.
Payne said Fergie though. He said Bob. Stop talking about your free time.
And the Bop It, the Twisted, and Pull It. Just stop talking about what you do on your free time, Andrew, to you.
Shut up, Andrew.
In this now this is for the chat. In this popular 1980s song, what was Jenny's phone number?
Oh wow! I actually know what this is, but I don't know the name of the I don't know the lyric. Give the chat some time, or at least try.
Yeah, that's why I'm not saying nothing.
It's starting to fade here.
You're starting to fade.
Yeah, I'm like falling asleep on the screen.
It's alright.
Come on, I've been up for almost 24 hours.
That was last week.
And LBD's been up since Tuesday because he's been streaming at like 6 a.m. playing
Now
games.
now that you're going to be a principal, you got to be used to longer sessions.
Yeah.
I go to bed like normally, like now or 5 o'clock.
309. That's right. You guys got it. 867-5309.
And that's before we had to use area codes. Imagine what it would have been like to make that song now.
I know.
See, like I knew like the numbers for that because when I was on the live earlier on Chap's channel, I put that as my telephone number in the chat, hoping someone would call it. Because I was singing the song as I typed it into like the chat. I thought it was funny.
So, how are you singing it? So, how are you singing? Well,
I was singing it in my head. That's how I was singing it.
oh, well, so you said you were singing it, so we wanted to get a little taste of that.
877-5309. I'm so pissed I put him back.
Who back?
That Baby Yoda dude. I had 3 of them in my cart, and I chose not to buy them. I was pissed. I should have got them.
Those things are going for like $60.
I know. I was there when they put them out on like the
I
shelf.
got them. I got them like 3 weeks early.
That was my little.
And I got 3 of them.
Damn. Yeah, most stores only got 2 or 3, and some stores didn't even get them.
Yeah, I went to 4 different stores.
They're really big.
I've only seen them in one store, and that's because he was putting them out. I never saw them again, and I regretted it the second I left like that Target, and I wish I went back.
I've only opened one of them. The other one's still there, and the other one I sold it. Fox got them actually. Fox won it. He won it in a while.
For the ones that he has.
Oh, did you guys see
The one he has.
the Night Owl thing at all tonight?
I saw
You guys
some.
watch any of it?
Yeah.
I won. I won a giveaway from Fox. Guess what I won?
A Yankee cap.
Yeah, I won that friggin' Lego Yankees cap.
Yeah.
So, in honor of Fox, I told him that when I get it, I will build it and I will put it with my Yankees stuff. Even though I am a Red Sox, I will build it and I will keep it in my collection, just to remember Fox every time I see it. He really thinks that I'm gonna like build it and smash it or light it on fire or something, but I'll keep it.
Oh, he's a Mets fan. He's a Mets fan. That's why he expects that.
I know, but I'm not gonna do it. Well, maybe after like it's built, maybe I'll destroy it. I don't know. I haven't
What's
thought
up,
about it.
buddy? It's late, man. Go to bed.
Yeah.
Hey, it's the weekend.
Yeah, they don't ever go to bed early.
It's not like he has school. Hasn't been in school in like 6 months.
Stop being a bad influence, Will.
Well, hey, I'm from Boston. I'm always a bad influence, right?
Yeah, I know.
They're spending time with their cousin. Their cousin's not going to be here much longer, so they're just spending time and making the most of it.
Oh, by the way, how did your last trip out there go? Did you get to film what you wanted?
With my mom, we did a video with my mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean that was the reason why I started thinking. I'm like, man, this would be good for the boys to do a video with her, and for her to do it, and be forever cemented. So down the road, the boys would be able to have that. They made her smile. Get out in the backyard, do something different. So, it's a good thing. Anytime we get a chance to see her, it's always a good thing. But, because with all this stuff going on, we have to kind of be cautious because she can't afford to get really, so that's the hard part of it. It's not like back in the, like you can't just run up and give her a hug. We got to make sure we got our masks on and, so it's tough, but, she's been fighting. So, I mean, that's all I can ask for really is just, one day at a time.
So, we got these cards from Fox.
You said you have how many of the plushes?
I had I had three. I sold one.
I'll buy the other one.
See, I was thinking about throwing that out there too. I just didn't say it.
And is the problem is the reason I had to buy another one was because I opened one for me and the kid, and then my girl wanted one for herself because she doesn't like sharing her plushes.
Yeah, I
No,
see that
no women do.
on Amazon. They're in stock again, July 22nd.
I would wait and make sure you get one.
LBD.
How much though?
Huh?
I still need to find that pop.
I have it up there.
Randomized host.
I got the special
This
edition sticker though.
What's that?
Oh, this one. This
Yeah, I
one.
I need. Yeah, I need to get the Ghost Rider, Loki, and Black Panther. I think those are the only three that I'm missing from
You know
that.
what sucks? The other Walmart one, the supposed glow in the dark doesn't glow in the dark.
Those never even came out. I never even saw them
They came out, but it was basically online only.
online. That's a cool chase. I want to get the Grumpy pop
I
because I got a lot of Grumpy ornaments and stuff. Oh, nice. Is that the first one?
Yeah.
So that's an all chrome one, right?
Did you check
Well,
it?
you know, I think I gotta check him because I don't know if it's all chrome.
Okay. Yeah, you would be able to tell because it would be on his shoulder pad, and like his leg would be the same as the helmet.
Have extra weight to it. What did it?
On the shoulder pad.
I believe all his little pads, like his armor,
Chest plate.
all of them would be shiny, like the other ones versus dull.
Yeah. There's a lot of those, even the special edition ones, are not all chrome.
No, it was just that first initial special edition that they sent out there. I believe it was just those ones that are like that. The rest of them are the same, but I got an Amazon one coming eventually. I don't know when. But
Mine's already came in. I got 3 of those, but one of them is spoken for. Yeah. Honestly, guys, if I try to get more of those plushes, man, it just wasn't happening.
you pulled that in your video the other day, didn't you?
Yeah, the one that I opened, yeah. The other one's still in its packaging, like in the wrapping and everything. I gotta get it to her soon. And then the other one, I waffed it, and Fox won it. He bought 7 spots. He really wanted that thing.
Surprised they didn't have him at his Target.
No, dude, I'm telling you, they were hard to find.
I got a box right here from Fox. I haven't opened it up yet.
Yeah, I got some Yankee stuff from Fox, which is cool.
Wait,
Where
did
is this
any of
box?
you get Jassie's stuff?
Her box?
Yeah.
I didn't get any of her boxes.
Whose box?
The House of 1,000 Pops. She was on the stream, the second episode of the stream. She's like,
Oh no.
yeah. How much are her boxes?
They were like, I think it was 30, 20
Only
or
like 60. They were
I
like
bought
60
one of
bucks.
Alley Pop's boxes earlier.
Allie was the girl who was on here with us. She's got boxes too. A lot of people
Yeah,
bought
she-
her boxes.
Actually,
last time I saw, I think there's like 7 left.
Yeah,
So she's
lot of-
almost sold
Yeah.
out.
a lot of people have bought her boxes, and that we know. I don't know who's bought the ones you're talking about. I know who you're talking about, but I don't know who's bought them yet.
Good night, Justin.
Good night.
Hi, Chester.
I think yeah, I'm looking forward to average pop guy for his. I bought one of his boxes.
Oh, did he do another run?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he still has some left.
Does he?
I'm not sure, but he might.
Maybe we'll go check that out. I've been trying to
Nice.
buy some boxes from some people recently. I've been buying a couple. Like I said,
Well,
the only boxes I've ever bought have been Bands for Arms. I haven't bought anyone else's, so I'm trying to buy
Average,
from some fellow channels and stuff.
average Papa Guy's boxes are normally really well balanced.
Uh,
Yeah, they're normally really well balanced. It all depends. He'll do some hit and miss boxes once in a while, but most of his boxes are pretty well balanced.
but this round has like 8 of the boxes have $25. Isn't it like $25 Spastic cards?
Oh yeah, he's got like gift
oh,
plastic, which are really good to use for what do you call it.
well, like considering now that Spastic is getting everything, not
Yeah.
Oh
just
yeah.
pops, but fig pins, backpacks,
They,
designer toys, everything. Now he's
they
branching
even
out.
they even got an exclusive splat toy.
Yeah, it's just the one with the hat, but he's got the logo on it. That's it.
Yeah.
Those things remind
Tori
me of
has
scrubbing
one too.
bubbles.
Tori still has boxes.
Yeah, I need swung boxing.
Yeah,
How much are
Tori-
his? Is his
I
30
think-
or 50?
No, I think they're 25.
Oh, they're only 25? I thought he was doing a higher run.
Christina has a link in the chat, but
Yeah, I think that's the Allison's.
No, that's average Pop Guy. That's
Oh, I'm
Ali.
sorry.
That's Ali up top.
I haven't
Yeah.
checked the chat,
There-
man.
And
Oh,
there's-
she just linked them all.
yeah, she licked all of them.
that's why Christina's awesome.
Yeah.
Yep.
Uh,
Christina will blow it up.
Guys, I think I'm gonna call it a night. I'm like, I feel bad. I'm like falling asleep here, and I'm like, people are probably like,
Oh, dude, if you're tired, man, just go to bed. It's all good.
you're right.
Just go to sleep. We'll just stare at you. It's fine.
Yeah. It's,
yeah.
it's,
I'm
Don't worry
so
about it.
conscious about it. I'm like, they can see you. I'm like, oh.
Well,
No
this,
one's gonna write on your face. Don't worry about it.
yeah,
Come
we'll
on.
just have-
Go to bed.
Puff.
Go to bed.
Come on, guys. Again, awesome talk. Nice meeting you, Bill.
Yeah, nice meeting you.
So I'm looking forward to next week to hear what you guys. And again, I'm hoping by next Saturday I should have I'll be going live for the first time and doing it hopefully by then doing an unboxing. So again, thank you for letting me chime in and hanging out for the last few hours.
Don't
And
worry.
good night, guys.
All right, you have a good night too.
Everyone.
Thank you, bud. I appreciate it.
All
Take it
right.
easy, bud.
Good night, guys.
Hey, I wonder if Boone. I wonder, how Fox bought boxes from Boone to send to Brian.
uh-huh.
So I wonder if he's going to take those back, or like if Boone. I don't remember seeing anything about that, because obviously, it doesn't really need to buy the boxes to get to Brian. But I mean, I
Brian
don't
was
think
mad. I think he was mad when Fox did that.
Yeah, he was pissed because, but
Yeah.
that's how it is. You can't say something like that and expect it not to happen. It's Fox.
well,
I guarantee you, he has a master plan to do something. He is working something in his mind. It's he's doing something.
well, I brought Jacob in, to try to get him to bust that tier, and I was, trying to think of something that I could have Jacob,
No.
say.
Eric, but did you hear what he said on tonight?
Yeah.
On
Yeah.
Night Owl? That really touched him when Jacob was on there saying that nice stuff. So
Well, we had it all planned out. Jacob to do, play ball. I got 4-pack in there. I was just trying to look at all angles, to make it like a real game type scenario and just have fun with it. And, I was like, I was hoping, that, maybe at some point the well would bust, but,
you could tell
he's
he was
still,
he was fighting it. You could
Yeah.
tell just by the look on his face and stuff like that he was fighting it.
but I'm glad, like I said, that he got to have that moment, so Yeah, I mean, but when we were talking afterwards, I mean, he was really, really, you can tell, like I said, that it just with Fox, he's the type, like I said, he's used to giving, not getting. And so it makes it hard because when you really want to be the one that does the giving and now you're getting, it's like, what do I do?
Yeah, some people
But I
don't
mean,
know how to accept a gift if they're so used to spreading like the love around, they're not used to accepting it. So it's
yeah,
hard for them sometimes. Yeah.
but I bet you he's sleeping really good with the Mando by the side and, you know,
The Mando's on his
hanging out with
nightstand
Doug.
probably.
So, but yeah, I think for the most part, I was just trying to look at stuff that's coming in. Like LBD, I can't remember. Did you do the collectible swap?
Yeah, actually, I have my box right here. I haven't opened it yet, and I wanted to open it like the first day, and I just haven't got a chance to like if literally if you look behind me, like those boxes back,
Yeah, in the corner.
see that's like 3 rows, and they're all that tall,
Wow.
and it's just like it's not all pops. Like I have a giant statue down there, and it's just I'm trying to find a way to organize best I can, and then also get rid of what I don't want, and then I need to put more shelves up. It's just I've been moving so much stuff around, and I got boxes to send out. I got a giant for one of my guests tomorrow, and Flaka, which is the girl who was on with me last time.
Yeah.
Not she like that's her husband who's gonna be on tomorrow on Sunday. I got a box for them for their it's kind of like their one of the part of their wedding gift that I have to send out, and it's like a medium. It's like a 14 by 14 by 12, I think it is.
That's a TikTok chick, right?
There's two of them. I got two TikTok people that I share.
Oh, okay, no, because last week I thought you had her on in
Yeah, she's
the
one of the TikTok people.
Venezuela beauty
Huh?
queen or whatnot.
No, Miss Honduras.
Okay, Miss Honduras. Okay, sorry.
And then the other one was my friend who does some of the TikToks.
Okay, yeah. Because
Yeah.
when I jumped on there was only two of
I,
them on there with you.
Yeah, I'm actually
yeah.
I'm happy though. Today I broke the 500 barrier. So for a while
Yeah,
I was stuck. I was stuck for a while with within 20, and then
That's
today
what
I popped it over.
I saw that earlier, man. Congrats.
I was
Thank you.
looking at it. I was like, look, man, people tell me that about my numbers too. I was like, look, because at one point I was at 336, I think, and I'm at 332. I'm like, I'm not looking at it. Like, just honestly, like sometimes when some of the people like who post it, like road to this or whatever, I'm like, I really don't want it out there because like I don't want to look at it. I don't want to be reminded of it. If it's gonna grow, it's gonna grow. I
Well, I mean, I try to okay, like when I started like back in February, and you try to look at I always try to look at like how people are climbing the ladder. So like, what are they doing? And like, how to make something, not exactly the same as them, but at the same time, like there's a formula. And to give you an example, like Yoj, for a while he was kind of like hovering to get to that 600, but then once he got to 600, like he started really like perking and taking up, like climbing and doing really well. And I know he was like in a lot of lives and stuff like that, and you get that traffic and everything. But so it's like, where do these numbers come from? You know what I mean? It's like obviously you get if you take for example, let's say Pop and Sons, like so they are at like 800. Those 800 subscribers coming from? You know what I mean? Because you're like how do you tap into that well? How do you get pull from there? Like what? You know what I mean? Like or even like someone like the Luau, with his numbers, like where are these numbers generating from and to grow? Because that's what I'm saying. Because you can't go into the same like if you go into a live and you have the same amount of people, 40 people coming in, and say 38 of them are all subscribed to you, you're not going to grow very much, if it's the same group. So you have to kind of eventually put yourself out there to other groups. You know what I mean? To people that, just like the comic book side, but it's like how you look at some of their numbers, like Z collects. How do you get to be able to get some of that? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, to strategize to say, hey, how do we grow the numbers? I mean,
Beats me
what's
because
it
I
gonna
have way
grow?
less than you two.
So, like, one of the things you got to do is like this. What you're doing now, you're branching out into a whole new section of what you can do, and this is something that people got to start coming around for. Like, it's the same thing I told Brandy. Like, I was like, you're worrying about these numbers, like in the beginning. It's like, oh, I'm below this, or I'm below 200, or I'm at 200, and I'm not growing. I was like, yeah, we just got to give it time, and look at it now, man. It's next thing you know, they're already gonna be passing everybody. It's just she's just doing what she thinks, she's doing her
Well,
thing.
you're having fun at it, and then people get to see you have fun,
Yeah.
But I mean, you still get in that stage of quicksand, like where you're stuck, you know what I mean? So you have to still figure, okay, like, what do you do to get over the hump, or like, what do you change anything up, or like, I mean, try to be creative and in certain ways. And I mean, for me, like I said, I've just learned tools, like, okay, like thumbnails, and adding certain things in my videos and being able to write text, and buying extra microphones, and just trying to look at different options. Like, I just had a spinner came in today, and to be able to use a spinner sometimes. So I
Christina
mean,
Christina says if we could take her link down so we can see Will. We can't see him.
oh yeah,
And he put it up. Will's hiding now.
how do I do that?
Oh,
I like the red across my face.
just click another comment and then unclick it again so it'll come off. There, click it again. There you go.
All right.
And now we're looking at his
Yeah, leave that one right there. Or just do the eyebrows.
Yeah.
So where does let's kind of dive into this a little bit. So where does the I mean, it's Will B Poppin. So is B related to your middle name? Obviously Poppin, Pops. Where does that originate from?
It was actually gonna be something else. I was gonna call myself Boston Pops. I was also gonna possibly do Will Be Collecting, because I collect more than just pops. But I thought of it, say Will Be Popping, like kind of quick, but say with a little bit of attitude though.
Will be popping.
Like Will Be Popping. So we say it like that.
Will be
So
popping.
so pretty much Will, myself, I be popping. So that's it. It doesn't really mean much. It
So
just when you say it fast, it just kind of say, I be popping. So like I be
right.
popping. That's pretty much it. It's nothing really fancy. Nothing. I kind of just said it one day, and I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool. I'll go with that, maybe. So
It slides
it
off.
sounded good.
It slides off the tongue pretty well. That's what he trying.
Yeah, it slides off. It kind of stands out a little bit. I've actually had no one's ever asked me what it means before. I've also seen some people just, when they write to me, they say, hey, what's going on, Wilby? And I'm like, well, just so you know, like, it's not my initial. So you don't have to say will be. You can just say will. But yeah, no one's ever asked me what like my name stood for before. You're the
No,
first.
like I said, I just call it Will Be Stalking, because he's always showing up in places,
I'm all over the place.
But I mean, and that's why when we sat and talked, and I mean, we've had conversations before. It's it's about being able to get in that right circle. Being able to get yourself an opportunity to just mix and mingle a little bit. And I mean, that's why when
I feel like you gotta mingle, but at the same time, you gotta make yourself stand out. And like I said, I don't know anybody else that really talks about like horror and pops at the same time and collecting that, at least not to my knowledge, where this is like a weekly thing. It's something different. I feel like you're if it can attract two different crowds, which is gonna help both of the channels grow. That's my opinion.
Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing is too is like I told Dallas, I said I'd like to get like if we get a panel of six, kind of like we had earlier, where we can split them up and do like some kind of like team trivia, some where it's kind of like the game show, top five answers on board,
Family Feud.
Family Feud, right? So like
Just ask the guy who knows everything. I'm right here.
I know you're like a walking thesaurus. Thesaurus. Well, I guess you have to have that kind of knowledge when you don't have anything else to get excited about. So I mean, hey, it works that way.
Ness says if she ever had a channel, she'll call it Pop Ness Monster.
There you go.
Oh, that's cool.
And then, do you Ness? Do you have that pop? Because I know some people do. The Loch Ness monster pop, the one that Mr. Mitch has.
Average Pop Guy just got the shared glow.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
That's the first time I ever saw Mitch. And that live when he pulled it, I jumped on there just before he opened that box. And I sent him that screenshot of when he opened it.
Oh yeah.
He had such a big smile on his face. I think you were on that live.
Yeah, I was there. I actually recorded. I did the screen record of the moment too, and it's a good thing I did because I think that live got took down, so that would have been lost.
Yeah, that's why I took the screenshot because I would honestly I would love if someone did that for me if I pulled something that was that amazing and I had so much joy on my face. I would love for someone to.
Dude, like his eyes were like this.
He bugged out. He was so happy.
He was shaking, dude.
Ness has the glow one. She has the glow chase.
Nice.
And she has the Medusa. Yeah, I want the Medusa.
What about the Kraken?
The Kraken.
I have the Kraken.
Like this close from like rolling out of bed. So I might have to go and like adjust her and probably just like take it down.
LVD.
Yeah, what's up?
GameStop for $11.
What you got yourself over there? Is that the Batgirl? Yeah. That's awesome. Was it on clearance or something?
Yeah, I was surprised and I was like, "Are you serious? It's only $11." I'm like,
a lot of those things right now, because they're gonna start getting extra stuff coming in. A lot of the older stuff is gonna go on clearance real fast.
They're gonna go out of business soon.
Oh, dude, they've been going out of business for a long time, but that's because they're like Toys R Us. They're too stubborn to change their motto. Their model of how they do things. They're not a game store anymore. They're a collectible store.
And they are a terrible company. They treat their employees like shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but the employees also treat people like shit too.
Yeah.
So
But every place has that good and bad in those.
I've been lucky enough that my GameStops have been pretty well managed with by pretty good people, and I've met great people there. I even know one of the people who worked there. He went to school with my brother. He's one of the managers. So, but like I've been to stores and I can tell like where they're trying to shove things down your throat like all day.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that sucks too is a lot of these places you go into. The pops are not in good condition. It's just, I mean, they don't treat their shelves, I mean, you luck out. Like I said, the only reason why I like going in a lot of the GameStops is just to find stuff on clearance. I found a Captain America backpack, like the shield, you know. So it was the shield of Captain America. It was a backpack, and it was only like $14.
Dude, I got my kid a Deadpool backpack where it has like little legs hanging out. It's like a little cartoon one. It's kind of like a little bit, kind of like velvet a little bit, and it's just like him as a little tiny cartoon, and he has like little arms and stuff. It's pretty cool. She used to take that thing to school. I got that thing for like $3 because the store was going out of business.
I got a Star Wars lounge fly bag. I think it was like 6 something on clearance.
Yeah.
A lounge fly. Well,
Yeah.
so what about Ness is talking about Asian myths. So what are those LBD? What's the Asian myth?
Asian myths. I love the Asian myths. I think like, are you talking about like the giant lady and stuff like that? Those are the only ones I can think of. I think the other one's the little hominin. Will's about to tap out, just like a Boston guy. Tap out.
I'm gonna leave when he's done with the stream, you dick.
It doesn't look like it.
It's the first time
What?
I've yawned. The first time I've yawned, and I've been up for 22 and a half hours. So my bad if I yawned. I apologize.
But see, LBD, he like, I don't know, he sleeps standing up or something. I don't know. He's got this, like, he sleeps with one eye open, gets a little bit of rest and then closes it and gets the other one open.
I'll cover my mouth. That way you don't see me yawn if I do it again.
So when you say that you have other collectibles, Will, what's one of the things that I know recently you got the Johnny Damon, correct? You got an autograph.
I got that. Yeah, I bought that off of Divine Pops. He hit me up. He got that in a mystery box by Big Dog Dave, and he's like, I think you would like this because he knew I'm a Red Sox fan. So, yeah, I was very very happy to add that to my collection because I don't have an autograph from him. I've met him a long time ago because I was telling you that and stuff like that, and you said that didn't you say that you had got an autograph of his?
Yeah, I mean, I got an autograph with him because Celebrity Golf, but I was trying to see.
Yeah.
But I also have like Roger Clemens. I got Roger Clemens on baseball.
I don't have Roger Clemens. I have a lot of autographs, but I don't have his.
Yeah, the boys took a picture with him. The first year that he came, he was a real dick. He would be like, I'm only going to sign autographs every other hole and 3 per hole. So you had to kind of calculate and be like, okay, so he's signing here. So I tell Jacob, run all the way down to this one and wait on the left side, So we would try to calculate. And then it would be like, after that, the next year, he started to loosen up a little bit. Some of the guys that come, like I said, it's I don't know. They need to understand it. It's for the fans. They're
some guys don't like signing autographs. They don't like it. They won't sign it. They will take pictures with you, but they will not sign autographs.
Well, the one guy that was notorious, and I'm glad that he hasn't come back in a while, is Marshall Falk. He would literally I was walking with him to the parking lot to his car, and I would sit there and say, hey, can you get a signature? And he would be like, no, I don't have time, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, the amount of time that you're telling me, I told him, the amount of time that you're taking to tell me that, you could have already signed it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So, I gave up on, some guys I gave up on, but there's some guys that are really cool, like Jerome Bettis is cool. What's his name? For the Bears, Jim McMahon. The coach for the Bears is pretty cool. I mean, there's some really cool guys, that take the time. But you also run into guys like Justin Timberlake and Steph Curry. And so it's like, you got to fight tooth and nail for it. But, there's some really cool guys that will take their time, like Mark Mulder, Tony Romo, and they'll take their time with you and they'll sign. And
Yeah,
so
some guys don't understand that, without the fans, they really wouldn't be anybody. because we're
And
the ones that
I
go
don't.
and watch, and like some of them are really good about it and they appreciate it, and some of them are just they could give two shits about us, about the fans or anyone else.
Well,
So
I think one of the ones that was really cool was Charles Barkley. We saw him in the hotel, and my son had an Auburn shirt on, and so he saw the Auburn shirt, and he, called him over and took a picture with them and signed a baseball card or a basketball card, and
Hey,
so that was a lot of fun. Jerome Bettis is pretty good.
Ness, we can't be friends anymore. And Andrew, um, he walked into the store and found that statue. It wasn't an online deal.
Well, you can check. You never know. I mean, check with GameStop. You never know. I mean, if you have any GameStops nearby, Andrew, you might want to out because I mean, I came across it, but I mean, they have clearance stuff all the time. And they have some stuff that might be worth it. I know they had a Joker statue. But I mean, I'm not a huge Joker fan, but I mean, there's some stuff that's pretty cool. So Ness is a Mets fan, so obviously should get along with Fox really well.
That's why I told her we can't be friends anymore.
see, that's
So
funny because one of the questions that were on the back of this thing was talking about the like the Mets Red Sox '86 World Series.
I have, let's see.
I don't know which pack it was.
I think I already took it down. Yeah. Oh well. I had the. Let me see something. So who? What's your team? LBD.
I'm a Yankees fan.
Oh, you're a Yankees fan.
But I'm kind of upset that all anybody talks about is freaking baseball. Nobody talks about any other freaking sport. Talking about the sport that's probably going to be the first one to die.
No, baseball's been around forever.
Yeah, it's been around forever, but it's been losing fans, and right now it's not helping.
I got a trivia question for you. What is the name of the person who invented baseball?
You mean the real person or the one they say it was?
William Abner, Doubleday.
I did a paper on him in summer school a long time ago.
Yeah.
William Abner Doubleday.
Yep, because the baseball field is named after him.
Yeah. They baseball, like I said, I mean, you can look at everything that's going on, but sports always finds a way, you know. And you're gonna you have new fans, you have old fans, you know. I mean, in reality, I just could not see, us moving forward with no baseball. I mean,
Well,
you look at
let me ask
how
you this,
many.
Eric. Let me ask you a quick question. Or I don't know. Do you want to touch on this, or do you want to wait and save it for Sunday?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, because I mean, you're going to be in on Sunday, so that's what's going to be cool. Um, one of the things we're going to like kind of just talk a little bit about is fathers, sons, and baseball. But I mean, it'll be pretty much an open topic, and then obviously, whoever wants to say what they need to for, but like Fox said, on Sunday afterwards, he said, it was therapeutic, to be able to talk sports, to be able to, just hang out and and that's why like when I looked at that opportunity, I was like, nobody has this. Like we're not doing this right now. Like there's nothing that I thought about. I'm like, and
Yep.
you have pops, you have sports pops, and if you keep bringing in guys that can joke around with each other and talk trash, it's going to be fun. And so that's why I just, I wanted to make sure, who was, that's why I came to you and you said, yeah, I'm in. And, I knew Mr.
Yeah,
Techbot was
I screwed
interested.
up that first time. Like I said, I apologize for that.
Well, like I said, I mean, that's the beauty of it is it's not going to be like a constant. It doesn't have to be a set six every time. There's going to be other people that will slide in that like to talk sports. Like even like
Yeah.
LBD here is Mr. Yankee. I mean, so there'll be people coming in. And that's why I said Beard Pop said he was interested.
Um,
Um,
Eric, just real quick, just do me a favor. Don't have more than 2 New Yorkers on the panel. I can't handle more than 2. Just 2 is enough. If it's Fox and Tory, that's like don't put any more on because if it's outnumbers like everyone else, that's out of
Will, I take
I can't
offense
deal
to
with
that.
this many New Yorkers.
I'm not a New Yorker, and neither is Tori.
that's what they say about the Boston. They say I don't know if they can have Mr. Techbot and Will be popping both in that that
Well,
same.
hold on a second. Mr. Techbot lived like he was born here. He left a long time ago. So
But
he abandoned Boston. Me, born and raised Charlestown, 5 minutes from Fenway Park, a minute and a half from the Boston Garden. All right, I haven't left yet. I'm still here. I'm representing Boston till the day I die.
Well, that might be something good too to touch on. Red Sox fans opposed, different from, you have fans that are actually in the city that are part of the city to fans that are outside. But I know he's a huge Red Sox fan. Either way you
Oh yeah,
look at it,
he loves the Patriots and stuff like that. He loves. I mean, there's nothing
yeah.
wrong because, I mean, if you're like, plus, there are people that live in Florida, California, all over like the country
Dude,
that
one of my closest friends, she's a freaking Patriots fan, and she was born and raised in Jersey.
yeah, which there's nothing wrong with that because,
There's
like I
something
said,
wrong with it.
you sometimes grow up rooting for who your parents, like root for, even though it's not even in like your city. Some people just root for their team that they,
For her,
in the city that they live in.
for her, it
It's
was
very
her brother passed away, and her brother was a Patriots fan. That's why she
awful.
with the Patriots. Yeah, so I don't.
That's cool.
I give her shit, but I don't. That is much.
Well, speaking of
That
Patriots,
is much.
see
But
that
yeah,
white
like
football right there?
yeah,
That's a Tom Brady football.
yeah. But
It's a,
it's a little bit deflated, isn't
No,
it?
there's plenty of air in that thing. All right, I made sure I pumped it up. I keep that thing pumped so no one can crap about it.
you don't have
had
a
you had
Steve
to
Rogan
pump
or
it.
Tony Easton.
No, I have the only football autographs I have up here are Tom Brady, Troy Brown, Doug Flutie.
Oh, Flutie.
Yeah, and then I have a crap ton of baseballs autographed here. I got boxes and boxes of autographs. I don't have any Yankees. I mean, not Yankees. Hockey up here. I have hockey and some basketball items in a container in the basement. But
One of the perfect examples is that I'm from Jersey and I'm a Raiders fan, so it's like whatever.
yeah,
But
that's what I'm saying. Like you can root for whoever you want. There's nothing wrong with that, no matter where you grew up or where you live. I mean,
Yeah,
like
we
your favorite
don't
team is your
blame
favorite
you.
team, no matter where you live.
Yeah, we don't blame you. You got the Jets and the Giants. I mean, you don't have many options.
my
So I
cousin
mean,
is the Raiders fan in the
I know
family.
the Rangers, yeah, the Rangers, and then like the Islanders,
No,
the Knicks, and the
I'm
Nets. You've got all the amazing teams over there, buddy.
I don't know. I
Pick
got
and choose who
Jersey.
you
I
want to root
got
for.
the Jersey Devils. I'm not in New York. I'm in Jersey, guys.
Jersey
So
Devils.
the Jersey
I was
Devils.
just listing all the teams right there. That's all.
The Nets were in Jersey for a while, and honestly, we got robbed for one championship. I'll tell you that right now. There was a bunch of bullshit going on with those refs. I don't want to hear it. But anyway, and then now they're in Brooklyn. I'm still a fan. Actually got a tour of the Barclays Center, like a private tour for the Barclays Center,
Oh, cool.
Flutie Flicks.
and I was able to take my little brother with me. He's like out of all four of us, he's the only sports fan besides me, and he loves the Nets. I asked him, I was like, why did you pick the Nets? He's like, oh, because he used to be in Jersey. That's what I like to hear. I was surprised because most of the people his age, they don't pick like their local teams. at all. Like they follow the wave. I was expecting him to say he was a Warriors fan or something.
You know, some kids just root for the best teams. So,
Huh.
you know, like some root for whoever their parents root for. It varies.
He's the
So-
young.
Sometimes they just like the colors of the jerseys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
So I was
that's it too.
and he's one of the few people like out of like in my immediate family that we can talk sports. That's pretty cool. I get to share that with him. And then the one that's after me, I get to talk anime and other stuff with him. Like it's funny because like we all have our own interests, but I have something related to each one of my brothers that's different. Because I have all their interests except that they're split. It's weird.
Yeah, so Ness doesn't like the Redskins.
Like the
Yeah.
Reds.
Well, I mean, back in the day, when they had John Riggins, I mean, he was a hell of a running back. I mean,
Andrew,
How about
really,
that?
dude?
huh?
Look at Andrew's comment.
Aaron Hernandez?
If he wasn't a murderer, he would have been one of the greatest tight ends ever. Because he had wide receiver speed, great hands. He would have been amazing. But he was so fucked up in the head.
You gotta be fucked up in the head to deflate balls too, though. I heard.
So Andrew likes motorsports.
You know, we're not that far apart, man. I can jump on that turnpike real easy.
Go ahead, buddy.
Are you kidding me? I'll fall asleep before I even reach New York. Connecticut.
You're a Patriots fan. You're like the most hated person coming down, like literally all the way down here.
I know. Trust me, dude. I was visiting my cousin in Florida. He was in Panama City, and we drove to Tampa to watch. It was a Buccaneers versus the Saints game, and I don't have a jersey of either team, so I wore my Brady jersey. My cousin wore his Gronk jersey. We were getting booed walking around that stadium by everyone.
Wait,
Everyone was booing us.
stadium? What stadium?
Tampa Bay,
Okay.
Buccaneers Stadium.
Yeah.
So because we went down there for a game, and we got booed walking into the stadium, around the stadium, because we're in Patriots jerseys. I'm like, I know you guys hate us because we're the best, and your team sucks.
You do,
Well, that's
but at least
cool,
you only got
Christina.
that. I had my little cousin got stuff thrown on him, and his father, which is the person who got me into the Raiders, dude, like I'm talking about like my cousin, like his father is like huge, dude. He's like a big ass dude. Oh man, we got thrown out basically. Let's just put it that way.
Oh, Alex Smith is a nice guy.
Yeah, he
I
is.
felt bad
he is.
when he tore his leg. I felt
Yeah.
bad.
Well, and then I mean, like I said, he's been out here for celebrity golf every year, and he's always taking the time with the boys, and always, he's giving autographs. I mean, I got a golf ball. He signed a golf ball. I mean, so I mean, when you get guys like that, it really makes it worth it. But you feel bad for him. I mean, it's like, wow, you have Joe Theismann. It kind of falls in that same lore. Like, there's something about that Washington, mystique.
There's a lot of history. There's a lot of history.
Joe Theismann comes into the golf tournament too, and he's a great guy. When you get a chance to like meet them, and you get an idea of their personality and just how they respond in public. The other guy that's pretty good is the hockey guy. They won the cup a couple of years ago. Let me think. What is his name? It'll come to me.
Devils.
No, not the Devils. It was the Capitals.
Oh, Ovechkin?
Huh?
Ovechkin?
No, the other one.
Ochi?
What's number 77? Or it'll come to me.
77?
Yeah, I think it's 77. Let me say something. It's off the top of my head. I mean, I can see the guy, and I mean, he's a really cool guy.
I'm trying to think
Uh,
of who else is on their team. I know TJ Oshie, Alexander Ovechkin.
Oh yeah, there you go. You said it, Oshie. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah, TJ Oshie. Yeah, he's the guy who scored what 4 goals in the
Yeah,
Olympics or whatnot, or in like the shootout and stuff like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we had it. Okay, so he came with his family. He came with his wife and his daughter, and it was like late towards the afternoon. They usually come early in the week, the early rounds, and so he was chasing his daughter. They were playing like hide and seek, and they were just having like a moment. And so I had brought my camera, and there was a picture. He had got his daughter, like he had lifted her up, and like it was just, and I caught it at the right time. And so the following year, I blew it up as an 8x10, um, and brought it into him. And he took we had the jersey, and he just like my son was wearing the jersey, and he turned him around and gave him a nice signature and put the champion, Stanley Cup champions, and the whole shebang. Yeah, so I mean, sometimes, like I said, you get an opportunity to meet with some of these guys, these celebrities, and you just find out that they're just regular people, and they treat it as such.
Okay, well, I got a follow up question with that story. What happened with the picture?
With I gave it to him.
Oh, you gave it to him. I was wondering, like, you blew it up. What happened? What did
Oh no, so I blew it up, and then I put it in a frame, and then I brought it into the tournament.
Mhm.
And I had to go past security and tell them what I was doing and everything like that. And so I brought it in, and then I told him about, because I had mentioned it to him on the previous day before.
Mhm.
And so it was kind of one of those things when they're running around doing their thing, you just kind of have that small talk. And I told him that I had a picture, that from last year that I caught, and I think that he would enjoy it, as a father to a father. And it was because it was the first time he had brought his family to the tournament. So it was, basically him and his wife, playing around the tree, like with his daughter, chasing and stuff. And it was just at the right click. I had done that also for Mark Mulder, who had brought his daughter and son, and they were playing golf. They were playing golf with each other at the right time, and I got a picture of it, and blew it up. And I mean, and he was like, like, this is awesome, like, because the thing is when they're playing their sport and they're doing their thing, they're not a father at the time, so those moments they're not really thinking about, but you appreciate them, you know what I mean? So that's something you look back on down the road. You're like, oh, wait a minute, like, this is an opportunity I could do. Like, I don't always get to play golf with my son or my daughter. Sure, I might take them to these tournaments and stuff, but you don't think of it like that. Like, you're still a father first. And so when you see those things, I mean, I had the camera, and I was always look for the right angle, the right shots. Um, so, and then basically you give it to them, and then, for the most part, they're really appreciative of it. So, and like I said, Mark Mulder, he had won the tournament for like 2 years in a row. So he was, coming out, and, he's a good guy. So, I mean, I don't mind, when I do stuff like that. Um, now there's some guys that are like, for example, Aaron Rodgers, that guy is so up and down. I was in the elevator with him one year, and I had my Cal jacket on, and he was, talking and saying, "Hey, how's it going?" And then the year he won the Super Bowl, he was walking to Starbucks, and I was walking side by side with him and trying to get him to sign, and he wouldn't even give the time of day.
I
It was
heard
just
he's a
like,
prick sometimes.
yeah. Well, here's how much of a prick he was last year. So Jacob had his pin, and he was waiting to get an autograph. And Jacob even had his Cal hat on, and he was sitting there, standing there, and he saw Jacob, but he kept passing him, and he kept going. So Jacob had to run all the way down, like try to follow him from hole to hole, and he
Yeah,
still
that's
never
not
got
right.
it. And
Yeah,
I
that's
was
not
just
right
like,
because I can understand them doing that to like adults and stuff like that. But for kids, you should kind of do those things for. You know, if you want to pass on like the adult because you don't know if they're going to sell or trying to make money, but that kid is not going to sell that autograph. That kid is going to remember. You know, just like real quick, the video that I'm dropping tomorrow for like my new sports thing that I'm going to do every Saturday. This is the first thing that I am talking about. It's my Cal Ripken Jr.
oh yeah,
Um, and I got this 2 weeks after September 11th. It was his last game at Fenway Park. And he literally started behind home plate after like the game, walked all the way down first base, past the bullpen, center field, left field, all the way down third base side to where I was and got this thing signed. But he took the time, like an hour and a half, 2 hours after the game, to sign for every person that wanted it's like a signature. And he took the time to do that. And it's just a memory that like when I was 14 years old or, you know, like around there, that just made my day. And my dad's a few rows behind me when I got this. So it's just a memory that I just cherish forever, you know? So those little moments can just impact someone's life tremendously. And it just, you know, it sucks that more, you know, icons or athletes that are big for younger, you know, kids don't take the time to, you know, to show like love to like their fans and stuff. You know what I'm saying?
you know, they got to get back, and you got to remember, you know, I mean, it's a game, and you love the game as a kid. You know, I mean, that's how
Yep.
it first started. You know, you can't
I
take
was
that
gonna say
away.
I never got paid to play baseball from when I was a
Right?
little kid all the way, you know, up until college. I never got paid, and I was okay
Yeah.
with it. I would have played in the major leagues for free, you know, if I had like you know like that opportunity to.
Yeah.
And these guys, you know, like some of like the guys, they don't, you know, they take it for granted that they're, you know, they just don't appreciate it sometimes. You know, like some of the guys
But
aren't very, you know, appreciative of what they have. You know.
and you know, and but I mean, I think that falls in. I mean, that's every sport category, but you know,
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh
there's
yeah.
obviously
Not just baseball.
some
That's everything.
people. Yeah, I mean, there's some people that are just like tremendously like giving, and you know, there's some that are going to be like they're just going to blow right past you. But
Yep.
the other guy that was really really cool, and it was his first time there last year, was the quarterback for the Bills, the young kid, the
Josh
I
Allen.
can't, yeah, Josh Allen. So he came to the tournament. He was one of the first. He was one of the first time participants, and Jacob, so he wanted, you know, basically, so he wouldn't sign any adults autographs at all. He would only do kids, and he's made it clear. He's all like, I'm going to sign kids, and that's it, you know. And
There's
I
nothing
was like,
wrong with that.
yeah, I was fine with that. I mean, you know, so I mean, I had two boys. I didn't have a problem with that, but I mean, I was like, well, you can at least get a picture, right? You know, so we got a picture, and but I mean, you know, sometimes people are like that.
Hmm.
You know, I mean, Jerome Bettis. You know, basically he was golfing. He did a hole in one. He was thirsty. He was sweating. I had ice cold water in my ice chest. I threw him one. He was so appreciative. He brought both my boys over and took the time instead of running to the next hole, took a time to take a decent picture. And, you know, he said, you know, bring that back and I'll sign it for you. Um, you know, so I mean,
See,
you
that's
get,
cool.
yeah,
That's
you
very
know,
nice.
but he does that. But then the next year, so I had a jersey, I had a Jerome Bettis jersey, and he, I was gonna have him sign it, but he asked for my name, and he signed it to me. So he's, you know, which I'm like, okay, that's fine. It is what it is. But,
Well,
you know,
some
I
of
just
them will
want,
do that just to make sure that you don't try and resell it. You know what I'm saying? Because some of them don't like signing for adults because, like I said, you see the people outside of the stadiums after the games. They got books and bags full of memorabilia trying to get them to sign it so they can make some money. So
well,
I can
there,
understand. isn't it?
There's ways to get the. I mean, there's ways to get the signature off. With my my name, but I was like,
Oh yeah,
screw it. Whatever.
I know a couple things that you can do to get the ink off. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, it. I mean, like I said, that's what baseball, football, sports. It's always been impact. An impact for me. Um, so Christina, she used to have season tickets. She's a Redskins fan. Her and her grandpa, and that's the thing too. Like you said, sometimes you have that generation of teams handed down. You know, um, and you talk about the Red Sox, that have suffered. You could probably fall that same category over to the Raiders in the NFL,
Yeah.
where they've had some problems. But hey, maybe they're going to be
Yeah.
able to gamble. They
Leave
can
my
gamble. They
my
can
city alone.
gamble to have a good season. I mean, what do you think about that, LBD? What do you think about the Raiders now being in Vegas? I mean, obviously you're going to go somewhere that's going to give you a
I
home.
feel I feel like the market for Vegas is definitely gonna help them get more people over there. Like the Raiders, all they had was like they don't even have a culture right now. But the Raiders kind of have the fans have their culture, and that's kind of what made the Raiders right now. But other than that, it's really nothing. What's up, man?
I think that they're the perfect team to be in
In
Vegas.
Vegas, yeah,
I
exactly.
think they're the perfect team because there were talks about possibly them or the Titans or the Chargers, but I think they fit there. I mean, because look at what happened to the Golden Knights when they moved there. They went to the Stanley Cup, didn't they? Or they went to the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, but that's because they got the pull from everybody's team, everybody's roster to build a roster. I mean, you're not going to
Yeah,
have that
but
with a football.
some of those players that they got, not a lot of them were like they didn't get to choose. It's like you had to pick what players they could choose
Mm.
from. So none of them really put up the big name players. I
There
mean,
was, they
Mark
still
Andre
had some
Fleury went
gold
because
funds.
they had a younger goalie in Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying? Like some of the a lot of the guys that they offered up were just guys that they were leaving anyways for the most part. But I
You
mean,
get you'll get like one or two good players, and we're talking about football here, where one or two players, yes, it's good to have, but it doesn't make a giant difference like in a sport like basketball or hockey or something like that. We're talking about football where you get all these players on offense, defense, special teams. It's really not gonna be that crazy. Plus, the team gave up the team gave up some of its best players in Cooper and freaking Khalil Mack. Just Khalil Mack alone was a giant loss. Like you could
look
give
what
up.
he did for the Bears.
Well, actually, it was a Bear loss, but I mean, yeah, I mean, because he went to the Bears, not the Giants.
Yeah, but the Raiders got a lot back for him. I
Well,
actually think that they're going to do better playing in Vegas than in Oakland, honestly. And they have a good team. They actually have a decent team.
Yeah, and I no,
They
but
just don't play up to their standards, if you ask me.
I feel like they need to find they need to find their culture. And I feel like Vegas is gonna help them do that.
Yeah, because they have a decent quarterback. They have a young tight end. They have decent receivers. They have a pretty good running back. You know,
Yeah, he surprised me. The running
yeah.
back surprised me a lot. I was really surprised. I forget his name right now,
I
but
believe, if I'm mistaken, it is Josh Jones, but don't quote me on that.
was
Well, the last time they've done anything is when they went to the Super Bowl against the Bucks, right?
It's funny you mention that. I had season tickets that year with the Patriots. The only year me and my father had season tickets at the Patriots was in between our three Super Bowls back in the early 2000s. That's the season that we had season tickets at Gillette Stadium. Was that year?
that's funny.
Good night, Ness.
Night.
Have a good one.
I know.
So Christina's making breakfast. Yeah. So
I was gonna say the sun's out.
scrambled eggs, sausage, maybe a little bit of French toast.
Is she the only one that's in the chat? How many people?
No, Andrew. I think Andrew's here too.
Andrew's only here to rag on me about my team.
Yeah, they're on the East Coast, Logan.
Dude,
I mean,
it's 5 a.m. over here.
Yeah.
so what do you? What do you mostly? I mean, what are you excited about? You know, with sports right now. I mean, if you could only get so let's say you could only have one sport for the season, like whether it's
Football.
basketball,
Well,
hockey,
hold on.
football.
This season that's going on right now, or like the rest of this year,
Yep.
football, because we would get a full season. I don't want to see a 40, 50, 60 game baseball season. Hockey's going to try and come back and do a all team playoff. I don't know what basketball is going to do. I'd rather see football, honestly. I think these teams are trying to rush back, and I'd rather take the rest of the summer. Don't try and rush to squeeze in these games or just to make money. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to think about people's safety and everything. And if you rush back too soon, then what are you going to do a couple weeks into the season when players or fans get sick again? Because I heard today that in Florida at the Phillies training camp or something, that a handful of players got tested for COVID. They tested positive for it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd rather honestly not see baseball, which that kind of hurts me to say because I'm such a huge baseball fan. Because you play 162 games. Why would you just want to see 40, 50, 60 games? I'd rather see a full football schedule.
Okay, but let me ask you this. If you do not have a baseball season, is it more detrimental to that league moving forward? I mean, can you recover? You know what I'm saying? If baseball does not, do they lose fans that go elsewhere? I mean, you're going to have fans like you and me and LBD that have been around for a while, but the younger generation of fans
Well, yeah,
that
because they lose interest after the first or second, third inning. They don't.
right. So does baseball that's what I'm saying. Can you lose something from that? Because you're now taking fans that you would secure a future, and now they're going
For the
somewhere
younger
else.
generation, yes. For the younger generation, I would say yes, they would lose it because the interest for the younger generation isn't there for baseball. It's for the other sports.
Yeah.
So they, it's for that mid crowd, older crowd because they grew up on it. They're diehard fans of it. So I think that they would lose the younger crowd, but they wouldn't lose everyone. I think people would some people would realize what's going on in the world and what's more important right now. You know what I'm saying? But I would love to see baseball. I would love to see. Hockey. The Bruins were the best team in hockey when everything went down, and so I would love to see sports. Sports keeps me busy. It just keeps my mind off.
Think about it. You have sports broadcasters, you have sports shows, you have the books, the sports books. How much hits they're taking.
I haven't watched ESPN in 3 months. I don't think I haven't even turned it on.
Yeah,
because there's nothing to watch. There's no point.
It's all gamers right now, buddy. It's all about the gamers right now on all that stuff. It's literally everything's online. You got the tournaments for gaming. It's what you're gonna be seeing, basically. Even the NASCAR thing before they started up doing all that stuff again, it was literally they went to the iRacing thing. They were doing it digitally. That's all you get to see right now.
Well, and that's the thing is, the world that we're in right now, sure, you could say, well, sports isn't as important as our safety and staying, healthy and stuff. But then you also have where people are going out. They're going without.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't have masks on. You know what I mean? They're not. So they're not carrying to that point. And so it's I don't know, in anything you do, you're running risks, but there's also people you can't control what they do.
Mhm.
So, I mean, we went into the store last night, and basically we didn't have our masks with us because we did, but we didn't have all of them. And we walked in, and for the first time, the store said you can't come in without a mask.
Yeah, you
And
can't do
so,
that here in Mass right now. You have to wear a
yeah,
mask. They won't let you in.
and so that's what they started to do now. But which is good because it reminds, because I keep mine in the car. I keep mine in the car wherever I go. It's there. But I mean, a lot of people, we have casinos that have opened back up. There's four
Ours,
casinos that sit
ours are
right
closed
next.
here. Ours are
Yeah,
still closed.
yeah, and see, ours opened up, and just when I go driving by, I mean, people are walking all over the place without masks. So I mean, they're going in those casinos, in and out. You know what I mean? So
That's what I'm saying. Like, like for me, I see my grandmother a lot. I didn't see my dad for almost a month when this all started. I haven't given my dad a hug in forever. I haven't given my mother a hug, but every time I leave the house or I'm going into the store, I'm always wearing like my mask. I have gloves on if I'm touching things inside like the store. I over sanitize because I know that I'm going to be seeing family members that are at a higher risk than I am. So as long as I know that I'm doing everything I can to keep myself safe and them, that's all that I can do. You know what I'm saying? I can only control what I can, I can only, like control like what I do
yeah,
versus
I mean,
everyone else. So as long as I take care of like myself, that's fine.
you can't control what other people do, but it's like the state that we're in. It's like what becomes important. What's
Brady.
going to be put on the back burner. You know what I mean? Um, but with sports, it's like I don't think baseball can really afford to take a hit by not having a season. Even if they were to have a 40 game season, a 30 game season, just to get it back on the field. You know what I mean?
Well, you heard what they proposed, right? They proposed a 60 game, but what's his name? Manfred said that he doesn't think that's possible to squeeze in that amount of games in a short amount of time. So I don't think I like it's gonna be like honestly a month and a half. It's gonna be like a 40 game season if they come. They would
They're
lose
gonna
a lot
have
of
to
money
go
if they
to an
do it.
it's an art. They're gonna have to go to an arbitrator, and that's what's gonna have to happen. Is they're gonna have to have an arbitrator. They're gonna have to sit down and say, look, because I mean, the players, they're if they're gonna play 40, 50 games and make the same amount of money as they would if they played a full prorated 70, 80 game, they're gonna play the 40 games. So and that's the problem is, and the owners don't want to give them extra money if they with the playoffs and stuff. So it's like such a huge. It's like why, just get back on the field. You've already had lost at certain points and stuff. Now's the time to start moving forward. But at the same time, if you start playing, and then come September, if things start recirculating really bad, I mean, then what? I mean, you don't have anything. So I,
It's
I
like
don't know. I
you
mean,
damned if you do, damned if you don't. So like it's a like what are you gonna do?
sport. I mean, that's the thing with. I mean, sports is a huge part of society. It's a huge part of our world. But how much of a domino effect is it causing? With the COVID, are we going to be able to recover from it? Are we going to be able to get back what we want? Now, sure, we want football and all these teams. These owners, because the owners don't want to lose money. And so they're trying to figure out ways to make the money in their pockets, but at the same time, are they protecting the players? Are they protecting the fans? Are they allowing the right procedures to take place? You know, and that's the thing with, when you look at it, I mean, sure, I would love, hockey to have a season. I would love for football to play all the way through, especially you got all these new things happening with football, like the Raiders in Vegas and things of that nature. But like what becomes most important? I mean, like when we talked about earlier with the
Yeah,
horror
exactly.
thing, we were talking about like, the Halloween, like with all of the amusement parks and the haunted houses, like a big part of October and Halloween, are we going to let that go? So that's the hard part of it. I don't know. I mean, it's really tough where we're at, but I mean, I'm hoping and praying something happens, baseball happens, football happens. I just don't think personally that if baseball takes the rest of the season off, how do you get the younger generation fans that they need to move forward? Because you as a fan, you're going to be there. You are going to
Yeah, no
have that.
matter what. I'll
So,
be back
but
next year.
yeah, but the younger fan, hey, I'll go over here. I'm going to go play, football, or I'm going to go do this and this. It's not that hard when things are not circulating, you know. So, I mean, that's the hard part of it. Then, you know, but anyways, that's kind of, more debate, too, for Sunday and stuff. But um, yeah, so Brandy has woken up. Good morning, Brandy. It is one of these things where we just ended up talking and talking. We've had different versions. We've had some trivia games. We've gone from horror to sports. It's been all over the place. So, Miss Lovely, Christina Payne has been here, hanging out. Andrew's been hanging out. We've had some people that have left not too long ago and tried to stick around, but they've gotten tired. LBD, he just never sleeps, so he's an LBD light.
I had to
So
get comfortable at least, dude. I was dying over here with my shirt, so I started getting comfortable.
yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, LBD is always comfortable with the shirt off. We get that. So, uh, but yeah, Brandy, go get some rest. That new day tomorrow or today, actually, pretty soon. But yeah,
Well, it's today for us,
I
definitely.
know.
It's 5:17 in the morning.
It's like one of those things where you work graveyard and then you get off and you go to Denny's, and you're hanging out having breakfast, or sometimes graveyard you'd come out in the parking lot with the coworkers and everybody's just popping up off a cold one, before they go home and go to bed. You know, um, Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes for me too, it's like I just like staying up. You know, Sometimes I do get tired and I just want to go to sleep. But I mean, it catches up to you sometimes. Um,
Also, I mean, I'm approaching 24 hours. I'm so glad I don't have to be at work in an hour. So
I got
happy I have weekends off.
I got a kid who's probably gonna be up like in 4 hours.
well,
So
but yeah, I appreciate you guys hanging out and Christina hanging out and people popping in, popping out, going to sleep for a little bit and coming back on. you know, um, it's always fun. Like I said, anytime we do these streams, whether it's Brandy's stream, it's here at the horror stream, or it's sports, or it's the luau. It's always fun because we all get to hang out. You know what I mean? And I mean, even though we're all in different locations, we're all under one roof. So, and like I said, LBD, you're having your stream on Sunday.
yeah,
So it's just a lot of fun when you get to branch out a little bit. You know.
yeah. I like the fact that like I said, you guys are doing something different, and Brandy started doing something different, and I had some ideas that I couldn't really execute yet, like because I can't travel, but this is something else I kind of had planned besides the other things I was talking about.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of glad I'm kind of getting to, and like I said, I also want to bring in people that I don't know. So I'll that'll be
Well, I remember
happening.
you talking about that before that you wanted to do like a traveling show
Yeah,
or something like that. You were talking about it.
yeah.
Like
I'll
a
probably be
week or
traveling
so
to different countries and stuff. Yeah. I'll be traveling different countries, different states. I'll even travel to some people who in the community, and we'll go hunt together. And then like the next freaking in 2 days, I'll be in another city hunting with somebody
Well,
else.
you're more than welcome to come on down to Boston, bud.
Well, I've been to Boston. It's not that pretty. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, well, you know what? I take it back. You're not welcome here. How about that?
You know, it's funny. I had family who used to live in Boston. I used to give them shit all the time. That's why I'm so used to it.
Hey, but hey, they do have good clam chowder. You know, we got some crab cakes.
No, we have a
You
lot
know,
of good food here, a lot of history, a lot of things to see.
got some Boston cream pie.
I don't know if I could ever leave here, but I definitely appreciate growing up here and stuff like that. That's for sure.
Well, we've actually heard that speech before with Tom Brady. But
Yeah, but I didn't leave to go to Florida like an old timer who's retired.
well, the money stretches farther.
Yeah, there's no taxes, but we offered him the same amount of money, and he turned
Well,
it down.
maybe they prefer alligator shoes. I don't know. You don't have that in Boston. Maybe because
he even came out and said, Eric, that he was getting tired of Belichick. Yeah, he even came out and said, like, because he listed a few reasons why it was time for him to leave, and everything that transpired the last couple of seasons that he was here, that's kind of pushed him in that direction to leave. It was time for him to kind of start something new at the very end of his career, because he's only going to play maybe 3 years, but he felt that it was time to do something new at the very, very end, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, I appreciate the 20 years that he spent here. I appreciate the championships. I grew up watching him, and I appreciate everything he did. I might say, F Tom Brady, give him shit, but I really do appreciate everything he's done. I've been very lucky to see a lot of championships in my 34 years.
You have to respect what he does. I mean, like I said, for what he's brought to the football. I mean, he's like, the Patriots were a team that were on the bottom. They've gone through seasons, where they didn't ever since they were at the Super Bowl with the Bears. But, the thing is, I mean, he was real close to going to the Niners, real close. And even the quarterback.
They were going to draft him, but they never did.
They didn't. No, he sat, and they could have. But he was real close getting traded. I mean, right now, this year to the Niners, it was real close to happening.
Yeah, they were going to trade Brady there and take Garoppolo back, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, there was some kind of and Garoppolo was okay with however it was going to play out. But
I would have taken that. I would have been fine with that.
Well, I mean, if you look at it, Garoppolo, like in the Super Bowl, he wasn't used very much. You know what I mean? We had maybe 10 plays. And
he's not the type of quarterback that you can't force things. Like, he's not Tom Brady, you know what I'm saying? And you can't. He's at the point now where he is not the guy that you can put it all on his shoulders.
No, I mean, you got to build around. He's got to have something built around him. And I mean, with the Patriots, they were not able to get that. They just tried, but they never could get him the receivers. That he needed.
Made all those lesser players better than what they really are, because they couldn't perform with other teams. Garoppolo has the talent, and they make Garoppolo better. Brady makes other better. So there's a difference between quarterbacks. Like, some quarterbacks will make me look good. It just depends on who's throwing you the ball and the type of player that they are.
Well, they were. I mean, Garoppolo was close. I mean, like I said,
I was rooting for him so bad. I wanted them to win. I really did.
And it really looked like it was going to go that direction. And then, here comes Kansas City. And I mean, and that's what you're getting with that team. Like, it's hard. Like, when they did that to, Tennessee and Houston, like, I mean, it was like, I mean, how do you go against that? For them to be down by most teams that are down that much, they don't come back. I mean, but it didn't matter. So, but I definitely in Tennessee, they got some good food in there too. We got some ribs.
Yeah.
Um,
At least you know what's crazy. Boston is probably the easiest place to go to from here. Like you can, there's so many ways you can go to Boston from here. Even you don't have to drive there at all. And I can probably hop on
No,
a plane. And
I was
just,
gonna say Peter Pan. You have Amtrak. You have a lot of different ways to get here since it's only
well, I fly like for free, dude. It's like for in anywhere in the States, I can fly for free anywhere in the States. So I can
Oh, nice. Okay.
just relax and not worry about shit.
Yeah.
Not be on the train for like 2, 3, 4 hours. That's why
Yeah.
that's the only thing. Like I was supposed to be in Canada like the week that Corona basically shut everything down.
I was supposed to go up there for like my birthday. My family has a house on Prince Edward Island, and the whole family hasn't been able to go up there at all yet. So it sucks.
How long does it take to get to Canada from there?
From my house, it takes it's 6 hours to like the border because we go up to like through Maine. So it's 6 hours to like the border, and then it's 6 hours to our house on like the island.
Oh.
So what we usually do is because it's an island, going there because they have a ferry that you can jump on with the car and it'll take you over, and pretty much that's where like our house is. It's on that side of like the island, but you can also go a different way and take the Confederation Bridge, which is I think it's like 14 miles long. That way is a little bit longer, but so usually the way that like me and my dad do it is we take the ferry over and then we take the bridge back because it's cheaper because you don't have to pay to go in. You pay when like you leave, and it's cheaper to leave via the bridge versus the ferry. So it's just an easier ride to go up there. So, but
how do you
yeah,
leave the bridge if you go on the ferry?
okay. We cross the ferry to our side where like we live, and if you go through Charlottetown, which is like the big city up there, and on Prince Edward Island, it's kind of like our Boston, but it's not like nearly as big as it here, like it's here, but it's like the big city there.
Mm-hmm.
That's where like the bridge is. So that city is about 45, 50 minutes. So it takes about an hour or so from our house to get to like the bridge. So that's why if we took the bridge over, it's a longer ride versus taking the ferry. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a shorter ride to take the ferry. You don't have to drive that extra hour and a half versus going there.
Well, what I'm asking is, if you're going in a ferry and not a car, how are you getting back in?
You drive. It's a ferry where you drive on. So buses, trailers, motorcycles. Yeah, you actually drive like your vehicle on there. There's 2 or 3 different levels depending on what you're in. And you drive your vehicle on there. You get out of it. You go upstairs. You're not allowed to be in like your vehicle while it's like the ferry's in motion. And then once you get closer to like undocking, like docking, they pretty much sound the horn, tell everyone to go back down to like the cars, and you literally just drive off the boat down the ramp, and then you're on the island. So, yeah, no, I didn't think that like we left the car and we do ferry and stuff like that. No, you actually drive onto like the ferry and stuff like that.
Yeah, I've seen those before, but I wasn't sure if that's what kind of ferry you were.
Yeah, no, that's what they have up there. Yeah, that's how we get there. It's just cheaper, it's easier, and plus it's nice to see it. Like taking like the boat over, not very many people do it. It's nice to see the island from far away. You get closer, you see that red dirt. It's just like a nice thing. It's a beautiful scenery and stuff like that too. So it's kind of nice to have like versus taking the ferry over and then back, or taking the bridge there and back. It just kind of switches up, so you're not just doing the same thing. It kind of just kind of mixes, like it up a little bit.
Yeah. Well, that's there's a lot of ways to get around. I mean, but definitely. What about what happens like in winters and stuff? Like, so I mean, there's no ferry or anything, right? There's in the wintertime.
There is not the full winter time. There are times where you can get stuck on the island. We were up there one time during a storm. We actually had the hurricane here, but they got hit up there. we came across the bridge. We were one of the last cars that they let onto like the island because the bridge is, like it's over the water, like 14, 15 miles long. I forget exactly what it is, but if you're in a high vehicle with a high winds or storm, they won't let you cross that bridge. So there's been times where the ferries are closed and the bridge is closed. So if you're trying to leave the island or like get on it, you can't. So in bad weather or something like that, you're screwed if you're trying to get on or off. And during like the winter time, they do have the ferries depending on the weather, but most of the time it's just the bridge. So it's a little bit of a further ride for some people. That's why they built the bridge, to help out because they used to have, I think, 2 or 3 ferries on either side of on either side of the island. So they built that bridge a while back to kind of offset it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what about so you're like what in Boston is like, I mean, the culture as far as like, like right now you're heading into summer, like, what's the summer like in Boston? Like, I mean, obviously we don't have baseball right now, but I mean, like, like in New York, it gets really muggy, right? I mean, Jersey, New York, it's really muggy.
Here too,
Does it
95
get like,
degrees today. It was muggy as hell. I wanted to do work outside. Like when I got home, I couldn't do it.
so is a lot of your
Like
guys' winters the same and summers pretty much kind of around the same?
I think winter can be a little bit worse up there sometimes.
I was gonna say, like this winter for us, I only remember 2 or 3 times I really had to shovel like a lot of snow. Like
Well,
we've actually had decent winter.
that was in general for almost all the places up here. Like we didn't get the crazy winter either. But what I'm saying, when it does fall, I feel like Boston gets probably hit worse than here.
We definitely have hit. Like I remember when we broke a record, like the most amount of snow here. In I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks. We got it all in like a 2 week span, or like 100-something inches. We got 3 or 4 storms in like a row. So I mean, like when we have a bad winter, we have a bad winter. But there are other places. I'm sure Bernie gets some bad storms up there in Michigan too.
Yeah, Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we get the bad storms, but I feel like Boston gets it worse.
Yeah, because we have like the water, which is close too. So we have all that coming off the water too. So it can get cold and plays, and like the storm can get a little bit worse because of that sea, breeze coming off and then squalls and everything. So, like I said, like our winters, it's hit or miss. Sometimes they're really good, sometimes they're really bad. But when it snows here, I mean, I like having like the seasons. Honestly, I like having winter. I like having spring. I
It's
like having
weird,
summer.
man. It was weird not having a winter.
It's legit 4 different seasons. You know what I'm saying? Not very many people actually get to experience 4 different seasons.
Like I said, and it's weird not getting that this year.
Yeah,
it's kind of weird.
Yeah, tell me about it, man.
How? Just a random question, LBD. But how old's your daughter again? She like 8,
5.
5.
Yeah.
What So what does she get in? Like what is her main thing that she likes? I mean, is she like princesses and all that stuff? Like, I mean, or is she more like dad? I mean, is she an anime person?
Oh, my kid's all over the place. She's into Paw Patrol. She's into Dragon Ball. She's into Star Wars. She's into
Paw Patrol's gonna get taken off the air.
unicorns. She's into a whole bunch of stuff. Why you say that, Will?
No, didn't you hear that? People are protesting taking the Paw Patrol off the air because of like the police, all that stuff. Yeah, there was a thing because they stopped live PD. They took cops off. They want to take Law and Order off the air. They want to take anything that promotes good police. They want to take it off the air. And there was a petition, I believe, that they wanted to get rid of Paw Patrol.
Yeah, first of all that shit is just pure ignorance. I'm sorry.
I was pissed that Live PD got taken off the air because that was I've watched that. I've never missed an episode. I actually enjoyed that.
Of what?
Live PD Friday and Saturday nights.
Oh yeah, I've seen that before.
Actually enjoyed watching that. I mean, I
Oh,
mean,
I
it's just
feel like
it's
that
too offended so easy about certain things. You know, it's just
I know people who are officers, and that's just extreme.
I have friends who are like police officers. I know some damn good police officers,
Mm-hmm.
and like it sucks that some bad officers can ruin it for every good cop. It's just it's a shame.
Brandy says that they get nailed up there because they're stuck between the Great Lakes.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing too. Even here in Tahoe, we've had huge snowstorms. Like we've had it to where one year the kids were out of school for the whole month of January because of the snow. It was snowed that much; it consistently kept snowing, and they couldn't get through the buses and everything like that. And we just had to stay home. Um, and that was kind of tough because obviously snow you can't really go anywhere or do anything. It's we didn't have obviously channels and stuff like this, but yeah, I mean you can get some really harsh weather patterns to come through. But they also say too that it's starting to become the hottest it's been. Like we're getting closer to like the sun, but the Earth is really heating up to where it's been the hottest temperature that it's been in forever. So I mean I don't know. Who knows with all that stuff? It's like you
Yeah,
go
some
out.
people believe it, some people don't. Global
Oh,
warming is real.
well, I mean, you look at. I don't know. I mean, who knows? But you at the same time look at the ice caps. I mean, look at the North Pole, all that stuff, Antarctica. That stuff is melting.
Hey guys,
And
I
all
gotta
that water is going
Let's do it, LBD. You ready?
yeah, I gotta take it down because if I don't get any sleep, this little one over here is gonna run me rampant all day.
to, yeah, typical Jersey guy running out,
So
leaving.
I think what we do is like a 24-hour live stream. We started on one channel, and then we keep moving through the channels until it circles back through. You know what I mean?
Well,
So and then,
I could do
Hours switch.
Dude, I did well, I don't know if you were around for that, Eric, but I did 19 hours of a 24-hour stream one time. That was ridiculous.
dang. Well, I mean, sometimes, like I said, if you can get the right conversation going, right crowd, and you're hanging out, and there's not, I mean, there's a lot of things. Obviously, we can all go to bed, no problem there. But sometimes it's fun too because I mean, the way I look at this whole thing in general, before you go to bed, LBD, is like I said, you know, we wouldn't nobody would have known each other, you know, a great deal
Yeah,
because we've all been doing other stuff.
yeah.
But now we have an opportunity to meet amazing people,
Oh yeah.
and I mean, that's such a blessing, to be able to have an opportunity to do these shows, and not only these shows provide an opportunity for people to go and hang out. So it's like you're opening the bar, you're opening the restaurant, you're opening the theater, and everybody's just coming to hang out. And and granted, sometimes it sucks because things do overlap, you know, or other people, they have their
Yeah.
own shows going on. So sometimes it's hard. It's hard with the timing of things sometimes, But I think it's great.
It's hard to
Yeah, I mean, but like today, Magoo was on. He was on a channel and he was just chilling, hanging out, and then he wanted Quick to come on, and it's just, but that's what I'm saying is the camaraderie that gets built, and even though I can't reach over and say, hey, you know what, Will, have a good night, or LBD, hey, high five, what's up, bud, like that's the thing, you know what I mean? I know, like, if we all ever got a chance to where everybody was like, just like for, I don't know, 1 week or whatever, where everybody just met up in one great spot that whether it's central or not, it's just like, hey, let's all meet up here. And, I mean, that would be so cool. Like if everybody from the channels just met up and then, you know what I mean?
It would kind
Like,
of remind me of like an old school family reunion
yeah.
where everybody just goes to one location and and there for like 3-4 days. It's like a
Well,
three.
it's like, hey, let's all go to Washington for Funko headquarters. You know what I mean? And just meet at headquarters for Funko. It's like there's obviously it'd be cool if there was a baseball game going on or a football game, and we all could just take up part of the stadium and just chill and hang out. And that's what's great about it. Because you're having an opportunity to meet the Christinas, the Andrews, the Brandys, LBDs, Boston, and hey, and despite some of the flaws, of being a Red Sox fan, I mean, Will, I absolutely, I mean, I still adore you, but, but I mean, same thing, but I just want to say thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Get some rest. Brandy, go back to bed. Randy, Andrew, get some rest. Christina, thank you.
Good
You guys
morning.
take care. We'll see you in a few hours.
Yeah.
Come knock me.
Oh, Jesus. I got to stream at 4.
That's all right. Matthew's going to be waiting for you. All right, guys. Take care.
All right, guys.